So let's build Spotify today. But this is not your classic Spotify clone. On top of listening to music, we will add a complete chat application that just works in real time. And it is going to include this online status for users. Another really cool feature is this activity tab that we have on the right hand side. You will be able to see what people are listening to in real time. On the homepage, there will be some categories like featured songs, made for you, and trending. And with the help of the playback controls that we have at the bottom, you will be able to play the next and previous tracks. And you will be able to update the volume with a really nice looking slider component. And we're gonna build this playback controls component completely from scratch without using any third-party libraries. So we're gonna learn every single detail that goes into this component. And also there will be pages for albums. And the special thing about this page is that we're going to implement a queue system. But what does that mean? Well, basically, when the first track ends, it'll start playing the next one until the list is complete. So as you can tell, we're going to learn really interesting tips and tricks along the way. Now, this is already too much work, but on top of this application, we're going to build an admin dashboard where we can see the analytics of this platform, such as the total number of songs, albums, artists, and users. And as the admin, you'll be able to create songs and albums. We will handle the security as well, so only the admin can see this dashboard page. And this application will be completely responsive. And as always, at the end of this video, we'll go ahead and deploy this so that you can get that live link and put it on your resume. When it comes to the technologies, on the front end, we're going to be using React, Tailwind CSS, Shadcn UI, TypeScript, and ZooStand. And on the backend, we're going to use Node.js, Express, MongoDB, Scikit.io, and JavaScript. So in this one video, we will be using both JavaScript and TypeScript. And I have done this on purpose so that as a beginner, you'll be able to see both of them in the same project. And the best part is you can follow along with this tutorial without paying anything, because the tools and services that we're going to use are completely free. So to summarize, in this single video, you will learn how to build a React application, how to build an API, how to integrate real-time features with Scikit.io, how to build an admin dashboard, and eventually how to deploy a full stack application for free. So if that sounds interesting, let's get started. Okay, so to get started with, I have created an empty folder on my desktop. I have called it as Spotify clone, and then I just open it up in VS Code. Once you have done the same thing, we'll like to go ahead and create two different folders. One for the backend code that we're gonna have, and one for the React application, which is gonna be on the front end, right? So let's start with this one. I will open up my terminal with Ctrl+J, this is the shortcut. I will say cd into the front end, and if you just type F and press tab, this would autocomplete. Let's say npm create vite add latest, and we'll just put dot at the end. This will indicate that we're going to create it under the current folder, which is the front end. Okay, once we have done this, it will ask us two different questions where we'd like to go with React and TypeScript. So in the front end, we'll be using TypeScript, and in the back end, we'll be using JavaScript. So in this way, you'll be able to see both options. Okay, now if you take a look at it here, we have a bunch of different files and folders. It says, please run npm install. So let's say npm I for short. So this would go ahead and get all the dependencies that we would need and put it under the node modules. And this should be completed just in a second. There we go. And we would like to run npm run dev so that we can see the output that we have under the localhost 5173. So let's say either control click to it or just type this out. It's the same thing. There we go. We should be able to see the boilerplate application that we got from Vite, right? Now what I want to do really, first, just clean this up. I'll go under the source, delete all the assets that we don't really need. Now this will break our application, but we'll just fix it just in a second. delete the app.css, just delete that, delete all these imports, delete everything under the return. I would like to maybe just get a fragment, and under h1 I'll just say hello. Then let's delete this one as well. Let's go under the index.css, let's just delete everything and leave it as an empty file, and this should be the output that we have. Now for the CSS, we're going to be using Tailwind. So let's say Tailwind and Vite. We're going to get into this link, which is the guide. So we already created a React application. So we can skip to the next step, which is to install Tailwind CSS. I will copy this, open up my terminal, and just kill this one, clear this out with CLS, and paste that in. So this will run the very first line, which is this one. And once this is completed, it'll ask to run this one. Okay, which is this. So I'll just press enter once again. This will create the file for Tailwind config. So it should be here just in a second. And it will also create this post CSS config. But this is the one that we are interested in. So I'll just shrink my terminal, go here and visit the next step. So it says copy this entire thing and put it under the tailwind config.js. Let's delete everything, paste that in, save it. So this basically allows us to read the Tailwind CSS classes under the source folder as well as the index.html, which we'll get into it just in a second. Then the very last step is to get this index.css directives from Tailwind. Okay, so this should be good to go. Let's try to test this out. I will open up my terminal and then just say npm run dev. So just make sure you already kill this, otherwise it is not going to work. So let's say npm run dev, and we can just go ahead, add some classes. So I'll say text red 500. Now, if you're not able to get this auto-completed code, it is because you don't have this extension, probably. Let's say Tailwind IntelliSense. This is what everyone has, but just in case, if you don't have it, install this and you should be good to go. So let's say text red 500, and we can just say text would be, let's say 5x large. And when you hover over this, you can see the styles that are being applied. So this is like 48 pixels and line height is 1. And you can see also the color that has been applied to this class. All right, so let's save and just take a look at it. And there we go. So Tailwind CSS is working. Now, the other thing we'd like to initialize is going to be ShadCN UI, which is going to be for our components. So there are a bunch of different ones, such as buttons, alerts, dialogues, like calendar, basically everything that you can imagine. And we would like to use this to really speed up our UI development, right? So I'll go under the documents. Let me just zoom in a little bit. So at the very top, you're going to see the installation guide with Vite. So we have already created our application, already set up the Tailwind. We have done this as well, but we didn't implement this, right? So we're going to copy this and go under the tsconfig.json, which is this file. And here, just put a comment and paste that in. Okay, close this. Next step is going to be pasting this thing to the tsconfig app.json. Okay, so here you can really put it any place. I'll just put it after this skip lib check. Let's paste that in and put a comma, save it. Okay, now we can get this types. Let's install it. I think I'll just kill this as well. Let's say CLS to clear this up, paste that in. And the next step is to paste this into the Vite config file. So this is a lot of steps, but we're gonna just get there. So let's paste that in. We can save it. And now we can finally install the ShadCN. So we'll just say initialize this, right? I will open up my terminal, just clear this up once again, paste that in. So this is a lot of setup, but this is the longest one that we're doing really. Okay, so it'll just ask us these 3 questions, and I'll be going with the defaults. Okay, so I'll just press enter 3 times. There we go. It will update the tailwind config.js, update the index.css. It'll create, let's just wait. Okay, it'll create this libutils file as well, where it is using a util function. So we can just really ignore them, but as we use them, we're going to see what that does. Okay, so now we can really just go ahead and test this button component. So I'll copy this, and this is the thing that we are trying to get really. So let's say button. Okay, once we install it, you're going to see this button will be in our code base. So let's paste that in. This will create a components folder under the source, and it will put that button into that folder. So components, UI, and we just got the button component. Okay, so let's try to see how we can use it. I'll just say button and import it from the UI folder. Okay, so just like that, let's say this is a button. And we need to restart our application. So let's say npm run dev. Let's refresh. Okay, so this is a button, and there are a bunch of different variants that we can apply. So let's say variant, this is going to be, let's say, secondary or outline. Here we go. So all of them are coming from shadcn UI, which is really convenient. Okay, so now that we have initialized Tailwind CSS as well as shadcn UI, I think the next step would be to implement authentication. And for this, we're going to be using Clerk. Now there will be a link in the description. If you can go with it and sign up, I would really appreciate it, so that we can see the traffic coming from this video, and it would really support my work. Okay, thanks and appreciate it. Once you are logged in, we'll like to visit our dashboard. So here we'll like to create a new application. Just ignore this. This is the one that I have created just to test things out, but we'll like to create a new one. And let's give it a name. I'll just say Spotify clone, and this is what your user is going to see, right? And for the authentication providers, you can really add anything that you would like to have, but in my case, I'll be just going with Google, and I would suggest you to have the same options with me, so that we have the exact same application at the end of the day, right? But if you really want to, you can enable those as well, and everything would be handled for you by Clerk. Let's say create the application. And then there are a bunch of different options, bunch of different guides for your favorite framework, right? In our case, we're going to be going with React. So here it says create a React application and install your dependencies, which we have already done. Let me just zoom in a little bit. Okay, so we'd like to install the Clerk React package. I'll copy this, open up my terminal. Let's maybe open up a new one, cd into the front end, and then just paste that in. Let's see the next step. It says put this publishable key into your own .env file. So it could be .env.local or .env, doesn't really matter. Just to be same with the documentation, I'll actually call it as .env.local. And I didn't put it under the source, it should be under the front end, right? Okay, I'll just put my publishable key, save this, and shrink the terminal. Then we would like to really get this publishable key, put it under the main.tsx file. So let's say under the source, we have main.tsx, and paste this in. There we go. If we don't have the publishable key, our application will break. It'll say missing publishable key. Let's save. The next step is to really wrap your application with the Clerk provider. So I'll copy this entire thing and wrap my application with it. Let's say import this one coming from the Clerk React package that we have just installed. And now with this, you should be able to use the Clerk components. So let's try to get everything that we have here, put it into the app.tsx. So I'll just delete those and let's paste that in. Import this from Clerk React, get the sign in button, sign in, user button. So what this says, if user is signed out, show the sign in button. If user is signed in, show the user button. So sounds complicated, but let's see. Now we are not logged in, right? So it says sign in. This is the button that we are seeing right now. And if we click to it, we'll be able to continue with Google. There we go. This is the output that we have. Let's click to it and we can go with this dude, continue. Then we should be logged in. And there we go. Now we got the user profile button, right? If I click to it, I can really, let me just zoom out. We can manage our account and we can sign out. So I'll just say sign out. And now it says sign in. So this is how easy it is to get started with Clerk and implement authentication in the first place. But now this sign in button looks a little bit ugly, right? How can we fix it? Well, you can basically wrap this sign in button, like close this off, and you can put your own button component. So here I'll just say sign in. Let's save. And there we go. This looks a lot better, right? So now when we sign in, nothing happens, right? We are just authenticated in the front end. In the database, in the backend, nothing happens. We should also implement that. So let's visit our backend folder and just try to have an Express API in the first place. Because currently, like, we are logged in, but nothing happens. We don't really have a database, no users at all. But if you visit your dashboard from Clerk, you'll be able to see actually you have a sign up, right? You have a user that has just been signed up, and like this is the dashboard that you can take a look. You can see all of your users, you can delete them, ban them, and really see their profile if you really wanted to. But the thing is, this is not our database. This is just the Clerk dashboard, right? We just see how many users we have that are authenticated by Clerk. So we need to create our database, which is going to be MongoDB, but we'll get there. So the first thing I'd like to do, just close everything, open up my terminal, maybe kill this one. We can leave the front end open, or maybe let's just delete this one as well, just to not confuse anyone. Let's say cd into the backend folder. And here we'd like to initialize a node application, right? So we don't have anything inside. Let's say npm init-y, which will give us a package.json file so that we can have a Node.js application in the first place. The first thing I'd like to do is obviously get my dependencies, right? So let's say npm install, or npm I for short. We'll say get the express mongoose, which is, let me just actually type all of them out and then I'll explain as we use them. So express mongoose.env, we're going to be using Cloudinary. So I'll say Cloudinary, which is for uploading images and uploading audio files. And then also get this package called course so that we can really get rid of the course errors in development. And we'd like to get at clerk/express. So let me just shrink this so that you can see the entire line. And finally, I think for now, we can get the socket.io package, which is going to be something that we'll be using later in the video. And we're going to be using this for real-time communication, where we can really send messages and listen for the user activities. But more on this later in the video. Let's install all of them. We're going to get those under the dependencies just in a second. And once we have installed these packages, we would like to install a dev dependency package. Okay, so here, there we go. These are the packages. Let's just type npm install, or let's say -d nodemon. And we're going to be using this in the development so that whenever we do some changes, we would be seeing them in real time. So under my backend folder, I'll go ahead and create a source folder, just like under the front end, where we can really put our application logic into it. So I will say, give me a file called index.js, which is going to be the entry point for our application. So the convention is to call this like index.js, or maybe app.js, server.js, basically a bunch of different conventions. I'd like to go with index.js in this tutorial. Now what we can do is really initialize express server, right? So what you normally do is just say express, require it from the express package. But instead of doing this, I would like to actually use import syntax. And why did I switch to here? Because I was going to say, to be able to make that work, you need to say type should be module. By default, it is common.js. Just make it module. Now you should be able to do this, where you can say import express from express. Okay, instead of this, we'll be using this one. Let's go ahead and delete that one. Let's say we just got the express. Let's say create an app, call the express function, and we can just say app.listen. Let's give it a port. Like in the backend, I would like to use 5000. So I'll just say 5000, and here we can just say console.log server is running on port 5000, right? Now instead of putting it hard-coded, we can really create a environment variable. So I'll go under the backend, create a .env file, and just say port is going to be 5000. Let's save, and to be able to make that work, we need to say const port process.env.port. So we are basically trying to fetch this port from here, right? But now if we put it like this, and let's say port, then just put the port, this would not work. This is going to be undefined because we need to get the .env package, then call this function called config. Okay, so if you have done this, you should be able to read this value, which is 5000, right? This is what we have. Let's try to see this. I will say run the index.js file. Let's say node, under the source, we have the index.js file. And just in a second, there we can see server is running on port 5000. Let's kill this and actually have some scripts for this. I will say instead of test, we can have like dev, where we can say nodeman, go under the source folder and run the index.js and delete that comma. Okay, so now whenever you say npm run dev, this would run this dev script, right? And whenever you do some changes, let's say server is running on port, let's just say 123. Once you have saved this, this would restart. This is what nodeman allows us to use, right? Okay, so that was the basics. Now we can just try to go ahead and create our routes, such as like get route. So we can just send a test message, but instead of doing that, what I'd like to do is have a couple of different middlewares. So what I mean, we don't really want to say if we visit the users, we'd like to, let's say, do something here, right? Like I'll just put ... But just imagine in this application, we're going to have a bunch of different routes, and we cannot really put all of them into this file. Like technically we can, but this code base would be really, really ugly. So instead of putting our methods here, what I'd like to do is just put my routes. So I'll say app.use. If our user visits /API/users, we'd like to call our user routes, which is something that we're going to be creating just in a second. Let's say routes, and we can just say user route.js. Now, instead of going it with this convention, I'll be just saying user.route.js. So this is not the extension. The extension is .js. This is just this is a convention that I'd like to use, which really makes it clear that this file is a route file when you take a look at it from here, right? So let's try to create this user route. I'll say import. Let me get the router from Express. I'll say const router, call this router function, and just say export default is router. Now we can really put our methods. So let's say if we visit / we can just say user route with get method, right? So we'll just test this out just in a second. Let's try to import the user routes. I'll say import user routes from routes user route.js. Just make sure you put this .js at the end. Like otherwise it is not going to work because we're using type of module. Okay, I'll just go a bit slowly in the beginning so that we can just really understand what we are doing. Then we can speed this up, right? Okay, now that we have saved this, let's try to test this out. I'll visit localhost 5000, which is our port, /API/users. It will hit this get method, right? And it will return this response. So let's say localhost 5000 /API/users. And there we go. It says user route with get method. Now in this application, we're going to have a bunch of different routes. So let's do our setup. We're going to have one route for authentication. So I'll just go ahead and say auth, and this is going to be auth routes. And we are going to have one more for the, let's say, admin. So admin can create like songs, albums, things like that. So let's say admin routes, and we're going to be creating them just in a second. Then we're going to have, let's say, songs route, right? So let's say song route, where we can really fetch songs. I don't know, maybe we can delete them, things like that. Even though deleting songs would go under the admin route, but you get the point. Here we can really fetch all the songs, right? And here we can fetch the albums as well, and everything related to albums route. So I'll just put albums, maybe album routes. Then finally, we're going to have the statistics. So let's say stats. And what this stats does, let me just show this pretty quickly. Okay, so this is the demo application. This is what we're going to have at the end of the day. And these are the statistics, right? These are the stats that we would like to fetch. And here we can see we are just aggregating some data. We say how many total songs that we have in the database, how many albums, how many artists, and how many users. These are going to be possible with the help of this route, where we can really create them under their functions, right? Under the controllers. But we're going to get there. So first, let's just say maybe admin.route.ts, not ts.js, because we're using JS in the backend, right? Let's say JS. And what I'd like to do, like if you want to get practice, you can just do this a bunch of times. Get the router, create the router, and then export default this. Then you can just say router.get, the slash will just say admin route with get method. We're going to update those. Obviously, they are not going to just be get methods. They can be post, delete, like put, patch, but for now just keep it as get. And we can try to import this one as well. I'll say import auth routes from this file, and it looks like we don't have it. This should be admin route. This is what we have created. So let's say admin route.js file, and let's put this above. Let's try to create the auth routes as well. I'll say auth route.js, and basically copy this thing, paste it here. I'll say auth route with get method. We can now try to import that dude. Okay, let's try to create the song, album, and this should be stat routes. So I'll be doing them and just come back to the video. Okay, so I have done this. Let me just walk you through it. What I have done, I have created this songroute.js file where I just have this router where I just say song route with get method, and same for the album as well as the, like, I think song and stat, right? These are the things that I have just done. Create those files, import it, and that's it. Let's try to save this file. We just have all of these routes. If you really want to, you can test them out. So you can go under the auth, you can go under the albums, and here we can see like all of them are working as expected. So now that we have our setup, I think we can go ahead and set up our database as well, which is gonna be MongoDB. So I'll just say mongodb.com, visit this dude. Let's say sign in. If you don't have an account, go ahead and create one. I already have, so I'll just try to log in. Then once we log in, we'd like to create an application. So once you log in, you'll get into the dashboard. So let's say create a new project. And in this case, this is going to be Spotify clone. Let me just zoom in. mongo-clone. Let's say next, create the project, which is going to be like owner is going to be us, right? Then this should take us to a different page where we can create a cluster. Let's say create. We would like to go with the free plan. Don't change anything. This should be good to go. Let's say create the deployment. So it will take you into this page where it will add your IP address so that you can really connect to this database from your local machine. For now, let's copy the password and create the DB user. Now we would like to choose a connection method where we would like to connect to our application. We would like to connect to our database from our Node.js application. Okay, so I'll just click to this one. There we go. We can install the MongoDB, but instead we're going to be using Mongoose, which is a lot more comfortable instead of this package. So this will provide us a connection string, even though it says 10 to 15 seconds. This always take about 2 minutes. So let's just wait. Once this is done, we can come back. And I think while this is providing us, we can go into the .env and then just paste the password that we have for now. Okay, so I'll just comment this out. This is our password. And here we're going to get a connection string so that we can put that password into here, right? So in the connection string, we're going to have a field like password, and we will really replace it with our own password. Let's just wait. So I just got the connection string. In your case, it might be toggled off. So I'll just toggle this on and copy this, which already have the password in it. So I will take it and just say MongoDB_URI, which is the connection string. We're going to paste that in. So in your case, if you have that password like placeholder, you can take your password and paste it. But in my case, it is already there. And there is one thing that I would like to update. So before this question mark, you can put your database name. Otherwise, it would be test. So I'll just say Spotify_DB. So with this, now we have our connection string to our database that we can connect to. Let's try to go under the backend source. I would like to create a folder called lib, and then I will create this db.js file. Let's say import mongoose from mongoose package, and we can create a function and export it. Let's say connect db, which is going to be an async function, and I would like to have a try catch where I'd like to say await mongoose.connect to this MongoDB URI string. To be able to make this work, I think we don't really need to import the .env because we'll be calling it under the app.listen. So here, let's just say you're going to give us a connection string or a variable that we can really console log it. Let's say console log, okay, I'll just have some backticks. I'll say connected to MongoDB and just put the connection host. In the catch, we can say process.exit with 1, and we can just say like error connecting to MongoDB. Okay, and then just show the error message, but this should be above the process.exit of 1. So if you don't know, 1 is failure, right? And 0 is success message. Okay, let's try to save this, close this file, and once we are listening our application, we can basically say connect db. I don't know why I don't get the auto suggestion, but it should be this function, right? So let's try to import it at the top. Before my routes, I'll say import connect db from this lib db.js. Let's save, and if we open up our terminal, we should be able to see server is running and MongoDB connected. Okay, there we go. Now in development, our IP address might change and we don't really want to get any errors. So let's try to go under the network access and fix it. So once you're in this page, you would like to say add IP address and allow access from anywhere. And just confirm that. This will take a couple of minutes, then we should be good to go. So it took about 15 seconds. That was like pending, but now it is active. We can go into the overview, I think, then take a look at our database. which we don't really have anything. So under the database, maybe it should be, let's say browse collections, but looks like we don't really have anything. Let's try to create our collections. For this, we need to create a couple of different models. So under the source, I will say models. And while we're here, let's try to create all of our models. So the first model, which is our table basically, is going to be user. So again, you can just call it as user model.js. But again, I would like to follow that convention where I'll be saying user model.js. Even though logo looks different because I'm using an extension, this is just a regular JavaScript file and nothing else, just don't code with this icon, right? So let's say import the mongoose, then we'd like to create a schema. Let's say const user schema, new mongoose schema, then we would like to put our fields. So each user will have a full name, and this is going to be, let's say, type of string, and this will be required. And each user will also have an image URL. Again, this will be type string and required. And this is not type of, by the way, it should be type. I just made a mistake. In Mongoose, we don't really have this type of field, instead it is type. Okay, but required is correct. Then you can also put things like unique. Let me just put a comma here. If you really want to, you can say unique field is going to be true. I can type, but you would be using this field for something like email or let's say username that you really want to be unique. Okay, in our case, the image URL and full name should be good to go because in our application, these are the only fields that we're using really. Let me just take a look at it. If we have any pictures, oops, these are the images that I have took, the screenshots. Okay, so when we take a look at our users, the only thing that we really care is the image URL as well as the full name, right? That's why we only keep track of those fields. But also we are using clerk, right? So we need to know what are their IDs in the clerk dashboard. So we can really have the clerk associated with our database. This might sound complicated. You might not understand why do we need this, but we'll get there. So let's say type will be string. This would be required. And actually this will be unique because each user will have a unique ID. Okay, let's save. And we also want to add this field called timestamps true, which will add the created at as well as the updated at by default, so that we can show something like user is member since and then the created at date, right? And we can show something like your profile updated at this date, things like that. Now you might ask, what's up with this clerk ID? Let me just actually show you a diagram so that we can really understand it. Okay, so at the end of the day, if you take a look at it, MongoDB is a completely different service than clerk, right? When someone authenticates with clerk, we need to take that user and actually save it into our database as well. And we need to know the clerk ID of that user. Because if we go into the dashboard, we have a user, right? And this user has an ID. Here you can see, we're going to take this ID, save it into our database with the user information so that we can really know which user that we are interacting with, right? You always need to keep track of that ID if you're using a third-party authentication service like Clerk in this case. Okay, let's try to save this file, and we need to, let me just take this and put it as a comment here. We need to really just export this. So we just created the schema, but we are not using it. We would like to create a model. So I'll say const user, and this would be mongoose.model, the name of the model, which is user, and this is the schema that we are taking a look at it. And we can basically try to say export this user model that we're going to be using later in the video. Okay, so this is how we can create our very first model. We say we would like to create a user model, which is going to have all these fields, and this is the model that we're exporting so that we can really interact with it. Let's save this file and try to create another model, which is going to be, let's say, song.model mongoose.js. Now this will be similar to this file. Let's try to do it step by step. Import mongoose from mongoose. The first thing we'd like to do is create a schema. So let's say song schema, which is going to be equal to new mongoose schema. And we're going to put all the fields that a song is going to have. So each song will have a title. Let's say title. The type is going to be string and it will be required. Then the artist of this song, again, type string and it will be required. The image URL, each song will have it, right? So let's say image URL and put those values, type string, and it will be required. Same for the audio URL. Let's grab this. Okay, after the audio URL, each music or each song will have a duration, right? So let's keep track of that as well. I'll say duration, and this will be in like duration in seconds. That's why I'll say the type will be number, right? So I'll say type instead of string. Let's say number, just like that, and it'll be required. Now also, this is an optional field. A song might be belong to an album, so we're gonna say the album ID, but this will not be required, right? So I'll just say album ID, which is gonna be a reference to the album model, which we'll create just in a second. For now, let's say type is going to be mongoose.schema types.objectID, referencing to the album model that we're going to create, but this is not going to be required. We'll just say false. There we go. And just like previously, we'll say timestamps of true, which is one of the best practices really, because you always want to have that created at and updated at fields in your documents. Let's say export const this song model, where we would like to say mongoose.model, create this song schema based off of this, create the song model based off of this schema. There we go. But now this might be a bit confusing, so let's try to fix it. We're going to go ahead, create the album.model.js, and basically we would like to do the same thing. I will say import the mongoose from mongoose, let's say not export, but const album schema, just like that, new mongoose schema. Then here we'd like to put our fields. Each album will have a title, right? It will be type of string and required. It will have an artist, so this could be maybe various artists or just one. Either case, we would like to have this field. Then the image URL of the album, again required, as well as the release year. Now finally, an album is gonna have some songs, right? So I'll just say songs, which is gonna be an array of objects. So it would look like this, array of objects, where each song will be a type of an ID because it is a reference to the song model. Okay, let's try to save, and I'll have the timestamps once again, then just go create my model. Okay, I think the very last model that we need is going to be messages. So I'll say message.model.js, because when we send a message, we'd like to store it in our database so that we can see the chat history. I will get the import from mongoose, right? Then we'd like to create a message schema. Just like that, let's close off this object. Each message will have a sender ID, right? So one sender ID and one receiver ID, which is going to be a clerk ID because this is what we are keeping track of. And let's get the receiver ID as well. Type of string and required true. Then the message content, let's say type string, and a message has to has the content, right? And finally, we can really put our timestamps so that we can get those fields. Let's try to create the model and export it so that we can use it later in the project. Alright, so with that, now we can save this file as well. We have just created all of our models, and I know this might look a little bit abstract because we haven't used any of them. We just created those, but this is how we model our database, right? This is our data modeling. And later in the video, as we use them, I think it'll be really clear and those abstractions will go away. And let's just put it here as well. And maybe we don't really even need to put that in, right? Okay, so as I said, this will make a lot of sense once we actually try to implement all these like models with their controller functions. And as we are talking about the controllers, let's try to create that folder and I'll try to explain what that means. So in our routes, let's say in user routes, let's say we're gonna have a bunch of different routes, right? One for the, let's say, get method. Let's say we're gonna have a post method. We're gonna have a delete method. You get the point. We might have a bunch of different ones as well. And each of these functions might get a little bit long. So this file will be unmanageable. So instead of putting these functions into here, into this file, we can actually abstract them, just put them into the controllers. And let's try to see how we can make that work. I will just create a controller, let's say admin.controller.js. Okay, so let's just save and go into the admin routes. Instead of putting this here, I will cut this, create a function, let's say export const, I don't know, let's say get admin. This is just for testing purposes. And we can say res.send admin route with get method, and this is getting that request and response just like previously, right? Just like this one, but instead we're going to be calling this function here. Let's say get admin. There we go. And you need to make sure that you put the .js at the end. Now if you visit the admin route, it is the exact same thing. It should be working out. So this is the eraser. Now let's go here, albums. It should be admin. There we go. It is just working without any issues, and you can refresh. It is just still there, right? So this is what our controllers are used for. So with this controller logic in mind, I think we can start building our authentication routes. So let's take a look at this diagram for a second. When a user signs up via clerk, we need to take that user and save it into our database. If they are logging in for the first time, that means they are signing up. So we need to take the user, save it to our database. But if it is there not the first time, that basically means they are trying to logging in. So we don't really need to save the user to the database because we have already done that in the sign up part. So I know this might look a little bit complicated, but it is actually pretty simple, where we'd like to build a route called callback. So I'll go under the auth route. This is going to be a post method. This is going to be a callback endpoint. And here we'd like to have our function. For now, let's make it to be async. This would take the request and response, and we're going to delete this. Let's say we're going to have a try and catch. In the try, user will send us a couple of different fields. So we can get them from the request.body, and we can just destructure it. So we're going to get ID, first name of the user, last name, as well as the image URL. So just make sure you type this out exactly as I have done. So first name, this should be uppercase, this should be uppercase, this should be uppercase, because these are the fields that we are storing in clerk. This is how clerk stores it, and this is how it'll send us. Now to be able to get the value from request.body, we need to go ahead and add this middleware, which is express.json. Let's say app.use, call the express.json. So let's say to parse request.body, right? To parse the JSON data. Okay, now I will say first we need to check if user already exists, right? Let's try to get that user. So I'll say const user await. We can get our model, which is user. Let's try to import it. Import user from user model.js file. And we can basically say find oops, if I can type, let's say find one where the clerk ID is equal to this ID that we are searching for. And if we have not the user, that means they are signing up. So we can save it into our database, right? So let's say sign up. We're going to say await user.create, and we can put those fields. Each user will have a clerk ID. They're going to have this full name field where we can put the first name, space, and then the last name, and then the image URL. Then we can, after this if check, just say res.status of 200 JSON, and we can just return the entire user field, or we can just say success. So let's say success of true. And in the catch, we can for now just say console log error in auth callback and res status 500 success of false. Or you can just send the message as well. So I'll just say for now, message is going to be internal server error, and we can even put the error message. Okay, just like this. So what we have done basically is to check if user is signing up or if they are logging in. And we're going to be calling this once the user logs in with clerk. This would be a little bit later in the video, but we're going to show them this kind of a page where we will be calling it as auth callback page. We're going to see this loading spinner for a second, and then in the background, we will be calling this endpoint so that we can really save this user to the database. So pretty simple. That's the entire function that we would need for the authentication route. So we can take this and put it into our controller. So let's say, oops, go under the controller, create this auth.controller.js and create that controller. I think we can call this as, I don't know, you can call it as callback. How can we call it? Like auth callback, let's say. And paste that in. There we go. Now we'd like to import that function, auth callback, coming from this file. Just make sure you have .js at the end. And we need to go into this file, import the user model as well, because we are using it, which is this one. Let's try to import it manually. Import user from this file. Okay, there we go. This is what we'd like to have. And looks like everything is open. Let's try to close them. This is the only route that we need for now for the authentication. And I don't really think if we need any more routes. This is the only thing that we're going to check, the callback. We are going to handle the signing up or logging in so that we can really sync our database with the clerk service. So with that, that's gonna be it for the very first section of this tutorial, where we have created a React application, set it up Tailwind and ChatCN, as well as clerk authentication. And we have a boilerplate code for the backend part, where we have handled a couple of different endpoints. I mean, like we just set them up, and we have a controller that checks if user is signing up or logging in. Depending on that, we are saving the user to the database. This sign up if check will only run once for each user, right? Okay, I hope that makes sense. And I think in the next part, we can use this package clerk express to protect our routes. So if a user is not an admin, it shouldn't be able to call any of the functions here in this file. So later we're gonna have things like bunch of them where we'll say create a song, create an album, maybe delete a song, delete an album, things like that. And only admin should be able to call those functions, call those endpoints. And this is gonna be next in the next section basically. So I'll see you there. And make sure you save this file as well. So in this section, as I said, we'll like to use this package to be able to protect our routes and just handle the entire authentication. Now we'll be using the clerk documentation for this. We would like to just type express and get the SDK. Now you don't really want to use Node SDK because this will be deprecated in a couple of months, or maybe while you're watching this video, this might already be deprecated. So it'll not be available anymore, right? So that's why you would like to go with Express SDK, which is the very last one. All right, so the first thing we would like to do after initializing our application, we would like to call this clerk middleware from this package. And what this does, basically, it'll attach the auth key to your request. So I will explain what this does. Let's go under the index.js, try to get this import. And since this is a package import, I'll just put it at the very top. And before our routes, I think we can just say app.use and call this clerk middleware. And we don't really need to put any path. This is what they have in the documentation. So now we had, like, what this does, right? So this will add auth to request object. So now you can just do something like request.auth, and you should be able to get fields like user ID. This will give you which user is logged in, right? Which user is sending the request. If you go under the user routes, we had the request in all of our functions. Basically, you can just say request.auth.user ID. And you can take a look at it from the documentation as well. It will attach this auth object where we have user ID, session ID, organization ID, like role, slug, and things like that. I hope this makes sense. This is the very first thing that we would like to do. And there are different functions as well that you can import, such as get auth, like clerk middleware and require auth, but we'll be doing them just in a second. So let's try to create our own middleware where we can really check if a user is admin or even if they are authenticated. So I'll say middleware folder, and I would like to create my auth middleware.js file. So first of all, in this file, I would like to import the clerk client. So I'll just say clerk client, which is coming from Clerk Express. We're going to have a function called protect route, and I will explain why and when are we going to be using this. This will take the request, response, and the next function. So let's say we're going to have a route that will, let's say, I don't know, it will like a song, right? So you don't really want to like a song if a user is not authenticated. So we will say protect this route. So before you call this function, just check if user is authenticated or not. If user is authenticated, then call the next function. Okay, I hope this makes sense. We're going to be using this in that way. But for now, that was just an example. So I will just Control Z. Let's try to build this function. And we will say if request.auth.user ID, if this is undefined or if it is a falsy value, then we know user is not authenticated. So I will say res.status of 401, which means unauthorized. We can say JSON and just say unauthorized, right? Let's say you must be logged in, and we can return out of this. So you can either put the return here or just here. I'll go with this. Then let's say if user is authenticated, we can call the next function. And as I said, this next function would be whatever next is coming. So we're going to see this in action. Please just follow along with me. Let's try to create another function that will check if user is admin or not. Let's say const require admin. So in this function, we're just checking if user is authenticated or not. And in this one, we're checking if user is an admin, right? So we will say request res and next function. Let's try to have a try and catch. We're going to get the current user. And this is how we can do it. Let's say await clerk client dot users dot get user, and we'll say pass the user ID, which is request auth dot user ID. Then we will say const is admin. And how can we check for this? Well, basically, I will create a file which we already have, .env. I will say admin email, and I would like to put the email that I just logged in, which was this one, right? So this is the email for me, and you would like to put your own email as well. So let's say this is the admin. If user is logging in with this email, they will be admin. So let's say process, oops, let me just shrink the left hand side, process.env admin email, if this is equal to the current user's email, right? And this is how Clerk stores it. So primary email addresses, this is an array. From here, we would like to get the email address. I think this is not an array, but basically this is an object where we go and just check for the primary email address, right? Okay, which is gonna be the email that user just signed up or logged in. Then from here, we'll just check if user is an admin or not. If not, we're going to say res.status 403, which is unauthorized, JSON, let's say unauthorized, you must be an admin, and we can return out of this function. And I think I'll take the return and put it right here. And let's do the same thing for this one. Okay, just like that. If user is not an admin, we will return this error, but if they are the admin, we can call the next function. So we can now go into any admin routes. We can say if user is calling something, let's say they are trying to create a song, right? We first will check if user is logged in, and if they are logged in, are they admin? So let's say require admin. Call this function as well. If they are logged in and if they are admin, then they should be able to create a song, hopefully. I hope this makes sense. This is how we can call these middleware functions. So now, as you can tell, we don't really have this function. So if we save this file, our application will crash, which we'll fix in a couple of minutes, where we'll be handling the admin routes basically. So admin can create a song, delete one, create an album, and delete that one as well. So I think that's gonna be it for this section. In the next one, we can handle these routes and controllers. And I just want to say, in the next couple of minutes, or maybe in the sections, we'll be building our routes and controllers for the backend. And then once we completed all of them, we'll just move forward with the front end part. So I think this is a better idea to basically complete most of the things in the API part, then actually jump into the front end. So otherwise we would be jumping back and forth, which would make everything a lot more complicated. So I just really want to quickly go through what we have done so far so that we are all in the same page. We have a bunch of different imports. The only thing matters here is the Clerk middleware at this point, where we are basically handling the authentication by adding the request object. So here you can just say request.auth. And with the help of this, you can get the user ID and basically check if user is authenticated or not and which user is sending the request and things like that. Then we have a bunch of different routes. Most of them are boilerplate for now, but in the authentication, we have the callback where we check for the sign up and login flow. Then in the admin routes, we just check if this route is protected and if this user is the admin. If so, we can call the function. We don't have it, but we're going to get there. And these are the functions that we have created with the help of request.auth coming from Clerk, where we protect the route as well as checking for the admin status, right? And in the catch, I think I forgot to handle this. For now, let's just say res.status 500 internal server error, just like that. Okay. So we're going to be using these two functions in multiple places. The require admin is going to be in the entire admin routes, and this protect route is going to be in most places basically. And with this, I think we can save all these files and see you in the next section. So this is where we left. We just put this create song function, but it doesn't exist. So our application crashes. Let's try to go ahead and fix that. under the admin controller, I will create that function called create song. And let's try to import it from this file. And we don't really have this get admin function, so let's delete it. And if we save it, it should be working out. There we go. Now, as an admin, when we are creating a song, we should be able to upload an image and an audio file, right? So let's take a look at the admin page. This is the application that we're gonna have, right? So when we click to this button, we're gonna see this model. So we will be able to upload an image and upload an audio file. But where are we gonna be storing them? So this is gonna be under the cloudinary.com. So go ahead and create an account. I already have, so I'll just log in. And this is really convenient to upload your files. And it has a free generous plan that we can use. So once you log in, you would like to click to the settings. And then from this page, you would like to go under the API keys. So go ahead, copy the API key and visit the .env file. So let's say, just paste it for now. This is the API key. Let's say cloudinary underscore, I don't know, let's say API key. And we'd like to get the API secret. So if I say generate a new one, these are the ones that I have created previously. So let's say create a new one, and let me just confirm this. Okay, so I just got the code and I have pasted here. There we go. Now I should be able to see that API secret. Let me just try to copy it. Go under the VS Code. I will paste this and just say this is going to be equal to Cloudinary, but not API key. Instead, this is going to be API secret. And there is one more thing that we need to add, which is going to be Cloudinary cloud name. So for this, let's try to go ahead and get this value under the programmable media. It should be. So let's click to this and try to copy this thing right here. So I'll copy it and paste it. Okay, let's try to set this up. Under the lib, I will create a file called cloudinary.js. And here we'd like to really import that package and try to use it. So let's say import. Now it has this v2 object, and I would like to call this as Cloudinary from Cloudinary package. And then I will say cloudinary.config. This is the cloud name that I have, API key and API secret. And let's say export default the Cloudinary import. And then here I'd like to just get the .env because we're using process.env, right? So I'll say import .env from .env and call the config function. And just make sure these names are matching with the .env. So you can really put them side by side, copy this name, right? Just to make sure you don't really have any typos. So this is the API secret and cloud name. Okay. So I think this should be good to go. And by using this Cloudinary object, we'll be able to upload images and audio files to our Cloudinary account. Okay, so let's close everything. There is one more package that I would like to use, which will make everything super easy to upload files. And let's open up our terminal. Let's create a new one, cd under the backend. And let me just shrink this left-hand side. I'll say npm install express dash, I think it was file upload. Alright, so you can take a look at this package if you really want to. Let's say npm, it was express dash file upload. So it is still up to date. There you can see it has just been updated 4 months ago, and it is pretty popular, right? And you can really read it what that does, but it is basically a middleware that like for uploading files, and we're going to be using this. So let's go under the VS Code, try to set that up. Under the index.js, I think after this clerk middleware, and let's just delete this space, we're going to go ahead and add that. So I don't know why we don't really have something here. This will add auth to request object. So we can get request.auth, and I will save this. So you can really have this in the code base. Let's say app.use, and we'd like to call file upload, and this is going to be coming from the package. So let's say import file upload from this express file upload package. And we are going to be calling this function with an object. So when we upload a file from the client, we are going to get it, right? Once we get that, we would like to store it under a temporary file under the backend. So I will say use temp files, which is going to be equal to true. And let's put the direction, the directory path, I mean. So let's say path dot join, and to be able to get this path, let's try to import it. So this path package is a built-in node module basically. Let's say path dot join underscore underscore their name. Let's try to create this one as well. I will just go ahead and create it as a variable. Let's say const underscore underscore their name, which will be path dot resolve. So what this basically means, under the current folder, which is the backend, you would like to create this temporary folder, and I'll just call it as TMP. So just imagine when we upload some images or audio files, this folder will be created. It will hold those files until it is uploaded to the Cloudinary. And once it has been uploaded, we can delete them programmatically by writing some code, which we'll be doing later in the video. But for now, let's just try to go step by step. Okay, the other option we'd like to put is going to be create parent path to be equal to true, and you can hover over this and see what that means. Basically, if that folder doesn't exist, it will create it for the first time. And the very last thing we'd like to add is to give some limits. So we don't really want a user to upload 100 gigabytes of data, right? That would just basically crash our entire server. So instead, we would like to put some limits. So I'll say file size is going to be equal to 10 megabytes, right? So let's say 10 MB maximum file size. There we go. And just notice how we put them before our routes so that it would be implemented before we try to really create any files. So with that in mind, I think we can save this file, go under the routes where we have this admin route. This is going to be a post method where we would like to basically create a song. So I will just say under the songs endpoint, and I will save this. Now, as you can imagine, it would be API, okay, oops, here it will be like /API/admin/songs with the post method. We're going to check if user is authenticated, and if it is admin, then it can create the song. So let's go ahead and try to implement this function. So here I will go ahead and delete this thing. Let's say try and catch, make this to be async. Say async, get the request and response. Now what do we want to check first is that if user has the audio file and image file. If not, we'll just say you didn't upload those files, so you can't really create a song. So I'll say if request.files doesn't, like if it is not valid, or sorry, not valid, but if it is not being provided, right? This is what that means if it is a falsy value. Or if request.files.audio file, let's say audio file doesn't exist, or if there isn't the image file. In this case, we would like to just return 400 that says, please upload all files. Otherwise, like you cannot really create a song. And then if they uploaded them, we can just say const from the request.body. We can get the title of the song, the artist, and we should put comma here. We are going to put the album ID. We're going to put the duration. And now we would like to get those files as well. So let's say request.files, if I can type, let's say audio file, which will be equal to const audio file. Let's do the same thing for the image file. I'll say const image file, which is going to be coming from request.files image file. And now we would like to create the song. So I'll say song, new song. Let's try to import this. Looks like my VS Code doesn't really work in the auto import, so I'll just go ahead and get this manually. So from models from this file. There we go. And we're gonna put our option where we would like to just pass the title as it is, artist as it is, as the user sends, right? Let's say audio URL and we're gonna put the image URL, we're gonna put the duration, and now a song, like a song might be related with an album. So we're gonna say album ID. If it is existed, just put it. Otherwise, this could be null, right? There we go. And what I'll be doing, basically, save this song to the database. Let's say song.save. And if this if this song is belong to an album, we would like to update the album as well. If album ID await, we'll just say album. Let's try to import it from this file. Let's say import album coming from this file that we have. We're gonna say album.find by ID and update it. So we'll say it will take this ID as the first argument, right? Because we're trying to just find it. Now that we have find it, we can update it. And this is going to be an array if you remember. So I'll just go ahead and take a look at that file. Album model, it has this song array, right? And we would like to push the ID into it. So I'll just go here, say push songs. It is going to be current song that we just created underscore ID. There we go. So we just updated that as well, and I'd like to put a comment here just in case you would like to have it in the code base. If song belongs to an album, let's say update the album's songs array. Okay, finally we can just return 200 status code. Let's say res.status 201, which means a resource has been created. Let's say JSON and send the song as it is. And in the catch, we can just put a console log. I'll say error in create song controller, and we would like to just send 500 internal server error. Now we are always sending this exact same thing over and over again. So in this function and in the, let me just take a look at the controllers. So here we send the exact same thing. So instead of doing it all the time, we can create a middleware that will handle the errors, right? So we would say, instead of putting this entire thing, I would like to just call it like next and put the error into it. And we're going to get this next as this argument. And this would handle the error. But how can this be possible? Well, basically, after our entire routes, we would like to initialize that error handler middleware. So I'll just go ahead and say error handler, let's say app.use. Now normally we would be taking the request, response, and next, but in this case this will take the error as well because we are sending it as an argument, which is the very first one. There we go. This is going to be our function. Now let's say we can console log it if you really wanted to as well, right? So I'll say res.status of 500 JSON. We will say message show the error.message, right? But this wouldn't really make too much sense for the end user. So maybe here it says something like Mongoose cannot understand this, and your users will not understand what is Mongoose in the first place. So instead of sending this always, we will just send something different in the production and something else in the development mode. So I will go ahead, create an environment variable. Let's say node env. Currently we are building this application, so it is going to be development. And once we deploy this, this would be equal to production, right? But currently this is development. Let's just set this up. I'll go here, and instead of sending this error message, I will say if process.env node env, if it is equal to production, just send internal server error. But if not, show this error message to the developer, which is really us, right? So I'll save, there we go. And I think we can even give some spaces, but I think that should be it, right? This is fine. And now we can go into the other controllers that we had and just try to fix those. Instead of this response thing, I can just call the next function with the error. Let's try to get the next as well. Okay, so this should be good to go. where we were at. Okay, so we just tried to create the song, but as you can tell, we never save them into any place. So we need to really have those and save it to the Cloudinary. All right, before we create this in the database, we'd like to also save those into the, let's say, into the Cloudinary, right? I'll say const audio URL, and I think like you might have some confusions when I just type this out. You might be asking, where the hell is the audio URL? So this is what we'd like to create. Audio URL. Let's say we're going to be calling a function upload to Cloudinary. This is something that we'll create just in a second. Let's say audio file and pass the same thing for the image URL. And this will handle uploading images and audios. This is the function that we'll be using only in this file. So I will go ahead and create it above for now. Let's say const, put the function name. This is going to take the file as the first argument. And let's say helper function for Cloudinary uploads. Okay, there we go. Let's say try and catch. Here we'll say const result await Cloudinary, and I'll explain what this does. Let's try to get the Cloudinary from this file that we have created. There we go. And we'll say uploader dot upload. And what are we trying to upload? Well, basically it is this file dot temporary path, temp file path. And for the option, we can just say resource type is going to be auto. So by default, like you can add image, raw, video, but we'll just say auto, so it will actually figure this out whatever the file it is, right? And we can just say return, after this, return result dot secure URL. There we go. In the catch, we can just say console log error in upload, like just put the function name, and we can throw a new error so we can really catch it in this function in the catch, right? So instead of just putting the error, maybe we can say error uploading to Cloudinary. Okay, so basically this is the function. I hope this makes sense now. We are putting the file as the first argument. It'll go ahead, upload it to the Cloudinary, and give that uploaded URL so we can save it in our database. This is exactly what we have done. Grab those URLs and save it to the database. And with this, that's gonna be it for the create song function. The next function could be, we would like to really just delete a song, right? So I'll go into the admin route. I would like to create this router.delete method this time, and this is going to be again under the songs, and it will take the ID so that we can understand which song that we are trying to delete. And again, I'll say protect route and require admin, only then call this function called delete song. Let's try to create this function under this controller. So this would be async, taking the request, response, and next. Let's try to save this file and import this one. There we go. Also, let's close these. So now we are passing an ID, right? How can we extract it? Or how can we basically fetch it? So it will be under the request. So I'll say try and catch. We can say const request.params. And from the params, we can get the ID. Now, why do we get it as ID? Because this is how we called it here. If this was something like hello, or let's say IDX, this would be IDX as well. I hope this makes sense now. So when you want to delete a song, you will go under the, let's say, /API/admin/songs, and then the ID of the song, let's say it is 123, you would send a delete method to here, and if you are the admin, you should be able to delete the song from the database. Let's try to create the logic. So the first thing we would like to do is just find the song from the database. Let's say song.find by ID and put the ID into it. Now, if a song belongs to an album, first of all, we would like to update that album. So let's say if song belongs to an album, update the album's songs array. When we created a song, we pushed it into the album, but now we're going to pull it out of it, right? So let's say, and this should be without any typos. Let's say if song.album ID awaits album dot find by ID and update, we would like to pull this song ID from the songs array, right? Because this song has been deleted, and now we can't really try to delete the song. Okay, in this case, we'll just say res.status of 200, let's say JSON, song deleted successfully. And in the catch, we'll basically say next, call the error, and here we can put the console log as like error in delete song controller. Okay, let's try to save, and that's gonna be it for this endpoint. Now we would like to do the same thing to be able to create an album and delete an album. If we take a look at the application that we're gonna have, so here we were creating a song, now we would like to create an album. When we click to this model would open, and we would add the image, title, artist, and release year. So let's try to go under the admin route and try to really just duplicate this one, take it below. So this would be albums this time, and let's say create album. Okay, let's try to create this function. It would take the request response and next, save, try to import this. And while we're here, let's just even try to create this delete as well. So albums, delete an album with the ID. I'll say delete album. Save this one and let's say delete album, just get it, save. Now try to import this dude. Okay, we should be good to go. Let's try to go ahead and create those functions. So we're gonna start with the create album function. So I'll say try and catch. As I said, we would like to get a couple of different fields from the request.body, which are gonna be the, let's say, title of the album, artist, and release year. Okay, then we would like to get the image file. I'll say image file, again from request.files, let's say const image URL, basically the same thing that we have done above, upload to Cloudinary. This will upload this image file to Cloudinary, then give us the image URL. And looks like I have a typo, so it should be Cloudinary, right? I'll copy this, fix that name here as well, here and here as well. So basically I have a bunch of different typos, but there we go. Okay, so we have the image URL now. We can create the album, new album. This will take this title, artist, image URL, and release year. Now we might be asking, why don't we put title equal to title, artist equal to artist? Because the right hand side is equal to the left hand side, so we can really just put it like this. This is the shortcut. Now that we have the album, let's try to save it to the database, which will take a little bit of time. So let's say await and res.status of 200 sent the album. And in the catch, let's say call the console log as well as the next function. So as I said, if you really want to, you can delete this console log from here and just put it into the error handler middleware. I think that would be a better solution because we don't really have to put this console log every single time, right? I don't know. For now, I'll just leave it like this. And now let's try to create the delete album function basically. And again, this will be pretty simple to do. Let's say try and catch. let's grab the ID from the request params. Now, when we delete an album, we would like to delete all the songs in that album, right? I'll say await song delete many, and we're gonna put the album ID as we're getting from the params, and then we can just delete the album. I hope this makes sense. Since these songs are related with the album, we would like to just delete all of them. Then res.status of 200 album deleted successfully, and call the catch with the next next function, which we'll call the error handler middleware. Okay, so I think with this, we should be good to go with the controller functions for the admin. Now, there is one more thing that I would like to add so that we can really check if the user is admin, right? So like you might say we are already checking for it. That's correct. But in the client, like what do I mean? Let me show you an image. Okay, so here, like if I am the admin, I should be able to see this button. But how can I check if I am admin or not? So I would send a request to an endpoint like check, right? And this would tell me if this user is admin or not. If not, I will not see this button. But if I am the admin, I can see that. So let's try to create this check endpoint as well. I'll just put it at the very top. I will say router.get. This will be a get request to /check really. And here we would like to just check if this is admin or not. So I'll say check admin. Now to be able to check this, first we need to require the admin, right? So we'll just say check if this user is like logged in and require admin. If so, now you can just really call this function. And this is going to be pretty simple. So we can even put it here, but let's try to create that under this controller. Okay, I'll just get just like that. And basically we would like to return the field for the admin. So I will say res.status 200. Now we can say success true, but I'll say admin true, just like this. Now I hope this makes sense. Basically, we will send a request to this endpoint and we will check if user is the admin. If so, we're going to call this function so that we can really return some response to the client. This will say, yes, you're the admin. If not, we would say false, right? Because this function would already fail. If you take a look at it, if you're not the admin, you'll say unauthorized. You must be an admin. And here I think we can fix those as well. Let's just say call the next function with the error. Okay, we got the next. Let's do the same thing here, but looks like we don't really need to because we don't have try catch. Okay, let's save. We should be good to go. Now you might be asking, why do we put all of them like both here, like 5 times? Couldn't we just put it once and it would be applied to all these routes? Well, that's a great question. So let's try to fix it. I will say router.use protect route and require admin. Now I can really just delete those. Let's just press Ctrl D a couple of times, select all of them, delete that. There we go. Now we just put it in one place and it has been implemented to all of them. Before you call this, we're going to call these 2 functions, and if they are successfully done, we're going to call the next function. Same for these as well. So this is that slightly optimized clean code, right? There we go. I will save, and if we take a look at the terminal, we shouldn't have really any errors. Okay, so if you want to, you can test out these routes. I don't know, maybe you would use something like Postman, but I don't really want to waste any time. So let's try to just build all of the other routes and we can go ahead, test all of them in the front end with our actual application. So we'll be able to just see the admin page and we'll just test this out from the UI. So with that in mind, in the next section, we're going to create the album routes, right? So here we'll be implementing those so that we can really fetch all the albums in a specific one. So I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so this is where we left. We'd like to implement a route to be able to fetch all the albums. So let's say when we hit the slash, which is under the API albums, we would like to basically fetch all the albums. So I'll say get all albums, and there is going to be one more endpoint that we're going to create, which will be again a get request, but this time we're going to pass an ID, right? So I'll just say just ID, or if you really want to be specific, you can say album ID. And here we'll just say instead get album by ID. Let's try to create these functions. First of all, I will kill these files. Let's create this album.controller.js file. Let's say export, const, and both of those functions. Let's get this one as well. There we go. And for this auto suggested code, I don't really think if I said it already, but I'm using Codium, which is, which is this one, and it is free to use. So feel free to use it if you really want to. So let's get the next functions as well. Save this, shrink the left-hand side, go ahead, try to import those, and make sure you put .js at the end, otherwise it would crash, right? It wouldn't work because we're using type of module. And here I will have a try catch block where I can just fetch all the albums. I'll say await album.find, and if you don't really put anything here, right, if this is an empty object or if it is completely empty, it'll fetch all the albums. Let's make this to be async so that we can use await, and let's try to import this manually. So I'll just go above and try to import it. Import album from this location, and just make sure you have it by pressing Control space. There we go. We just find all the albums. Let's try to return it as status of 200 and send the JSON just like that, and you can just return it without an object. So if you just send this like this, I think it would be better, so that we have the exact same code base. Basically just go ahead, put the albums, and call the next function with the error. Okay, then we would like to have one more function, which we already have at the line 13, get album by ID. So let's say try and catch. This is the first thing that I'd like to do. Make this function to be async, and let's try to grab the album ID. So we can say const request.params, and we can destructure that, which is going to be the album ID. And I will say, okay, sorry, I can't really type, sorry about this. There we go, const album. Let's try to find it. I'll say album.find by ID, and we're gonna pass the ID into it. Now when we fetch an album by ID, we'd like to fetch all the songs into it, because here, let's say, like here we are fetching all the albums, right, by calling this function. But now if I click to this one, I would like to fetch all the songs into that album, so I can really see this kind of a UI. I click to this, and now I am on this page where I can see all the songs. But now how can I fetch those? Well, there is a function called populate, and we're gonna put these songs into it. Now why do we put as songs? How does this work? If we open up the album model, we say that the songs under the album are an array of IDs, right? So you can't really have the song information, it is only the ID. So that's why we say populate them. So this will go ahead, take a look at the song table and fetch each song, right? So that you can get the title, the image, as well as the, I think, the artist, and you can get different fields as well, like duration and release date. I hope this makes sense. This populate function is really, really important, and you'll be using all the time if you're using MongoDB and Mongoose. So just keep this populate in mind. This joins different tables, and so yeah. So we just got the album. Now let's say if this album doesn't exist, listen exists, if I can talk, we would like to basically say return res.status 400 album not found. But in the else case, we can just return the album as it is. There we go. And I think if you don't put the status, by default, it should be 200. But let's just make it to be explicit by typing this out. And here we can call the next function with the error. There we go. These are the two different functions that we need for the album routes. And if you really want to, you can make them protected, and so that other users, like if users are not authenticated, they cannot fetch it. But in our application, if we are logged out, right, even if we are not logged in, we should be able to listen a song, which I think it is a better option. So I will leave them as it is. I will not put the protect route function here. Okay, so with that in mind, I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so in this section, we would like to build the routes for the songs. So the first route we're gonna have to be able to fetch all songs. And this would be needed in the admin dashboard. So this is the admin page. When we visit this, we should be able to see all the songs that we have in the database. And we are going to be sorting them from the newest one to the oldest one to the below, right? So this would be, let's say, the newest one, and at the bottom, it would be the oldest one. And how can we make this logic? So let's go ahead and try to create this function under the controller. Let's say song.controller.js, export const, put the function name, async, get the request response, and next we're gonna have try and catch. Let's get all the songs from the database. Let's say song.find, and let's try to import the song manually. I'll shrink the left hand side. Let's get it from here. Make sure you have .js at the end. Then we would like to sort this basically. Let's say sort, and the field that we would like to sort with is going to be created at, and we will say -1. That means the newest one would be at the top, oldest one would be at the bottom. And we will say, I think I'll just put a comment. I'll say -1 is equal to descending, right? Which means the newest one to the oldest one. And same for the ascending, but it would be the clockwise, right? All right, so we're gonna go ahead, just say res.json, return the songs. And in the catch, we will say call the next function with the error. All right, so this is the very first function that we would need, but what you would like to do is only allow the admin to fetch this, like fetch all songs, right? I'll say protect route, if I can type, and we need to import this. Then we will get the require admin as well. Let's try to get those from here under the middleware. There we go. This is the file that we have. Okay, so only admin can actually get all songs. Now in the home page, we would like to have a couple of different sections. So here we can see we are getting 6 different random musics, right? Different songs. And these are going to be what we call as featured, right? And these are going to be for made for you. And below to this, there is like trending songs. And we would like to create these endpoints. Let's start with the featured one. I will go ahead under the song route.js file, duplicate this one, but this is not going to be require admin or protect route, right? So even if you are unauthenticated, you should be able to get featured songs. And the endpoint for this is going to be /featured, let's say. All right, let's try to create this function and then try to import it. Let's say async request and response, as well as the next. Save this file. Let's try to import it. And while we're here, let's just try to duplicate this twice. We're gonna have made for ya, right? And we're gonna have /trending songs. Let's try to create those functions. Get made for you, and I think we can just put songs at the end. Get trending songs. All right, let's try to create those functions and import it as well. Okay, just like this, and get the other function as well. Get made for you. All right, let's save and try to import it so that we don't really have any errors. And we're gonna start with this one, right? All right, so what do we want to do? Every single time when we refresh our homepage, we'd like to get random musics, right? Random songs. Like in a real world Spotify application, you would have some machine learning going on for the made for you section, but in our application we will actually just fetch them randomly, right? Because we can't really build an algorithm for kind of like the machine learning, right? I just don't have any idea at all, and probably you don't have to, and you don't really need to. All right, let's try to build this function. The very first thing I'd like to do is just have a try catch in the first place, and I'll say const songs, and we'll call this song model that we have, and here we can use something called aggregate, and I'll just put a comment here. I'll say fetch 4 or maybe even 6, right? Because in the featured songs we're gonna fetch 6 different items. Let's say fetch 6 random songs using MongoDB's aggregation pipeline. Okay, you can take a look at it, what this means after this tutorial. Like, you can pause the video, take a look at it in detail. But basically, this is how we can aggregate data, as the name suggests. There are a lot of different usages. We're going to take a look at a couple of them, right? So this will take an argument at first, which is going to be an object. We're going to have give us sample size of 6, right? Every time we'd like to fetch 6 different random items. And I'll go here, put a comma, and open up another object. And the fields that we'd like to fetch is going to be the image, right? The, let's say, music title, and then the artist name. So we can go ahead, fetch those, and we can get them with this project field. We're going to say, okay, give us the ID as well, which we'll just put 1, title, give that artist, image URL, and obviously the audio URL, because when you click to it, any of them, you would like to play it immediately, which will be possible with the audio URL. So let's say audio URL, this will be equal to 1. If you really want to, you can put other fields here as well, such as the album ID or the album itself, etc., but we don't really need it in our case. There we go. After this, we'll just say res.json. We'll just return these songs that we just fetched. And here we can call the next function to handle the errors. Okay, so I hope this makes sense. We just use the MongoDB aggregation pipeline. Every time it'll give us random 6 songs, right? And we're gonna get those fields so that we can really display this UI in our application. All right, I'll just do Control Z because this looks a little bit messy. Then the next function is gonna be this get like made for you songs, right? Let's try to go here. I will put it above and just try to implement this function. Now in this function, as I said, I'll be fetching them randomly. If you really want to, you can go with some fancy algorithms to fetch some songs for the currently authenticated user, right? But in my case, I will just keep it a little bit simpler and instead just fetch randomly, just like we have done above. So what I can do, basically copy this entire try catch and put it here, call the size to be 4. Okay, so as I said, if you really want to, go ahead and update this, update the logic so that you can actually get the songs for the currently authenticated user, but I'll just leave it as it is so that we don't really complicate any further. There we go. We just sent the songs in the response. I'll do the same thing for this function as well. Let's go ahead and paste it. Again, I will send 4 different songs. Now you might be asking, if you are creating same 3 functions, why don't you delete these and just use this one for all of them? Well, we could technically do, but as I said, I'll just leave it here in case you want to update them, right? If you don't really want to, you can delete these 2 and use this function here and here as well. I hope that makes sense. So this is gonna be it for the songs route, where we can get all of them only if we are the admin. But if we are admin or if we are unauthenticated, we can still get these 3 endpoints. So with that, I'll see you in the next section. Alright, so let's go ahead and build the user routes. So the first thing we would like to add to fetch all the users so that we can really show them in the right hand side. Right here we'll have all the users in our database, and we can show all of them here in the chat user list as well. So I'll go ahead, delete this function. I will say under the user route, under the slash, we would like to basically get all users. And I will say this should be protected. Let's say protect route. And the reason is we don't really want to see the activities if we are not logged in. And we shouldn't be able to send messages to different users if we are not logged in, right? So that's the logic, as you can tell. Let's say import protect route from this file, and I think I'll just shrink the left hand side. Let's say get all users function. Okay, let's try to go ahead, create this controller for user, basically. Let's say export const function, and just try to import it under this file. Okay, so later we're gonna have one more function, which I'll just leave it as to do. We would like to get messages between 2 users. So we can really just see all the messages that we have with Tyler, let's say. In this case, here we can fetch those, and this would be possible with the help of this route that we'll create later in the video. For now, let's save this one and try to create this function where we can really get all users. So at this point, you can pause the video and try this out. Alright, so I'll just say const users, await user.find. Let's try to import the user, by the way, at the top from this file. User.find. Now we just fetched every single user, but as you can tell, I don't really want to see myself on the activities or here on the chat page. So I will say just extract the current user from this list. So let's find the current user ID, which will be coming from request.auth.user ID, just like this. And we can get this auth and user ID because we are protecting this route, right? And we are also using this clerk middleware in the index.js. Okay. So I will go ahead, say this is the current user ID. We would like to find all the users, but except from this one, right? Let's say we're not equal to, I think I just made a mistake. We'll just say where the clerk ID is not equal to the current user ID. So this is how we can type this out and filter some stuff, right? Then I will say res.json, send the users. Let's be specific and put the status code as well. In the catch, call the next function. Okay, that should be it for the user controller.js file. I think the next one could be the stat routes. So we can really fetch some statistics. And let me show you what I mean. In the admin page, let me just go through it. Okay, so here are the stats that we have. We're gonna fetch the total number of songs, albums, artists, and users in our database. So fetching this one, this, and this is gonna be pretty easy and simple, but this will be a little bit more involved. And we're gonna see the reason why. But first, let's try to just implement these 3, right? So I'll go here, shrink the left-hand side. I will say if we visit the slash endpoint, I would like to basically call this function. For now, let's keep it in line. Later, I will take this into the controller file. Let's say async. We're going to get the request, response, and next. And we'd like to have try and catch. So how can we fetch all the songs, right? So we can just say total songs. Let's say await song. Let's import it. Okay, from this file, but this should be like this, I believe. Song model.js. Okay, looks like the route is not correct. So models, song model.js. There we go. So you can basically say song.count documents, and this will give you all the number of songs. Let's do the same thing for users. I'll say user.count documents, and this is going to be total number of users. Let's do the same thing for the albums. And call the album. Okay, this is really annoying, but let's say album.model.js and get the album. Okay, so this is how easy it is to fetch all these, right? But now we can't really just say fetch all the artists in the same way, because we don't really have this artist model, right? You can't just really do it because you don't have this file in the first place. Under the models, we have those, but not the artist. So we're gonna get there how to fetch those, but here we can see another problem. We're gonna wait for this to complete, then we'll be able to fetch this. And once this is completed, then we'll be able to fetch those. So instead of these, I would like to optimize my code a little bit. So I'll say const, and here we'll say await promise dot all. Basically, we would like to run all of them in parallel, right, at the same time. And we're gonna get the total songs, total albums, and let's say total users. We're gonna go inside and basically put all of them one by one. So for the total songs, let's put this. For the total albums, we're gonna put this. And for the total users. Okay, so now this is the optimized version of this one. And here we'd like to have something else, which is gonna be unique artists, right? How many artists do we have in our database? So for this, we need to just aggregate some data. I'll say song.aggregate, and this would look a little bit complicated, but let's just try to go step by step. So the first argument this takes is an array with this object. What we would like to do, just combine all the songs with all the albums. So let's say union with the call of albums, right? Then we will just put this pipeline as an empty array. So this is just needed so that it doesn't really, oops, let me just make this happen. Okay, so that it would give us the actual data that we would like to have. Then here, the second argument is going to be another object where we'll just say group them with the artist. So we'll say underscore ID is going to be the artist field. And finally, we'll just count them. So I know this might look a little bit complicated, but I'll just try to explain. Let's say count with the count field. There we go. Okay, so basically what we have done, fetch all the songs, fetch all the albums and combine them, group them with the unique artists and count number of artists. So this is the syntax specific to aggregate pipeline. You don't really need to memorize this or anything like that. This is always in the documentation, and nowadays it is basically always available with the help of AI. Okay, so this is not something that you would like to memorize or even think about. There we go. Now that we've fetched all of them, we can basically return it as a response, right? I'll just say JSON. We would like to return total albums, songs, users, and we will say total artists. Let's say I'll just say total artists, and we'll say unique artists. Now this is going to be an array, so I'll just say get the first value. We'd like to count, so I'll just say dot count. In case this is undefined, we'll just say 0, right? And in the catch, we can call the next function with the error. Oops, if I can type. There we go. So believe it or not, this is the entire function we need for the stats. I will delete this, and let's try to put this into its own file. I will copy this entire thing, and what I want to do, protect this, as well as require the admin. So only admin can actually fetch those data. And I'll say get stats. Let's try to create that file and function. So stat.controller.js. Paste that value in. There we go. We need to import these models. Let's say album and the user. And just make sure you put .js at the end. So here I'll select all of them and just say .js. There we go. Delete these. Now let's try to import this one. .js, this should be, but I think the route is not correct. Okay, it's correct. There we go. So with this should be good to go. We shouldn't have any errors in the terminal, but looks like we have. It says under the song controller, you are importing something. Okay, what this says, let me just shrink the left-hand side. Cannot find module song controller imported from song route.js. Okay, if we visit song route.js, we should put the .js at the end. Otherwise, there you can see it is like it crashes. And I think we have one more issue under the stat route. We should put .js at the end. Now it should be working as expected. Okay, so I think with this we have completed most of our API, where we basically have all of our routes. There is one thing that we are missing, which is going to be Scikit.io implementation. So I'll just go ahead and add a to-do. Scikit.io will be implemented, right? Or just let's leave it like Scikit.io. This would be later in the video. Once we have completed everything in the front end, we would like to add real-time communications. We'll just come back to this backend folder and set up the Scikit.io, then handle the real-time features. But for now, this should be good to go. I think in the next section, we're gonna move on with the front end. So I'll see you there. Okay, so we have been working with the backend for a long time. Now let's switch to the front end. I will open up my terminal, and I think I'll just leave the backend open, up and running, and I will just cd into the front end with a different tab, and I'll say npm run dev. So this should go ahead and open up the localhost 5173. The first thing that I would like to do is just update this port to be 3000. This is how I really used to, right? I'll just go ahead and update this. Let's see how we can do it. Under the vid config.ts file, there is this field called server, I believe, where it should be, let's say, yeah, okay, let's say server, and here we should have the port. This is going to be 3000. Once I save, this will restart from scratch, right? And if you refresh, now we're going to get that application in the first place. There we go. Okay, so that was the first thing that we would like to do. The other thing that I want to do is to install a package called React Router DOM so that we can really set up the pages. Currently, we don't have that package, right? I will open up a new terminal, cd into the front end, just say npm I react-router-dom and call that. So this will basically allow us to use, allow us to have different pages. And let's see how we can do it. The first thing we would like to do is just get the browser router and wrap our application with it so that we can use all the functions coming from this package in our entire application. Let's see how we can make that work. I'll go ahead, maybe just delete everything that I have here, and instead I will wrap them with routes, which is going to be coming from that package. There we go. We can delete those for now. And I will say, just kill the left-hand side. Let's say route, and also import this from the same place. If we visit the home page, we would like to call an element called home page. This is something that we'll create just in a second. And if we visit a page like Auth Callback, we would like to call the Auth Callback page component, which is something that we'll create just in a second. I will go ahead, create a folder under the source called pages, and the first page that I would like to create is going to be home. So I will just say home and put my home page in it, .tsx. Let's say RAFCE, save, import this one. Let's do the same thing to here for the Auth Callback. And I will say Auth Callback page.tsx. Let's create this boilerplate. And how can I create those RAFCEs? Is because I have this extension called React snippets. Okay, it is this one. Go ahead and install it. This should be good to go. Let's save. Try to import this one. Now we should be able to have those different pages. We are in the home page. There we can see. Let's visit /auth callback. There we go. This is in the callback page. Now in the auth callback page, what do we want to really see? Let me just show you. It will be this page. Just for a second, we will see logging you in and redirecting. And in the background, this would save the user to the database. Because let me just show you the database as well as the dashboard of Clerk. So in the Clerk dashboard, we have this user that is signed in, right? But if we go into the MongoDB database, let me just quickly log in and come back. So I am in my database, and here we can see we don't really have any users. It is because we didn't sync them up, right? When someone logs in to Clerk, when they sign up, we don't really save them to the database. But we have created the endpoint. Now it is time to call it from our Auth callback page. Now to be able to make that happen, I will not be using fetch API, right? Instead, I'll be using Axios because it is really a lot more comfortable, right? I will say npm install Axios and just make sure you're under the front end. Okay, this will go ahead and install it. While it is installing, let's try to actually set that up. So let's say axios.ts, and here we'd like to just really set that up in 2 lines. I'll say first import Axios from the package, and then here we would like to create an instance. So I'll say const Axios instance, this is gonna be, and we'll say axios.create. Here we would like to put a base URL. So I'll say base URL, which will be our server, right? It is localhost 5000. Okay, just like that, we should be able to use this to be able to send requests. That could be get, delete, post, put, patch, any of those methods, right? All right. So with this in mind, I think we can just really go here. We should be able to call the Axios instance, import it, and call it with get method, post, and as I said, with really anything. Now, there is one thing that we would like to keep in mind. Since we are using Clerk, when we are sending a request, we just need to tell that we are authenticated. And to be able to make this happen, we need to send a token in the authorization headers, right? So let me just show you an example what I mean. I'll say const response. We'll say, maybe actually just create the function first. Let's say const get some data. This is going to be async function. Let's say this is just an example. You don't really have to follow along with me. Let's say await Axios instance dot get. Let's send a request to our endpoint. So you don't really need to put HTTP localhost 5000 / API because this part is already in our base URL. And let's even add the API at the end, just like this, /API. Now every time you do just / it will put everything that you have here in front. Okay, so it would actually look like this, but we're just putting / because we have our base URL already. Okay, let's say we just want to get all of the users. Here we would like to put our options, right? You would like to say headers and then authorization. You would like to put your token, which is going to be under the bearer. And you would like to send this token every single time when you are doing a request, so that your backend can take a look at that token and understand if you are authenticated or not. So let's say we're going to get some response, and let's try to console log it. So let's say response. Okay, now just imagine we're going to have 5, 10, 15 different functions. Every single time we cannot just come here and add these headers. This wouldn't be really comfortable. Instead, we can just create this in one place so that in every single request, these headers would be included. How can we make this happen? So let's try to delete this. We're going to create a provider, right? I will save these files and open up my frontend source and providers folder, basically. And I will call it as auth provider.tsx. Let's try to create it. Okay, so here basically we would like to just add that authorization header in every single request. And this can be possible with this provider. I will just go ahead, just get the token first. Let's say const use auth, import it from the clerk, then this will give us a function called get token. All right, and we can get the user ID as well. So I will say, let's have a loading state and set loading. This will be true initially. Let's just try to type this out, and I think this will make sense 100%. Let's say use effect. Whenever we call this provider component, this should run automatically. All right, so I will say const initialize auth. So I'll say init auth, which is going to be an async function. Let's say async arrow function. All right, so we'll say try and catch. Here we would like to basically just update that token in the authorization headers. I will say const token, get it from this function, and this will take a little bit of time. So let's say await, and we would like to just put that logic. I will create a function for this called update API token, and we're gonna put the token in it. Let's try to create that function. Let's say const update API token. This is gonna take the token, which can be string or it could be null, right? If user is not authenticated, the token will be null, so we'll be sending it. And this is how we are using in TypeScript. We're just basically adding the type into every single thing that we need. So here we're going to go ahead and just say, if we have the token, we would like to update the Axios instance defaults headers, and we'll say common the authorization header, and we're going to put the token and just set it. But else, if there is not token, we can basically just delete that. Axios defaults headers common, which is the authorization header. We're going to delete that, and we're going to tell to our backend that this user is not authenticated because we don't have the token. There we go. So this is the entire function that we need, and we can even shorten this by deleting those brackets. Okay, so this is how easy it is to create this function. Then I will say, if we have the token, we can do something here. This is going to be later in the video. For now, let's just have it as to do, or even just delete this so we don't really confuse anyone. In the catch, let's try to put a console log. I'll say error in auth provider. And here we would like to call this init auth function. And here it will, excuse me, it will ask us to put the get token function. And now we have the type error. So here, let's just try to disable this. If we put just any, like this would still get an error, right? Let's say put the error into the console. Okay, this is some annoying ESLint error. I would like to copy this name and basically disable this. Let's go into the ESLint under the rules, paste that in and just say this should be off. Okay, now if you save it, we're not gonna get that error. And now also in the catch, if something goes wrong, we would like to just call this function called update API token with the null value so that we know user is not really authenticated. And finally, we can just say loading state is gonna be equal to false. We called the function, and if we are in the loading state, we can just show a loader. So let's say if loading, let's try to return a nice UI. I'll say we would like to have a div with a couple of different classes. This will be height screen with full, flex, items would be centered, justify centered as well. Then we're going to go ahead and just say loader icon. And to be able to get this loader icon, I will have a package. So just make sure you're under the front end, clear up the terminal and just say npm install lucid react. Okay, this is a really cool package that we can use for the icons. Let's import this loader icon, and we can give this a couple of different classes like size of 8, text emeralds of 500, and I'll just say animate spin so that we can really just see a spinner on the screen. And after the loading state, if we are not loading, we can basically return the children. Now you might be asking, what are those children? We can take a look at it. So first we're going to get it as the prop. Let's put the type. Now TypeScript says, I don't really know what the type of this is, right? And you can say this is taking an object, which is a children, right? And this is the type, React node. And it looks like we're not using this for now, so let's delete it. Okay. So we're going to go into the main.tsx, wrap our application with that auth provider. So with this now, every single time when you refresh your page here, in any page, basically, whenever you refresh, it will actually call this auth provider use effect, right? This will run because we are putting it into the root. This will always run when you visit your application for the first time. And here for a second, I have loading state. That's why I can see this thing, right? And I even want to make this to be dark mode. I will go into the index.html, and here we'll just update one line with the dark. So here HTML, let's say class is going to be dark. This is coming from chatcn, and if you go with it, or from Tailwind, there we can see. Just for a second, we have the loading state until we load this, right? Until we just check if user has the token or not. So with this in place, now we are able to basically add this authorization header into our Axios instance, which will be used for every single request. And I think this is a really cool abstraction that we have done because we don't really need to add this in any other places. We just add it into the root of our application. This will be called whenever you refresh your page. So every single time you refresh, it'll check for the authentication, it'll add the token to the Axios instance, so you don't really need to add it anymore, right? So let's try to build the auth callback page. For this, we need to build a component. I'll go under the components, create this topbar.tsx file. And let's see which component this is going to be. Let me just show this pretty quickly if we have it. So basically, I cannot really see that, but there we go. Okay, so when you click to this button, we would like to basically authenticate it with Google, right? And this is that top bar component that we're gonna build. It would be this entire thing where we have left hand side and right hand side. Let's try to build it. I'll go ahead, just shrink the left hand side and have this div with the class name of flex, items centered, justify between, padding of 4, let's say sticky would be top of 0, we're gonna have background zinc of 900, and this should be C, just like that, and we're gonna make it to be 75 opacity. Then I would like to just say give a little bit space, sorry about this, we should be able to go below, backdrop blur it is gonna be, and I will be using medium, not large, and z index of 10. Then we're gonna have this div, let's say class name flex gap of 2 items centered, where we would like to have an image. So it is going to be the logo, right? For now, just ignore this. Let's say we will just have the Spotify text. We will put that logo just in a second. Then after this div, we're gonna have one more div. This will be class name flex items of centered gap of 4. So here we'll just check if we are the admin or not. For this, let's create a variable for now. Const is admin. Let's say false. Then we'll just say if we are the admin, we would like to render this part where I will have a link for now. Let's say coming from React Router DOM. Close that off. This will take us to the admin page. This should be 2, I believe, right? We'll say /admin. And here we'll say admin dashboard. And we can put an icon before to it. So let's say layout dashboard icon. Coming from Lucid React, let's give the class names. We can just say height 4, width 4, and instead we can shorten this with size of 4. It is the same thing. And we'll just say, I think, margin right of 2. But if we are not admin, we're gonna see actually something else. Let's go below. We will say if we are signed out, then we would like to see this button, which is to sign in with Google, right? I will say sign in Auth buttons, and this is a component that we'll create just in a second. So let's go ahead, copy this name, go under the components, create this. So this will be this thing that I said. Let's try to build it, and we're going to import it under the top bar component. So let's say we would like to get 2 different things from use sign in from clerk. I will go ahead and just say sign in and is loaded field. Then we'll just say if it is not loaded, right? If we are loading, we can just return null. We don't really want to see anything. And if we are loaded, we would like to have a button. So let's say button, grab this from UI folder, and let's just close that off, button, there we go. We're gonna put this variant of secondary, and I will add the class name with full text white, border of, let's say, zinc 200, and height of 11, which is about 44 pixels. Then I would like to put an image, but again, we'll just put that later, just in a second. Let's say continue with Google. So when we click to this, we would like to call a function. Let's say on click, we're gonna call sign in with Google. Let's try to create this function just here. All right, we'll just say sign in, authenticate. I think I imported the wrong thing. This should be sign in that we just have above. we'll say authenticate with redirect, which takes an option, right? This will take an object so we can show our strategy, which is going to be OAuth Google, and we'll say redirect URL. This will take us to a page called SSO-callback, and I'll explain what this does. Then we'll say once the redirect URL completed, we would like to visit our actual Auth callback page where we can save the user to the database. So let's try to save this file, import it, and I will explain this just in a second. First, we need to just see it. Okay, save this one as well. Let's go into the home page and just get that top bar component. Okay, I'll save. Let's go here under the home page. So it looks like we are logged in. That's why we see this Spotify thing, and we don't really see that button. Let's try to log out pretty quickly. Under the top bar, I will say if we are signed in, I would like to see that sign out button. Okay, I'll try to sign out. Okay, now we have this button. Let me just click it. This will take us to the Auth callback page, as you can see. But just for a second, it actually logged us in. So let me just show you. I will click to it. This will take us to the SSO callback. So I'll just click to it. For a second, we'll go into that page and quickly come back to this. Now what happens? Basically, in that SSO callback page, Google authenticates you and gives you some credentials with tokens that you can use. And then we take the user to the Auth callback page so that we can really handle our custom logic where we can save the user to our database. So this is what's happening really here. Nothing complex, just get the credentials, get the token from the Google so that user is authenticated and take it to the Auth callback page. Then we're going to go into the app.tsx. We can really have one more route here for the SSO callback page. So just below this homepage, I will duplicate this. Let's say SSO-callback. We would like to put this authenticate with redirect callback component, which is coming from clerk, and we're going to have this sign up for force redirect URL. And basically this says once user signs up, take them to the Auth callback page. Let's try to see this in action. I will go into the home page, sign out, click to it. This will take us to the SSO and then pretty quickly come back to the Auth callback page where we can really handle our logic. So let's try to see this page in action. I'll go into the Auth callback, just put the return first. I'll say div class name where we have height of screen, width of full, background of black, flex item centered, justify centered as well. I'll have a card component, which is going to be coming from Shadcyan. So let's visit that, ui.shadcyan.com, components, or you can just search for a card. So this is how a card would look like, right? It has rounded corners, etc. So let's copy this. Under the front end, just paste that in. This should go ahead and get that component. So under the card, you can take a look at the usage, how you can use that. You have header, title, description, components, and we're going to be using them as well. Let's say we're going to get the card content. Let's try to import them. Looks like it doesn't. Okay, now we just got that. So under the components UI card folder, go ahead and get those. Card is going to have a couple of different classes. So I would like to just take that class name and paste that in so that we don't really waste too much time. Just like this, the card content as well is going to have a bunch of different classes. Then we're going to have a loader component, which is going to be an icon. where the class name is going to be size of 6, text emerald of 500. Then we're going to have animate spin class. Below to this loader, we'll have h3. This will say logging you in. And below to this, we can just put a p tag that says redirecting ... And let's give our classes text zing of 400, and text would be small. Class name, let's say text zing of 400. Then we're going to say text of X large because this is the heading, and font would be bold, let's say. Now, if we save, this is going to be the output that we'll be seeing when user is logging in, right? And like this is the, let me show you. This is the auth flow that we have just built. When user logs in with Clerk and Google will take them to the SSO callback page where they can really authenticate and get the token. Then we're going to take them to the auth callback page. If they are signing up, we will save the user to the database. If they are logging in, we'll just don't do anything. Instead, redirect them to the homepage, right? We're not going to do anything with the database. That would be only happening in the sign up case. I hope that makes sense. So now let's go ahead and actually implement that logic in this component. We're going to have a use effect. Let's say use effect. Whenever we come to this page, we would like this to run. And in this case, we're going to just sync the user, right? We're going to save it to the database. Let's say async function. And at the end of the day, we would like to call this function. Let's implement the logic. We're going to have try and catch. What I really want to do is just check if user is loaded or not. Let's say const is loaded use user, right? Import this, and we can also just get the user itself. Let's say user as well. Then I will say in the try, if user is not loaded or if there isn't user, we can just return out of this. But if user is authenticated, we can basically, let me just save, get this auto formatting. I'll say await Axios instance dot post method, and we had this endpoint, if you remember, it was auth callback, and we are expecting a couple of different fields such as user ID. We have the first name, just like this, user.firstname. We're going to get the last name as well as the image URL. And this should be user.image URL coming from Clerk. Then in the catch, we can just say console log, like errors in auth callback. And finally, either we fail or we complete successfully. We would like to take user to the homepage. For this, we can get the navigate from use navigate hook coming from React Router DOM, and we'll just say navigate to the homepage. Okay, it should be good to go. Let's add our dependencies. It says add is loaded, navigate, and user. Is loaded, user, and navigate. Okay, let's just try to see what'll happen. I will sign out. Let me take a look at the database under the users. We don't really have any users. I will go ahead, try to log in. Okay, it says logging you in for a split second. And if we take a look at the DB, we don't really have the user. Looks like something crashed in our front end or in the back end. Do we have any errors? So I just think for a second and just realized we are not implementing the course errors. I'll go into the index.js under the backend and just try to set that up. This could be the reason. So let's say import course from course, and here we can really have that implemented. Let's say app.use course, and this should be good to go. I'll save, and maybe we can even put our options. So like let's say open up here, we can get the origin, which is localhost 3000. This is the client application, and we can say credentials true so that we can send those authorization headers. Let's try to save. This will restart and try to sign out and try this once again. So logging you in, this should hopefully be created. Let's say refresh. Okay, it didn't work once again. So I have just debugged this a little bit and find out that we need to visit the clerk documentation. So let's say clerk.com, docs. And if we take a look at the Express SDK, we are missing the environment variables. So just click to this quick start. They tell you that you should put these into your .env in the backend. And just make sure you select the correct project for this video. In my case, it is Spotify clone. I will copy this, put it into my .env under the backend. So just paste that in, visit the index.js. Just make sure you save this so that it would restart the server. Then we can really test this out. That was the only thing that we were missing in the backend. Okay, I'll just try to sign out. In my database, I don't really have any users. And I'll try to continue with my Google account. Logging you in. We should be able to have the user in the database. And there we go. It just worked out without any issues. So basically, we have just implemented this entire setup. It took a bit of time, but I really wanted to explain every single step to make this happen. And in real-world applications, you'll be using some authentication providers like Clerk. So you just need to keep that in mind. You always need to sync your database with that provider. So this is what we have done. And specifically, we go with Google in this case. And I think the end result is pretty cool, where we can have the user both in our database and in the Clerk dashboard, which is pretty cool, right? So we can even optimize our code a little bit more. If I visit the Auth callback page, in development mode, the use effect will run twice. So here it might try to create the user twice. So what I can do to really prevent this is to create a ref. So I'll just say sync attempt. So this is just optional, how do I call it? Optional optimization, right? I'll say sync attempted. And initially it'll be use ref of false, let's say. And here in this function, we will just check for this. So we'll say if sync attempted is equal to, let's say, like if sync attempted current is equal to true, and we need to make this OR. In this case, we don't really want to call this function once again, but if this is not true, once we have done this, once we have created the user, we can really just make that to be true. All right, so I'll just go ahead after this thing. I'll say sync attempted is going to be equal to true. All right, so with this in mind, this will just make sure that this function, like this thing, will never run twice. And hopefully this makes sense. We can even take this if out of the try and just even take that, put it here. It does the same thing, but I think this looks a little bit more clean. Okay, just like that. There we go. All right, so with this, the Auth callback logic is out of the way. Next thing could be building the homepage. So we can have this layout where we have 3 different columns, right? We have the left-hand side, the main content, and the right-hand side, which is the user activity. Then we're going to go ahead, fetch all these albums, get featured songs, etc. So I'll see you in the next section. Alright, so let's try to build the main layout for our application. Now, what I mean by this, let me just quickly go through it. Now, in the homepage, we have 3 different panels, right? We have the left-hand side, we have the main content, and then the friends activity. So it's the same thing for the chat page. We have the same left-hand side, we have the activities. The only thing changes is this main content. So instead of building this left-hand side and right-hand side every single page, we're just gonna build it in our layout, and we will only update the actual main content. So same applies to the album page as well. Here we can see the content changes, but the left side and right side is always the same thing. And in the admin page, this is different. So the only difference is the admin page, where we don't really have that left side or right side, right? We just have the content. And we're going to see how we can make that happen. And also, I think in the auth callback, we don't really have that layout, right? We just have something in the middle that says logging, and we see this for like 2 seconds or even less. Okay, just keep that in mind. The auth callback and admin page will not have that main layout. So that's a lot of talk. Let's go ahead and try to implement it. So under the source, and by the way, in my terminals, I have the backend up and running without any issues, and then the front end. So this is the exact same code that we have written so far. Under the source, I'll go ahead and create a layout folder, and I would like to create one called main layout.tsx. Let's try to quickly generate this, save, and we're going to go into the app.tsx. So as I said, in the auth callback page, we don't really have that main layout, but in the home page, we would like to have it. So what I'll be doing is to really just create a route. Let's try to get this, and we're going to say the element for this. And notice how this has the closing tag, right? Previously, we didn't have that closing tag. It was just self-closed. But now we're going to do something different. So let's say the element will be main layout. And let me just open this up, close that off, just like that. And in the main layout, we would like to have the home page. So I'll just cut this out from here and paste that in. There we go. And we're going to put the other pages as well, such as the chat page as well as the album page. But for now, let's just have the home page. Let's try to save this, and we're going to go ahead build the main layout. Okay, so in the main layout, we're going to have basically 3 different sections, right? So as I said, let me just pretty quickly show this. The left-hand side, right-hand side, and then in the middle, we are going to have the actual page content. So this could be homepage, chat page, album page, whatever that is, right? This will be dynamic. And how can we make sure that we are getting the actual content? So in the homepage, we're going to get homepage. In the chat page, we're going to get chat page, so on and so forth. So for this, we have something called outlet coming from React Router DOM. Just import this, and we're going to be using this in a second. What I really want to do, just have a class name in the top div, and I would like to have this hide screen. Let me just go ahead, type this out. I would like to have background of black, text of white, and then what I want to have is flex column. And we're going to go inside and just try to build resizable panels. Now let's open up ChatCN, search for it. Let's say resizable. And here you can see you can basically build this kind of panels, even either in the vertical direction or horizontal direction. And in our case, we'd like to build this horizontal direction, right? Just keep that in mind. Let's try to go ahead, copy this and import it under the front end. Maybe I'll just open up a new terminal and cd into it. Then just paste that in. This should be installed just in a second. Then here we would like to use those components. You can check this out from the documentation. Basically, they tell you that you should wrap everything with resizable panel group component. Just like this. Then we're going to have our panels basically. Let's say we're going to have one called, let's just first type this out, and I think, do we have any errors? No, we don't. Let's try to import this from the UI folder. We're going to have resizable panel. Let's import that. This is going to be the left-hand side. Okay, so I'll just say left sidebar component. Later in the video, we're going to create the actual component, but for now, let's just say left sidebar. And this is going to take a couple of different props, such as the default size. And I'll go with 20. Then the minimum size is going to be kind of dynamic. For now, let's just have a variable called is mobile. And let's say false. Okay, so I will say if it is mobile, the left-hand side width is going to be 0, but in the desktop or tablets, etc., this is going to be 10. Then we're going to say max size going to be 30, right? We don't really want this left-hand side to go really large. at maximum, this can be like 30 units, right? This is what we just trying to say. And then after the left sidebar, we're going to have that outlet component, which is going to be the actual main content. All right, so let's go ahead and just say, put a comment, main content, and below to it, I will say, again, resizable panel, close that off. And inside, this is going to take that outlet. So this is basically whatever the component that we have. And let's give this size as well. Let's say the default size is going to be dynamic, such as on the mobile, 80, and if not, 60. Okay, and finally, we're going to have that right-hand side, which is going to be the friends activity, right? So let's say right sidebar, and then we're going to have this resizable panel component. Let me just scroll, give a little bit space. Just add some props. Let's say the default size is going to be 20. Minimum size, this could be like 0, right? So if you want to shrink this by holding here, you can basically shrink that so it is out of the screen, and this thing would just get wider. So let's say min size is 0, sorry. Max size is going to be 25, and collapsed size is going to be 0. So these are just some props that you can take a look from the documentation after completing this video, or maybe even just now pause the video and take a look at it. Then here we'll just put that friends activity component. So let's just put it as string. Later in the video, we're going to create that. So we have an error. Let's see what this says. Okay, so we need to just give some props, such as what is going to be the direction. Well, in our case, it will be horizontal. Then we can give some classes. I would like to make this to be flex1, so it will take the entire space. And this is going to be flex, height full, overflow hidden I'll go with, and padding of 2. Let's save and just try to see the home page. Okay, there we go. We have the left hand side, the main content, which is the home page. Then we have the friends activity. But now I cannot really hold this thing and shrink it, right? Not in the left hand side as well. What we can do, add a component called resizable handle. Okay, just import this. This is a self-closed, and we can put some classes such as the width, background color, I'll go with black, rounded LG, I'll go with. Then let's say transition, the colors. You don't really need to put this, but let's go with it. And after the outlet, which is the main content, I'll put the same thing once again. Okay, let's save and just see this in action. Okay, let me just refresh. Here we can see we can really just shrink this, and this is the maximum width it can take. And same for this, and this can just shrink completely. Now this doesn't really look cool for now because we didn't build anything, but you get the point. This is the output that we're going to have at the end of this video, right? This is that output. Now let's take a look at a different page, such as chat page, but we don't really have it, so let's try to create it. I will go ahead, duplicate this one. Let's say chat, and we would like to have the chat page component. I'll copy the name, open up my left hand side with Control B, and let's create that page. I will say chat, then chat page.tsx. So this is the chat page content. Let's try to import this. Now if we visit the chat page, we're gonna still see the main layout because it is that children. Okay, I'll just visit this. Here we can see we still have the left hand side, the chat page, as well as the friends activity. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Now let's start with the home page, where we are going to have this left sidebar component. We'll be able to have this widget, and then we're going to fetch all the playlists that we have in the database. So let's start with this UI. I will go into the main layout. Instead of this text says left sidebar, let's just say left sidebar component. And we need to create this. Let's just self-close this. We are in the which page? Like we are in the layout. I think since this is going to be related to homepage, or wait, this is going to be related to the main layout, right? So I think I can just go ahead, create my components here. Feel free to create this folder in any place, but I think this is a nice convention that we can follow. So left sidebar.tsx file. And let's start with this top component where we have two different items. So I'll go ahead, shrink the left-hand side. I think we can also go here, try to import this. Oops. Okay, let's save and try to build it. So in this first div, we're going to have class name of height full, flex column, and we're going to have a gap of 2. Then we're going to have two different children, let's say navigation menu, and then we're going to have the library section. So this navigation menu is going to be this thing up here, and then this is the library section. Let's start with this one. This is going to be a div with rounded corners, let's say rounded LG, and then it is going to have background zinc of 900, then it's going to have padding of 4. So let's try to go inside and build those components. So the first thing I'll have is a div which has the space y of 2, and then this is going to have a link. So I will say import the link from React Router DOM. This would take us to the home page. And now let's just say this will have the home icon coming from Lucid React. I'll just say class name, margin right of 2, size of 5. Then below to the home page, we'll like to have a span that says home. Alright, let's make this home text to be hidden in smaller screens, but medium and above, this would be shown. So let's say inline. Let's save what we're gonna have. Okay, so this is what we got. Clearly, we are missing some classes, and I want this to look like a button. Even though it is a link, I want to have this button feeling coming from chat.cn. So how can we make this happen? Well, basically, we can go under the class name, and there is this function that we can use, cn. And if you remember at the beginning of this tutorial, when we initialize the chat.cn, this file has been created for us automatically, and this is time to use it. So under the cn, we're going to put the button variants, which is coming from the UI button folder, right? Then I will just put my variants and classes. So I'll go ahead, open up this object. I will say the variant is going to be, let's say, ghost. So it would just look like a link, but we can add our own classes. So let's say width is going to be full, justify start, and we would like to have text of white. On the hover state, I'll just update, let's say bg zinc of 100. Alright, let's save. Now the UI should be updated. Here we can see this feels like a button when you hover over it. And when you click it, this would take you to the home page. Let me just zoom in. And as we go into the smaller screens, this text goes away. Okay, now let's build the other one, which is going to be this messages button. And we only want to see this if we are authenticated, because if we are not logged in, we cannot message to anyone. And at this point, you should be able to do that, right? We have a component. So below the link, just use this component, signed in, coming from clerk. If we are signed in, we should be able to see this link, which is the same thing. So I'll just copy it and paste it. We'll just change the content. Let's say messages, and the icon is going to be message circle coming from Lucid React. Let's save. There we go. If I clicked it, this should take me to the chat page. So let's update the link. Okay. I am on the chat page. I am on the home page. There we go. Now let's build the library section, which is going to be this part. I will go ahead, open up my div. Let's give some classes. I'll say flex1 rounded of LG, bg zinc of 900, and padding of 4. Then we're going to have one more div. Let's say flex items would be centered, justify between, and margin bottom of 4. Then I'll go ahead, put another div, and just notice how I am writing this pretty quickly because I can just say like items center, like IC, and then just press enter because it has been auto suggested already. And you can just say text white. Here we can see, we can just grab that. And let's say padding X of 2. Then we would like to have this library icon coming from Lucid React, and I'll say class name, let's say size of 5, margin right of 2, and I'll just put a text that says playlists, which is going to be a span, and again this text would be hidden on smaller screens. And then after this span, after this div, after this div, right, just go below, and we would like to have a component called scroll area. Now this is going to be coming from chat.cn, so let's go ahead and take a look at it. Basically, when the content overflows, you get this scroll area that you can use, and it looks pretty cool, right? I'll go ahead, copy this, put it in my terminal. Make sure you're under the front end. Looks like I couldn't copy it. Let me just delete this. Oops. Okay, so this will install it in a second, and you can see the usage below. So you just need to give it a width. Maybe if you want to give it a height, just add any other classes that you really want to. Then put the content. Okay, with that in mind, let's try to build it. Now, why do we use scroll area? Because we might have like 100 different playlists in the database. So this list will go on. And in that case, we don't really want this to overflow. Instead, we'd like to get that scroll bar up here, right? Even though I couldn't. Oh my gosh, like, okay, this is not a scroll bar, but you got the point. We should be able to scroll through it. There we go. We're going to go ahead and build it. Scroll area. Let's try to import it, and make sure you don't really import it from Redux UI, but instead from the components, which is coming from our actual components UI. Here we can see we got all these chat.cn components that we have installed. But anyways, let's say scroll area. This is going to have some classes where we'd like to give height, and I will make this to be a little bit custom. So I'll say calculate this, where we have the entire height and minus 300 pixels. Okay, and I will just say we're going to have a div with this class so that we can give some spacing between each item, space y of 2. And now in our case, we're going to have a loading state because we're going to be fetching those, right? Let's just make this to be hard-coded for now. We'll fix it later in the video. Let's say is loading would be true or false. I'll go with the true option for now. Let's say if it is loading, we would like to render this part. And if it is not loading, we would like to render this part. And what do we want to render? Well, basically a skeleton component. So I will say playlist skeleton. And we don't really have this, so let's go ahead and try to create it. Under the frontend source, I will create a folder, maybe into the components, or maybe outside of it, just put it wherever you would like to. I'll just say skeletons. And the first skeleton that we would like to create is going to be playlist skeleton.tsx. Alright, so this is a code that we will never change. So you can visit this file under the GitHub repo, which is in the description below. So just find the frontend source, components, skeletons, and find this file, copy the content and paste it. Okay, so what do we have? We're going to see this in a second. Let's try to import it. And if we are not loading, let's just say some music. Okay, so this is how that will look when we are in the loading state. And how does this work? Basically, we are using this animate pulse class coming from Tailwind, not chat.cn. And we give a couple of different elements, like one div and another one, which is for this right hand side. And then for this left hand side, we have this one above. So I think this is a pretty simple code. That's why I didn't want to type this out. The length is 7, so that means we're going to have 7 different elements up here. And here we can see this scroll area is also working without any issues. Okay, so we're going to put all of our skeletons here. But what happens if we don't have this loading state? Once we fetched it, this is loading is going to be false, and we're going to see some music, right? We're going to see some playlists. Now in the database, we don't really have any of those. So we need to create some. And to be able to create it, first we need an admin page, which we don't really have it. So we can manually or automatically create some musics, which is going to be with some hard-coded data. And I would like to provide this to you. And we can do this just in a second. All right, so let's go ahead and create those hard-coded data, right? We're going to go into the backend under the source. I would like to create a folder called seeds. Now let's create one for songs.js, not ts. And again, just visit the GitHub repo, find this file and copy the content and paste it into here. This is what I'm doing exactly. And I will just paste this in a second. Okay, so this looks huge, but we're going to get there. Let's just delete this comment. Okay, so what is going on in this folder, right? In this file, we have a list of songs which has the title, artist, image URL, audio URL, and duration. So I think this is about, I don't know, let's take a look at it. Going from 1 all the way down to 17 maybe. Okay, 18. So we have 18 different songs, and basically we are gonna run this file and it will update our database. So I would like to have a script on in my package.json under the backend. I will say like seed, and I can put a colon, and I'll just say songs. And in this case, I would like to run this file, which is gonna be, let's say, node, go under the source, under the seed, I think we called it as seeds, and we're gonna call this songs.js file. And I would like to do the same thing for the albums, but for now, let's just save and try to run this script. So let's say cd into the backend, and just type this with me. Let's say npm run, and then the name of the script, which is seed songs. So it will go ahead, run this file. It says songs seeded successfully. What it does, basically, it connects to our database, delete every single song that we have because we're going to just update it, and then it inserts all these songs, right? And we just have this console log in the success case. Let's take a look at the database. I'll go ahead, let me just try to quickly log in. Under the seeds table, we should be able to have all those songs, right? And we're going to do the exact same thing for the albums. So under the songs, let's click to it. We have 18 different documents. So we just added those automatically or manually so that we can really just have something on the UI that we can take a look in a second. Now these are the musics. Now we would like to add albums as well. So again, just go under the seeds folder in the GitHub repo, find this albums.ts file, or JS, sorry, create this and copy the content and paste that into it. So these are the things that I have already prepared for you, so you don't really have to type this out. And so basically we're going to do the exact same thing. We will connect our database, delete every single album and song, and then we are basically creating all these songs, creating those albums, right? So let's just see. We have those albums, insert all albums, and it will just handle the connection, because an album is going to have a bunch of different songs, right? This is really what is happening. Like 200 lines of code, but the logic is pretty simple. I'll save and open up my terminal. So I'll just not explain every single thing here on this file, because this is not really that much important. All we are doing is to just add some data manually to our database. Okay, we need to create this script as well. Let's try to go ahead, duplicate this. I'll just put a comma here. Let's say albums, and do the same thing here. All right, I'll save and let's try to run it and make sure we are under the backend. seed albums. Okay, it is done successfully. Let's take a look at the albums. We should be able to have a couple of different albums. In our case, it is 4, and we have one user. Well, this is not really related, but we got those 14 different songs in this case. Okay, so why didn't we get 18? It's because this is what we have in this albums file, and this is really what you need to understand. Like at the end of the day, we are deleting all the albums when we run this file. We are deleting all the songs and creating songs and albums. I just add this file for like just to see it in action as an example. Okay, and here we can see every song is related with an album. So we just put the album ID for each song. Okay, I hope that makes sense. These are the data that we have just added to be able to have a UI so that we can really just see and not get bored until we get into the admin page. In the admin page, we're going to be creating those songs and albums by ourselves. Okay, now here we would like to fetch some data, which is going to be in the left sidebar component. Let's close all these and maybe close this one as well. Okay, so here we have some hard-coded data, which is loading, but at the end of the day, we would like to have some data fetching logic, right? And for this, we're going to be using ZooStand. Now let's say ZooStand. And the reason that we're going to be using this is to have some global data that we can use in all of our components. Now I know this doesn't make too much sense, but let's just say, let's say we are going to have some data, let's say playlists, and initially it'll be an empty array. Then let's import the useState. We would have our use effect here. You don't have to follow along, by the way. I'm just showing this. I'll just delete this in a second. So we're going to fetch our data, right? The playlists. Then we're going to update the playlist with it. But now if we want to use this state in different components, we need to pass that in. And we can't really take this from the left sidebar and put it a parent component. This is really hard. We don't really want to have this local state for the playlists or songs because we're gonna need it in multiple places. Like I will have my songs here on this homepage, right? Maybe if I go into the album page, I will have the same kind of data, same for the playlists. So I really want to have some global data, some global state that I can reach in any of my components. So for this, we're going to go ahead and use ZooStand. If you really want to, you can take a look at it, but we're going to see this in action just in a second. Okay, so I will go ahead, kill the backend, and just make sure you're under the front end. Type npm install ZooStand. This will install it in the background where we can go ahead and create a store under the source. So I'll just say stores. The first store that we would like to create is going to be music store. Let's say use music store.ts, not tsx, but just ts, because we're going to have some functions and state instead of returning JSX. And like the first thing we would like to do is import the create function coming from ZooStand. Then we would like to create, like use this create function and create that store so we can really use it in any other components. We're going to see this in action. Please just follow along with me. We're going to say export const use music store, and this is going to be calling the create function, and this takes the first argument as a callback function, and here we would like to return something. So I just have this signature with me. We're going to return an object, and this will take the set as the first argument. And you can get the get as well, but we're going to get there later in the video. So what do we want to return as the state? So we can just say albums, which is going to be an empty array initially, and we can have songs, right? I'll just duplicate this. Let's say initially we're going to have 0 songs and we're going to fetch it in the background. Then we can have some, let me show you. We're going to have the featured songs, made for you songs, and below to this we're going to have trending songs, right? So we can create those, but let's just keep it simple for now. We can have a function as well where we can just say fetch albums. And this is going to be an async function. Let's say we are going to have our data fetching logic, right? We're just going to do it in a second. But now, since we are exporting this, we can basically use any of those states in any of these components. So I can just go into the left sidebar component and I can just say use music store, where I can grab any of those data, right? I can get my songs, I can get the albums, I can get that like fetch albums function, and I can do this in the left sidebar in any of these components as well. So I can go into the auth callback, just do the exact same thing. I have the access for these values, right? That's why it is really cool to have this global state in the first place. I hope that makes sense. So we will just go here and we can build this function where we can really fetch all the albums, right? I will have a loading state as well that we can use. Let's say is loading is going to be equal to false initially. We can say, let's say false. And if you really want to, you can have the error as well. So let's say error is going to be equal to null initially. Then we can have a try and catch. In the try, maybe even before we try, we can just say set the is loading state to be true. And we can say, oops, I just got some notification, but let's say the error is going to be null because we are just fetching this, right? And let's say error is going to be equal to null. I don't know why this is a two line, but let me just make this to look like this. Okay. So now that we are loading, let's try to handle it in the background. I'll say const response. We are going to call Axios instance, and let me shrink the left hand side. We're going to say get all the albums, and I'll just say /albums because our base URL is already including the entire endpoint, right? Entire URL. Then we will just say let's say set the albums because we just fetched our albums, right? In the response, I can say now albums is not going to be an empty array. Instead, it's going to be response.data, whatever we return from the backend. Then in the catch, we can just say if there's an error, we'll basically set that up, and we can just say error.response.data.message. This is how we got from Axios. And finally, either we success or fail. We just want to make the loading state to be false because we are not loading anymore, right? And here we are getting an error that says it is type of unknown. So let's just say this is going to be any. Okay, now that we have this function, let's go ahead and try to just use it. I will just delete this is loading. Instead, we're going to get it from the use music store. Let's say is loading. And we can basically call this fetch albums function. So let's say we would like to call this in the first run, fetch albums, and let's just put it here so that we are not getting any warnings. And now I can just say console log the albums, and here I'll just put it as an object so that I can really see it nicely formatted in my console. Oops, okay, let me just save, and it looks like we got some issues. Okay, I'll just delete this, save. Is loading does not exist on type. Okay, so we are getting some TypeScript errors. We're going to fix it. For now, this is completely working. Let's try to test this out in the homepage. I'll open up my terminal, and initially I have albums as an empty array. Let me just zoom in. But then we fetch it and we got 4 different albums coming from the database. There we go. So how cool is this, right? We just have the entire logic extracted or abstracted into its own file into the store, and we can basically fetch it with one line under the use effect. Okay, now let's make this to be type safe. We're going to go into the use music store, because if you now just try to delete this, and when you say fetch albums, you don't really get any auto suggestions, right? It says no suggestions. Let me just bring this back, and we can fix this by adding this generic. I'll say music store, and we can create this as an interface above. So you can also put it as type, but let's go with interface. Now we're gonna say we will have an array of songs. For now, let's say any of like an empty array or array of, like, we can say strings, numbers, but for now let's just say any. Then we are going to fix it. So we're gonna have like albums, again array of any, and we can say we're going to have a loading state, which is gonna be boolean, right? True or false. Let's say error is either gonna be null or string, let's say, or maybe let's just say any, I don't know, for the error, I think. Okay, let's go with string. Then also we have this fetch albums, which is gonna be a function. So I'll just give one space and I'll say fetch albums, which will be a function that will return promise of nothing, right? Since this is async, we'll just say promise and we are not returning anything. Now if you save this, so let's try to delete this function. If I just type fetch, there we can see I can get the auto suggestion, right? I can also do the same thing for these. If I just say albums, I can get those suggestions. Same for the songs. It just works out without any issues. And the best part is when you are trying to import anything, so here I'll just delete all those, I can just press Control space and I can get everything that is available. So we're gonna get the albums, error, fetch albums, is loading, so everything is working without any issues. Oops, let me just delete the songs, we're not using it, we're not using the error. If you really want to, you can say if there is an error, show that, but for now I'll just skip that. Okay, let's try to delete the use state for now. I think we are not using it. And now that we got the albums, I think we can render this part. Instead of just some music, we'd like to put some actual data, actual content. So I will go ahead, delete this, and just say return this part where I would like to have albums.map, just get the each album, and I would like to return a link, which is going to have the to property that will take us to the /albums page and whatever the ID of the album, right? I'll say album_ID. Okay, so I hope this is looking better now, right? Then I'd like to just give the key so that React will be happy with us. Let's say album._ID. Then let's just give some classes. So I'll say padding of 2 on the hover state. I would like to update the background to be zinc of 800. Let's say rounded of medium. I'd like to go with flex, items center, gap 3. These are all the classes that AI can understand basically. Then let's say group, cursor is gonna be pointer. Say cursor, pointer, just like that. And inside this link, we're going to have the image as well as the album name, right? So let's see, we're going to have the image, the album title, and then the artist. So here it says various artists, and if it has only one artist, we would see that name. But we don't have the images, which we'll get there in a second. For now, let's just type this out. We'll say image element, which is going to have the source of album.image URL. For the alt, you can just say, I don't know, say playlist image. Then for the class name, let's say size would be 12, rounded of MD. We can go with flex shrink of 0. So this will just make sure it doesn't shrink after the size of 12. Object of cover, let's say. Alright, below to the image, we would like to have this div where we can have those classes with flex of 1, minimum width of 0, I think, so that this can shrink. And we'll say hidden and MD block, right? Medium screens and above, we should be able to see those. I will say we'll have a div or maybe even a p tag. This will take the album.title. We don't really have name, but for now, let's say title. This is what we are storing in the database. And I will actually duplicate this. And here we'll just say album.artist. Okay, let's go ahead and give some classes. I'll say font would be medium, and we'll just say truncate. Let's do the same thing for this one. Class text of small, text sync 400, and also text truncate. Oops, I can't type, or not text truncate, just truncate it should be. Then I would like to put this album and then this kind of like the character that you can grab it from the GitHub repo under this file, left sidebar.tsx. If we save it, we should be able to see some data. There we go. Even though we don't have the images, it looks a bit ugly, but we're going to fix it. So for these images, if you take a look at the database, we have like / cover images 5.jpg, and it goes from 1 to I think 14, or even like we have 15, 13. So I will provide all these files to you under the GitHub repo. Again, you would like to go under the front end, under the public, you're going to see that folder where we called it as cover images. So just go ahead, create this cover images, and here we would like to drag and drop all those images. This is what I'll be doing in a second. Let me just do it actually. Okay, so I have done this. Under the cover images, we have like 1 to 18, and these are all the images that I have already provided for you. So you can just grab this, and I have installed these from Spotify. And under the public, we're going to create the other folder called songs, because every single song has this audio URL. Under the songs folder, we just have mp3 file. And again, just grab all of them from the GitHub repo and paste it here. So we just have all these songs. I'll just play one of them. Let me just put the volume down so it doesn't really annoy you. Okay, so I don't know if you can really hear it, but we just got all these songs that we're going to be testing out in a second. Okay, once this is done, if you refresh, you should be able to see the image working, I was going to say, but looks like it didn't. So under the public, we have cover-images. Is it the same thing? Cover images 13.jpg. Like, do we have anything like that? Oh, okay. So under the albums, so I just take a look at the songs, but we are fetching the albums. So this should be under the albums folder, right? I'll go ahead, do the same thing under the public, create the albums folder, and I think we're gonna have 4 different images. I will go ahead, copy all of them and paste it. I'm assuming you did the same thing. Now we are under the albums and then 1 JPEG, 2, 3, and 4. Let's refresh. This should be working out without any issues. There we go. If I click to this would take me to the album page. Our application crashes since we don't have this page, but we're going to fix it later in the video, right? Okay, so basically I can really fetch all of them, display it nicely on the left hand side. So now let's try to optimize our code base a bit. I'll go ahead and just show you some issue that we have. When we just say album dot, we don't really get any auto suggestions, right? We would like to have some type safety. So I should be able to see some like album.title, image URL, artist, things like that. But currently it doesn't work because we have said that the type for the albums and songs, it is going to be any, right? So that's why we are not getting any auto-suggested code. To fix this, I'll go ahead under the front end, source, I'll create my types. I'll just say index.ts file. And we're going to put all of our types here. And I'll say export interface. You can go with the type as well. So you can just say type, but I'll go with the interface. Then I will say song. Let's create the type. So basically, we'll just say which field a song will have. It'll have the underscore ID, which will be type of string. Then title, string, artist is going to be string, the album, which is an ID, so it could be a string, but also a song might not be related with any albums, right? So we're going to say this is going to be null. And I think instead of album, is it album ID? Let me check. Let's go song model.js. It is actually album ID. If you take a look at it, we don't really have an album field. So let's say album ID. We're going to go ahead add the image URL. If I can type correctly, this is going to be string. We're going to have audio URL, duration, which is a number type, and created at, as well as the updated at. Okay, and they are type of date. So I will save this, and we would like to also have the type for the albums. So we can just do it pretty quickly. export interface album. We'll say they're gonna have the ID, which is string, title, artist, image URL, release year, which is, I think, in our case, this is gonna be string, right? Let's take a look at the release year. Oh no, it is actually number. So let's say release year, it'll be number and an array of songs. So we can just say it'll be an array of song type, which we have created above. Let's save and go ahead, update these any's with the song. Make sure it is coming from types, and we're gonna have the album. Alright, so now you might be asking, what the heck is this @ symbol? Well, this has been done for us when we initialize the chat.cn. So it basically says you're under the source folder. So this is what that means. And from there, you would like to go under the types. So /types, we just go there and grab the index.ts file. Okay, so now if we take a look at the left sidebar, if I just say album dot, I can get the auto suggestion. There we go. This is the beauty of TypeScript. Let's say you have some typo, you accidentally put X, this will immediately warn you. It says, we don't really have the title X under the album. Did you mean title? And that was the case actually. Okay, I hope this optimization and TypeScript info helps you out. What do we want to build? Next is gonna be, when we click to the album, just have this UI, which would look like this. Again, the main layout, right? And in the outlet content, we would like to see this image, gradient, basically everything that you see here. And later in the video, we will add this play controls. So for now, just ignore this component, but this is something that we'll build later. Okay, so with that, I'll see you in the next section where we'll be building the album page. Alright, so let's keep building. We would like to have this album page, and currently we just have nothing. So this is going to include that main layout as we talked about it. So let's go ahead under the app.tsx, shrink this left-hand side, duplicate this dude, and let's say when we visit the albums page where we have this specific album ID, I'll go ahead and call it as album ID. We would like to see this album page. Let's try to copy this name, go ahead under the pages, create that folder and file. So here is a cool trick that you can use. If you want to create a folder and file at the same time, you can just press new file. Just say your folder name first. Let's say album dash, just album maybe, then slash the name of the file, album page.tsx. There we go. It'll create the folder as well as the file. I hope this helps at some point, right? So let's try to import this, which is under the main layout. Let's see what we're gonna get. All right, so we have the left-hand side, the outlet, and then the friends activity tab. So let's focus on this one. We would like to have this kind of UI where we'll have, let me just zoom in, a background gradient, right? We will have an image, this text album, album title, the artist, number of songs that is included in this album, and then the release year or created at, I believe. Then we're going to have this table. Now there is one thing that I forgot to mention. Previously we used this component called skeleton, right? So we just build it by default, by manually, right? But if you really want to, chat.cn already has that component. So you can also use it by installing it and use it as simple as this. But I just really wanted to show you this manual way of doing this. This is the, what is happening behind the scenes. Animate pulse class coming from Tailwind. Okay, so what I was saying, we would like to build this UI. Let's try to go ahead and create it. So under the album page, we would like to fetch a single album, which is this one, right? Not this one, which is the ID, right? So if I click to this, I would like to fetch this album. If I click to this, you get the point. For this, we can create a function under the use music store. All right, so I'll just say I would like to have a function where I can fetch a specific album. So you can call it as fetch album by ID. I think that's what I'll be calling it. This is going to be taking an argument. which is going to be the album ID, right? So instead of just saying ID, you can say it album ID to be more specific, but I'll just go with the ID because it is already in the name. Anyways, we're going to give this, which is type of string. We'll say we are returning a promise, which will give us the album itself. So let's try to build that function. At this point, you can just pause the video and try to build it by yourself and then watch my solution. And we got a bunch of different errors because TypeScript says you have defined it in the type, but you're not having it, right? So let's say fetch album by ID, which will be an async function taking the album ID, and we don't really need to put the type here, I believe, but let's just put it. It'll take the, let me just give it space. We're gonna have this, how do we call it? The curly braces. Then we're gonna have try and catch. Before we even try to do anything, we're gonna have the set, where we would like to just say is loading will be true, error will be null. Then in the try, we would like to send a request and we're going to get a response back. So await axios instance.get, that was our endpoint, and we just passed the ID, and then whatever data we got back, we will just update the state. So for this, I will have a state called current album. Initially, this will be null, right? And we're going to go ahead, just say set, and I think we also need to add it here into the type. Let's say current album, which will be either null or the album value itself. Initially it is null until we fetch it. So let's say the current album is going to be whatever we take from the backend, and then in the catch we can set this up, and finally we're going to update the loading state. Okay, let's say error is going to be type of any, and why do we have an error? Let's see. So it says, I think we are not returning the correct type. Why did we say we're going to return the album? Let's just say this will be void as well, because we're just updating the state, right? We will be using this state, so we don't really need to return anything. I couldn't talk. All right, and we just need to put this type. I think I said we don't need it, but if you don't put it, will it be mad? All right, so it already can see it is string, and I think it is because it is coming from the interface. Okay, so this is the entire function that we can use. Just pass the ID and get the album that you would like to have. And this endpoint is already created. If you remember, when we visit index.js, API, albums, just slash will give you all albums. All right, so how can we get this ID from URL? So under the album page, we can basically use a hook coming from React Router DOM. So you can say use params, let's import it. This will give us some data. This would be params, and let me just actually show you. Just console log it. Okay, this is that param that we have. It is called as album ID, and then it is this value, right? So why is it called album ID is because this is what we said. If we say this is going to be X, if you refresh, you're going to get that as X. I hope that makes sense. All right, so I'll just destructure this album ID, delete this console log. Basically, we would like to have a use effect and call our function. So here I'll import the use music store and destructure a couple of different values, such as fetch album by ID, and I think we can also get the current album because we'll be using the data. So let's say call this, and like you can just put this exclamation point at the end, or if you leave it like this, you're gonna get an error. So you can say if there is an album ID, only then call this, so that TypeScript is happy. And then put the fetch album by ID and album ID, so that use effect would run whenever those changes. So this will never change because this is a function that will be handled by ZooStand, and whenever this changes, this use effect will run. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Let's say if the album is loading, let's just say is loading, you can return a loading skeleton. For now, I'll just return null. And let's go ahead, grab the is loading field as well. Okay, now the UI is going to be kind of complex, not complex, but kind of boring to type because we just have table. Like, this is hard to build. I mean, not hard, but it'll just take a little bit of time. So let's try to go slowly. If you really want to speed up this video and copy the code from the GitHub repo and follow along, but I think I'll have to just type this out, right? So we're gonna have a div with class name, height of full. Maybe we can change this with a scroll area, but for now, let's say we're gonna have a scroll area component coming from components. Then we will say you're going to take the height of full as well. All right, so here we're going to go ahead and build the main content for this scroll area. I will have a div with class name to be relative. Let me give a little bit space. So let's say relative, the minimum height of this div is going to be full. And then here we'll have that background gradient. And this is going to be a self-closed div that I just want to copy and paste. This is taking the absolute positioning and the parent is relative. So this is taking instead of 0 going from top to bottom. Like here you can see background gradient to bottom from this color via this one to this one. Pointer events none. So you cannot really interact with this div. And since this is just a decoration component, we can just say area hidden would be true, so that screen readers doesn't get this. And this is a pretty cool accessibility pro tip that you can keep in mind. Then after the gradient, we would like to put the content. So I will have a div with, again, class name being relative, z index of 10. We're going to go inside and have a div. This is going to be the album header component. So let's say class name, and let me show you which one it is. It is going to be this header component, and we can see we got the background already. If you want to, you can change the color, even make it dynamic, so every time you refresh you'll get something different. Just feel free to customize it. But I'll say here we'll have the album header, which is going to be flex, padding of 6, gap of 6, and I think padding bottom of 8. We'll have the image, let's say source is going to be current album.image URL. We can put the alt, let's say the current album.title. There we go. And some classes, which I'll be copying and pasting. Basically, we have width 24, like 240 pixels, same for the height, shadow x large, and rounded. Below to the image, we're going to have one div, which is going to be class name of flex column, justify, and then we will have a p tag, let's say, or I think this could be, yeah, let's go with p. This is going to be that album text. Class name text would be small, font medium. Then we're going to have an h2, let's say. This is going to hold the current album title. So I will just grab this and paste it. Even this could be h1, just feel free to go with whatever you'd like to. Then I will say I would like to have a div with a couple of different classes. Flex items would be centered, gap of 2, text of small, and let's just update the color a little bit. Let's say zinc of 100. This is a subtle change, but there we go, why not? And here we would like to have a span element. So I'll just go here, say span. This is gonna take the artist name, and let's give some classes. Font medium and text of white. Then we're gonna go ahead, just have two different span elements. This is gonna be taking the number of songs. So I'll say current album dot songs. Since this is an array, we can just say length, and we can say songs, right? And here we'll say in this span, we'd like to see the release year. So I'll say current album dot release year. There we go. And just before those, I would like to put this kind of like the dot. Here you can see this one, and you can grab this from the GitHub repo. I'll just take it, put it just like that. Let's save what we're gonna get as the output. All right, so this is what we have. The album text, title, artist, number of songs, and year. If I just zoom in, you can see this clearly, and we can shrink this. It just looks nice. Then we would like to have the title, the table, not title, right? We would like to have the table. I think we can just put this button as well. All right, let's go ahead below this span, right? Below this div, there's 3 different divs. Okay, just go 3 level deep and create the controls. So I'll just say maybe play button. Okay, what I'll be doing, just provide this code to you where we have a div that has the button coming from components folder, and we have play icon coming from Lucid React. Let's save. This should be the output that we get. There we go. When you hover over this, it just scales up. And let me just show the entire line. There we go. Below to the controls, we would like to have the table section. So let's go below to the button, below to this div, and paste this comment where we would like to have this div with the class name being BG black, and I would like to change the opacity to 20. Backdrop is gonna be blur of, I think, small, and this should be fine. Then we're gonna have the table header. So again, you can use some table components. I think Chatcn already have it that you can use. Let's say table, but in my case, I'd like to just build it manually, where I will have a table header component. So this is the classes and content. Let me just import the clock icon coming from Lucid React. And like, this might look a little bit complicated, but basically we are trying to create 4 different columns. And the first one will be taking the most space, and it'll just shrink slowly. So let's take a look at the output. This is what we would like to have, right? So this is like 4 different columns. All right. So below to this div, I believe we would like to have the song's title or list. Okay, let's say div class name of padding x of 6. Then we're gonna go ahead have one more div, which will have some spacing. Let's say class name space y of 2 as well as padding y of 4. And in this case, we would like to basically find the current album dot songs dot map. So we're gonna map through it. Let's just, like, Copilot will be a bit annoying, but let's just say we're gonna get the song and we can get the index. And we'd like to return this JSX content. I think, yeah, so let's just try to go slowly. Let's say div, this is gonna have the key. We can put the index, but the better option I think would be song._id because it'll just be unique. Then I would like to give my classes. So again, this is really long. I think I can copy and paste it. You can grab it from the GitHub repo or just type this out if you really want to. We just have some grid layout as well, gap, padding, cursor pointer, and things like that. Then I'll have a div. So class name, flex, items would be centered, justify centered as well. I'll go ahead, put a span, and in this span, since index start at 0, but we would like to go start with 1. That's why we can just say index plus 1, right? So let's say index plus 1, and we can give some classes. So let's say group hover, we'll just say this would be hidden. So what this does, basically we have a group class for the parent. Now I think I can show this once we completed that, okay? I'll just explain this in a second. Below to this span, we're gonna have a play icon. Let me provide this as well. Import the play icon, which you already have. This would be hidden, and when you hover over this, it is gonna be shown. All right. So after the span, I think after this div, we will go ahead, create one more div, which will take the image. So let's say, let me scroll, class name, flex, items centered, gap of 3. Then we'll have this image, which is gonna take the song image URL, right? I will just provide this. Maybe let's try to type this out. All right. Source, song dot image URL, you can put the alt, let's say song.title. And for the classes, this would just take the size, let's say it'll be 10. Then below to this image, we would like to have the title as well as the artist. So this is how that would look. Just paste that below to the image. And finally, we're gonna have the song created at date. And we can just split this, but I think this says on type date, you cannot have this. So what I'll be doing, visit my types, let's say types, make the created at and updated at to be string instead of date, so that we can really get that type safety without any issues. And what this does basically, it would format the date to look like this, because by default, this is what you really have in MongoDB. And from the T, we are getting the first part. All right, I hope that makes sense. So finally, we would like to have the duration. And I think for this, for now, let's just say, I will duplicate this. I'll say song.duration. And we're going to fix this. Let's save. All right, so looks like we got some issues in the layout. Let's see what we are missing in this component. Let me just quickly debug this. Okay, so I think the problem here is that we need to take this and put it below to this div. All right, so let's just do it and hopefully it should be working out. There we go. We got the, let's say the index first, and when you hover over this, it updates with this icon. We got the related data, release year, and then the duration. Now duration doesn't really look good, right? This is like 24 seconds, but we don't really want to see it like this. Instead, we can just show this kind of a UI where we can say 0 and 24, right? So let's try to create a function where we can really format this duration. I'll say format duration. This is the function that we're going to create, and this will take the duration as an argument. So let's try to build it pretty quickly at the top. So above the album page, I'll say const format duration. This will take the duration, which is number, right? And I would like to basically provide this function to you. What we do, get the number of minutes, and let's just say this is seconds. Okay, so we got the seconds in number. Then we find how many minutes inside that, right? Then how many seconds remaining. And then we show the minutes as well as the seconds. Then we just say pad start 2 of 0. So what this basically does, let's say we have 2 minutes and then like 2 seconds. What this does, adds a 0 prior to that, so that we have this formatted duration. So this is what pad start is used for. It is a string method. All right, let's save. I think I can delete that space and just see the output. This is what we have. And now currently when we click to this or to these, nothing happens. This would be a bit later in the video when we build the player store, when we click to them. So basically it'll start playing from this one and it'll go manually to that and so on and so forth. So I think that's gonna be it for this section as well. In the next one, we can build the friend activity UI, where we can really just fetch all users, have this kind of a UI. For now, we are not gonna have the online status, but basically we'd like to fetch the profile image, basically the user info. So I'll see you in the next section. All right, so let's go ahead and build the friends activity tab. This is what we'd like to build, and this is gonna be the output that we're gonna have just in a second. So we will ignore the online status, etc., but we just want to fetch the users for now. We will implement those real-time features later in the video. All right, so let's go and visit the Spotify clone project that we have. I'll just close everything. I will visit the, I think, let's just see the main layout where we have this friends activity. Let's replace with a component, friends activity. If I can type correctly, there we go. This is gonna be under the components, under the layout. So I will just paste that in, say tsx, get the component, save, and let's try to import it. All right, So now what do we want to do in this component? First of all, we would like to fetch the users so that we can see it on the UI, right? For this, I would like to create another store, and I will just call this as use chat store. So later in the video, we will implement real-time messaging, etc. with this store where we can send messages, get messages, things like that. And this will also include the get users as well, because it wouldn't make too much sense if we put it under the music store. If you want to, you can even create use user store and put the logic here, but I would just say follow along with me. This is not a bad approach. All right, so let's go ahead, just set up the store with the ZooStant. So get the create from ZooStant. Then we can put the interface. So for now, let's just say we're gonna have a field called users. This is gonna be an array of, let's just say any for now. We will add the type. Then we'll have a function where we can really just fetch users. And let's say this is going to be a function, so we can just leave it like this. This is not going to take any arguments, and this is not going to return anything. It'll just be an async function. Let's go ahead, create the hook, export const use chat store, and we're going to call the create function, right? Just like that. This will take the first argument as this callback function, and we're going to return the state. And let's just make this to be type safe. We are going to put the generic that we just created above, which is chat store. Now, if I just press Control Space, I can get the auto-suggested code, right? I have function as well as this user's state. Initially, this is going to be empty array, and then we will write that function where we can really fetch the users. And we can even have like a loading state. So let's say is loading. Let's make it to be Boolean and error if you really want to. Let's just say either it'll be string or null. And I can just go ahead, create my function, which is fetch users. I'll make this to be an async function. And we already have an endpoint for this. So let's take a look at it pretty quickly to remember this. Under the index.js API users / this is going to be giving us all the users. All right. So here, let's go ahead, have a try catch. Before try, we can just say is loading is going to be true and error is going to be null, right? So let me just accept this. We are going to say const response that we're going to get by calling this Axios instance. Let's try to import it, .get / users. Then we would like to basically update this state with it. And like in the catch, we can say the error is going to be whatever the error that we got. And now I think we have a bunch of different errors that we're going to fix in a second. Let's say catch, let's say set the error with this response data message, and finally update the loading state. So let's see why are we getting this error. I'll first save. All right, so it says user never is missing the following properties. All right, so it says you are missing the loading. Let's say initially it'll be false and error will be null. There we go. We're going to get the set as the first argument, and let's say error is going to be type of any. Okay, so this is the entire function where we can really just fetch the users and set the state with it. Now it is not going to be an empty array, but instead the users, right? So let's save and try to get this users in the friends activity component. So basically call the store and get the users, loading state, error if you really want to, call even the function where we can have where we can really fetch the users. So for this UI, we're going to have two different UI basically. Excuse me. So this is what user is going to see if they are logged in, and if they are not logged in, they're going to see something like please log in to see the activities. Okay, so we would like to build both of them, and I just want to provide you the login prompt so you can find this under the friends activity.tsx in the GitHub repo. Okay, so I just don't really want to type this out. It is just UI. I don't want to waste time. It is really simple. Okay, so you can just take a look at it. Let me just go ahead. paste this in so that we can really just see it in action. Okay, so this is what user will see if they are not logged in, right? But if they are logged in, we would like to see this kind of a UI. So let's try to make this happen. First of all, I would like to just fetch all the users. Let's grab the use effect, get the function, call it, and that should be it. And we can just say only call this if you are authenticated. So I can say if we have a user that is logged in, which we can grab it from clerk, let's say use user. This is going to give you the currently logged in user, and you can grab this just like that. And let's say put the user into the array as well. All right. So if we have the user, if user is authenticated, then try to fetch users and display it, right? Then we can, for now, just go ahead, build the UI. Let's say class name, we're going to have height full, bg zinc of, I think, 900. Let's say rounded LG. Then I'll go with flex column. That should be it. Then we're going to have one more div with this, let's say class name p of 4, and let's say flex, justify between, items would be centered, just like this. Then we're going to have border bottom and color of the border, which is going to be zinc of 800. Then inside this div, we're going to have one more. This is kind of like the wrapper that we have just created. Flex, item centered, and gap of 2. So we can really just put this user's icon coming from Lucid React. Okay, let me just try to import this. This is going to have the class name, size of 5, and shrink of 0, so that it doesn't really shrink less than size of 5. Okay, below to it, I'll put this h2 where we say what they are listening to. This is going to have font semi-bold class. Then below the h2, below to div, and then the other div, we will say show the login prompt if user is not logged in, right? So I think I can just say if there is not user, then show this component, and this should be good to go. Then I would like to have a scroll area component. Let's try to import this coming from components folder, just make sure. And we're going to say class name. This is going to take flex of 1, so the entire height. And we're using scroll area because if this overflows, let's say we have 15, 20 different users, we would like to have that scroll bar on the right hand side. All right. So inside, we're going to have a div with class name being padding 4, space y of 4 as well. Then we'll just basically map through each user. So let's say users.map, give us each user so we can really return this JSX. And I will just have a div where I can just give the key, let's say user._id, and I'd like to give my classes. This should be obviously inside of the div. Okay, I'll say cursor is gonna be pointer. There we go. We'd like to have hover state where we can really update the background. So let's say zinc of 800 that we have, and we're just gonna update the opacity. And I think we can just say padding of 3, rounded of MD, and transition of the colors. There we go. And finally, we're going to have the group class. And I think I have previously said I will explain what group does, and maybe I forgot that. Let me just pretty quickly explain this. Where it was, I think it was in the album page. Let's pretty quickly just take a look at it, because you might be wondering if you don't really know. So here we said, let me see. Okay, we said that this div is going to have the group class, and this play icon, which is really this one that you can see, whenever we hover over this, hover over the parent element, this would be shown. So here, if you hover over this or this or this, basically this entire parent, this icon will change, right? Whenever I go in, this updates, and I hope this makes sense. By using the group, we are able to just keep track of the parent if it is being hovered or not. All right. So we just added the group here. Probably we're going to do something similar as well. I'll have a div with the class name flex items start gap of 3. Then we're going to have a div. Let's say class name will be relative. And here we'll be using a component called avatar coming from chatcn, so that we can really have this kind of thing, right? Let's just say avatar and try to install it. Open up the terminal, cd into the front end, and just paste that in. This will install in the background. Let's say we're going to get this avatar component where we'll have the class name. Oops, let's say class name. This would take size of 10, border, and then the border color. Let's say zinc of 800. And we should be able to import it now. So let's see, it has been installed and we can get it from the UI avatar folder. Then this takes a component called avatar image. Let's try to import it. Then this is going to be self-closed actually. So we can just put the source and that should be it. Let's say source user.image URL, and you can even put the alt. Let's say user dot, what do we have? For now, let's just say full name. All right. After the avatar image, you can put the fallback as well. Let's just try to put it, because like what does fallback do? If the image is empty, if it is invalid, you're going to see the initials of that user. So instead of the image, you would have like CN in this case. All right. So here, I think I'll just copy this and paste it where we have the avatar component, avatar fallback component coming from components. And we just put the first letter of the full name of the user. After the avatar, we're going to have a div. This is only for decoration purposes. Let's say div, this would be self-closed, and I will provide the class name. I think it should look like this. And since this is for decoration, we can just say area hidden will be true. And after this div, right, we're going to go and create one more div, which will just really take this right hand side. There you can see. Okay, I'll have a div with a couple of different classes. Let's say flex of 1, minimum width could be 0. Then we are going to say div will be having this class name of flex items centered and gap of 2. Then we will go inside, just have this span where we can show the user.full name. And let's say class name, I'll say font, I think medium should be fine, which is around 500 weight. Then we'll say text would be small, and we're gonna have the text white. All right, after this span, let me just save to get this auto formatting. We can really put this icon. So if user is playing something, we're going to see this music icon. For this, I will have a variable for now. Let's go above. I'll say const is playing. Let's just say true for now. This would be dynamic later in the video. After this span, I will just say if it is playing, show this music icon, which is coming from Lucid React. Okay, and then after this div, we will just go ahead and say if it is playing, then we would like to do something else where we would like to return this, else we're gonna return this part. All right, if user is playing something, so basically we can just show the music name as well as the artist, just like this. Then otherwise we'll just say user is idle. Okay, I'll save, and hopefully this should be looking good already. We're not using these, so for now let's just delete them. Okay, I'll refresh. We cannot see anything. It is because we just have one user in the database, and when we are trying to fetch them, we basically exclude ourselves. If you remember, that's what we have done in the user controller. So instead of not equal this, if I just delete that, delete this filter, save, and refresh, this should fetch myself as well, right? And this is what we're gonna see. If I just make is playing false, okay, this is what we're gonna see, right? And for now, let's just keep this as it is. Later in the video, we can really sign up with different accounts so that we can just really have some users here. So with this, that's gonna be it for the right hand side, and we can really shrink this completely. So it's going to be 0 width, and we can obviously just make that larger. And this is the maximum width that it can take. Now there is one thing that I really want to fix. So here, this corner is not rounded. So let's try to build it, which is gonna be the album page, because this is the outlet component, right? So let's go visit the album page. And I think for the scroll area, I'll just say rounded medium. Let's save. This should fix it. There we go. It is the exact same rounded, right? It is the same size with the other elements. All right, so with this in mind, I'll see you in the next section. Now it is time to build the home page. Let's visit that component under the pages. This is the only component that we have. Let's visit that. And for now, we have this hard-coded data that says is admin or not. So instead of having this as hard-coded, we can call our endpoint to check if we are the admin, right? So under the API admin /check, we can really just check if we are the admin or not, right? So I'll go ahead and really just create a store so that I can use it in any of my components. So under the stores, I will say use auth store.ts, and we are going to be using zoostand store. Let's say create from zoostand, and I will say let's just first export our hook, use auth store, where we call the create function. This is going to take the function as the argument, but we would like to return an object, so we're going to wrap it with this brackets. Then this will take the set as the first argument. Now this is not type safe at all, right? If I press Control space, I don't really get any auto suggestions for the state that I will have. So instead, I'd like to create my interface above. I'll say interface. So you might be asking, hey, we're getting some auto suggestions, but these are not really the type safe fields that we would like to have, right? So let's say interface auth store, and we're going to pass it into the create function, right? So let's say pass the auth store. Now let's put our fields. So we're gonna have is admin boolean value, and if there's an error or not, this is gonna be string. And let's just put this at the end. Error is going to be either a string value or null. We're going to have the is loading state, so I'll just put it above. Let's say is loading boolean. Then we're going to check for the admin status, which is going to be a function that will not return anything, but it'll be an async function, so we just put promise. And then we can have a reset function that will just update the state and put it into the initial state. All right, so I think these are everything that we would need. Let's go ahead and get those values. Where we have is admin initially is going to be false until we check it. Is loading could be false, could be true. Really just go with whatever you would like to, because we'll update it anyways. Then error will be null in the initial state. We're going to have this check admin status function as well as the reset function, just like that. So in the reset, let's just handle this first, right? So when we reset, we will just basically update the state to the initial values. So we'll say set is admin is going to be false, loading will be false, and error will be null. But here we will basically do a request. So I will say first give me a try and catch. And before we try, we can update the loading state. So let's say set is loading will be true, and let's just put error to be null. In the catch, I think we can just say set error to be... Okay, why do I even handle the catch first? Let's just go with the try. Const response, I will have await Axios instance. Let's import it, .get, and this is going to be /admin /check. So this is the endpoint that we had. Now we're going to get some data back, which is where we would like to update the isAdmin field, response.data.admin. Okay, so this is what we're returning, and we're going to set it with our state. And in the catch, we can just say set is admin gonna be false because we just failed if you're in the catch, right? And the error will be error response data.message. Let's just say type will be any. Finally, we will update the loading state to be false, just like this. Okay, this is the entire function that we would need. But now, where are we gonna call this function? So as soon as I refresh my page, whenever I visit my application, I would like to check if this user is authenticated or not. I mean, if it is admin or not. And we are already having a component for this, which is our provider, right? We will initially just check for the authentication as soon as our application starts. So here we can actually check for the admin status as well. So if we have the token, that means user is authenticated. Let's say if we have the token, user is authenticated, but they might be admin or not. So we just need to check for it. Let's get that function. I'll say const, we're gonna grab something from use auth store, and we're gonna get this check admin status function. Let's say await check admin status. Okay, that's it. If we have the token, this will handle the logic and check if we are admin or not. So now we can go into the toolbar component and actually replace this is admin that is coming from use auth store. Okay, I'll say console log and let me just put the is admin value just like this. Let's save. What we're gonna see in the terminal is admin, it is true. Well, it is true because this is how I set it up, right? In your case, it should also be true. Let's go into the backend. We have this admin email. This is the email account that I am logged in. So let me just show you actually, like in the clerk dashboard, this is that email. If I change this email, so I'll just change, save, and to be able to restart our backend, we just need to save one of these files. Now, if I refresh, it should be false. There we go. Because the email address here doesn't match with the logged in user email. I hope that makes sense. All right, let's close this. And this is the output that we'd like to have, the user button. So I will go into my toolbar component. Below to this sign dot field, I'll just put my user button coming from clerk. So you don't technically need to wrap this with signed in or signed out components because this would be only shown if you are signed in. So if we go here, this is the account that I am logged in with, right? And I also want to add an image before this Spotify text. So let's go here, just give a little bit of space. It should be inside this component or inside this div. We're going to have text later, but prior to that, we're going to have this image. And from the GitHub repo, you can grab this image, which is going to be under the public. We will have spotify.png. So I will go ahead and copy it, paste it into my code base, Spotify, and I'll just paste that. There we go. This is the image that we're going to be using. So let's say slash spotify.png. And I think we can give some classes, otherwise it'll be just huge. Let's say class name is going to be size of 8, and let's just add the old Spotify logo. Okay, if we save, hopefully we should have a better output, right? And what I would really want to do, update this corner to be rounded as well. So I will visit my homepage. Let's say class name. For now, this could be rounded MD. Okay, for some reason this did not work out. Maybe we have like overflow hidden. Okay, now it worked out. Maybe we can fix it later in the video without using the overflow. But for now, this is working as expected. And I can sign out. And also, it still shows that I am not the admin. Let me just go ahead save this file so that it would restart with the actual environment variable that we have updated at the end. Okay, now I can see this admin dashboard thing, but this doesn't look really nice, so we can update that. Instead of that sign out text, sign out button, I'll just delete that. We don't really need it. User can sign out with the user button. And for some reason, this layout dashboard doesn't really look nice. So we can say flex items centered. For the link, we can just give some styles. Alright, I'll say class name, and I want this link to look like a button. That's why I'll be using the cn function, just like we have done previously. And I will say button variants coming from the UI button folder. And I will say the variant is going to be outline, and this should be good to go. Let's save. We can go here now and take a look at the output. It is looking nice, right? It is the exact same thing with this one. And now that we have the auth store handled as well, I think we can build this remaining part where we have some featured songs. We have made for you, and below to it, here at the bottom, we're gonna have the trending songs. So let's try to go ahead and make that work. We can delete those, we are not using them. All right, so under the home page, we will have those functions so that we can really just get all that state and display it, right? But I don't really want to just say use effect and have the entire logic here. Instead, I will put it under the use music store, just like we have done previously. So in this file, we're gonna have 3 additional states. Let's say made for you songs, which is going to be an array of songs, but initially this is going to be an empty array, and we can put our types first. Let's say made for you songs is going to be an array of songs, right? And we are going to have trending songs as well, and also featured songs. And I think we can just take this above because it's the first thing that we're going to have. So let's just put it in the correct order. And we can put the functions where we can really fetch featured songs, same thing for the made for you and for the trending. So with all that in mind, let's try to implement those. I'll shrink this. Let's say just get these states first, featured songs and trending songs. Let's create our functions as well so we can really get rid of those errors. Let's say fetch featured songs. This is going to be an empty function for now. And do the same thing for these as well so that we don't really get any errors. I think we can start with the fetch featured songs. And for this, we already have an endpoint. So let's try to call that out. I'll say set is loading will be true, error will be null, try and catch. In the try, we can really just get a response back from our API. So get, we had songs and featured endpoint. Then we'll say update the state with the data that you get back. In the catch, we can update the error state, and finally we can update the loading state to be false. So that's how easy it is to build these functions. So while we're here, let's just build the other functions as well, which is made for you and trending. If you really want to, pause the video and do it yourself, and then watch the solution. Okay, so it's the exact same thing. I'll say const response. This time we will send the request to this endpoint and update the state with the data, update the error state, and finally we're gonna have the loading state to be false. Let's say any, and do the same thing here as well. Try and catch. Our endpoint was trending. Okay, just like this. Let's grab the data, put the type, handle the catch case where we update the error basically. Then finally, loading will be false. Okay, even though AI write all this code, I think it is fine because each function is about 10 lines of code and pretty simple. Okay, I'll just shrink every one of them. Under the home page, we would like to call those functions. So as soon as you refresh in the home page, those data will be fetched, hopefully. I would like to say use music store, and I will go ahead, say const, give me those functions where we have featured songs. Let's say fetch made for you and fetch the trending songs, as well as those values. So you can also get a loading state if you really wanted to. For now, let's just say give us the made for you songs and give us the, let's just say featured songs as well as trending songs. There we go. I'll save. These are the values that we just got. And we would like to call these functions with a use effect. So I will say, let's call the fetch featured songs, fetch trending songs, and made for you songs, right? Let's put the array, the dependency array, so that it is happy with us. Okay, so you can console log it if you really want to. Let me just do it pretty quickly. Refresh, take a look at the terminal. We just got all these values. For the featured songs, we have 6 different items. And for these, we have 4. And these are what we're expecting in the UI. So for this, I will create a component called featured section or featured grid. So let's go under the home page. I will create my components folder and create this featured section.tsx, and we're going to have a different component for this part, and this is going to be section grid. So let's say section grid.tsx. Let's just initialize this one for now, save it, close it, and we will build this first. So let's shrink the left hand side and try to build this component. From the music store, we're going to get a couple of different values. Let's say we're going to get the loading, we're going to get the featured songs, and we can get the error state if we have any. I will say if it is loading, we can show some loading spinner, right? And in this case, I will return a component called featured grid skeleton. And this is something that we're going to create under the skeletons folder. Let's copy this name, put it here, .tsx, and for the code, for this code, you can find it under the GitHub repo, under this file. So under the source, components, skeletons, visit this, you're going to see about 15 lines of code, which is just 6 different elements with the pulse animation, I believe. There we go. And let's just see this in action. I will import this. Looks like we cannot get it. Import featured grid. Do we have like, is the name different? Let me just check. In this skeletons. Okay, it should be featured. This is what you're gonna have in the GitHub repo. I will save and go here, try to import it. Okay, it should be working out without any issues. So let's just say if true so that we can see it in the UI. But I think we didn't put it in the home page. Maybe below the top bar, let's just say feature grid featured section component. And we should be able to see this right now. Let's try to fix it. I will go into this component. Instead of this to be true, let's say if it is loading, we're gonna see this. And if we have an error, we can just really show the error itself. I'll say if there's an error, return a p tag. You can really make this a lot better, but I'll just keep it simple a little bit. Let's say error.message or just the error itself. Let's say class name, text, red of 500, and let's say margin bottom of 4, and maybe text would be maybe large, right? All right. So after the error, we'll just have the actual return statement. Class name, this is going to be grid columns of 1 in smaller screens, and smaller screens above, we're going to have grid columns of 2, and larger screens and above, this is going to be 3, and gap is going to be 4, margin bottom will be 8. Let's go inside. We're going to have the featured songs. We're going to map it and return this part. So for each song, we would like to return a div where we'll have the key as song._id. This is what we have. And here you can see TypeScript can always warn you about this. It says you don't really have the ID, so just go ahead and fix it, which is _id. And we're gonna have a couple of different classes for each parent element. Let's say flex, items centered, and I think at this point I can copy the classes and paste it because it is just styling and nothing else. If you really want to type this out, this is the entire class list. Then here we're gonna have the image where we would like to put song.image URL. And let's add the alt. This is gonna be song.title. Then we can give some classes. Let's say width is gonna be 16 and smaller screens and above width is gonna be 20. Height is gonna be 16 and smaller screens and above it'll be 20 as well. Then we can just say object will be covered and flex shrink of 0. Okay, let's save. These are the classes for the image. Below to the image, we're gonna have the title as well as the artist. So I'll say div, class name of flex1, padding of 4, div where we'll have song.title. Okay, I'll go ahead, say class name, font medium, and truncate. Then I will do the same thing for this one, and instead of div, maybe we can go with p tag. Why not? Let's just say p, class name, text small, text zinc of 400, then truncate as well. And I will say song.artist. This should be good to go. And let's save, just take a look at the output. There we go. This is what we return from the backend, right? This is what we got and we're just displaying it. Now this doesn't really look nice, right? We should have some spacing, we should have some background. So let's go ahead and fix it. And also when we hover over them, we would like to see a play button just like this one so that we can really play it. And we're gonna get there. So I'll just put a comment here after these two divs. I'll just say maybe to do add play button. And later in the video, we will add this. For now, let's go into the home page and just make this UI look a little bit clean. So I will cut this for a second and I will have scroll area component. Let's try to import it coming from the components. We're gonna give it some height. So let's say class name is gonna be height. So we are going to calculate the entire screen, which is 100 pH minus 180 pixels. And I think we don't really need to give any spaces, so let's leave it like this. We're gonna have a div with some classes, padding 4 and smaller screens and above, padding will be 6. Then inside this div, we're gonna have this h1 that says good afternoon, right? This thing. So this is gonna be dynamic depending on the date that you're looking at this. We're going to make this dynamic later in the video. For now, let's just say good afternoon, and I'll give some classes such as text 2x large, smaller screens and above, text will be a little bit larger, such as 3x large, and let's say font would be bold, margin bottom of 6. After this h1, we're going to have this featured section that we have. You can call this also featured grid. I don't know. This is, I think, fine. Then below to this div, let's save to get this formatting. We will have one div, class name space of y of 8, and we will have two different sections, right? So made for you, and we're going to have the trending. So I'll just put it like this for now. Let's wrap this with a p tag as well and take a look at the UI. I think, wait, why this did not work out? So we got the padding, etc., but the background didn't work. For this, I'll go here and we can really make this a main tag as well. So I'll say rounded MD, height of full, I think background gradient to bottom. So you just say to be from zinc, the color, which is gonna be 800 to 900. Okay, let's save. Hopefully this should fix it. There we go. So the color changes from top to the bottom, as you can tell. Now we would like to build the made for you and trending sections. So they're going to be looking the same. The only thing is changing the title as well as the data, right? Each song. So for this, we can create a reusable component that takes some props. So let's say section grid coming from this file, and I'll duplicate this. This will have the title. Oops, let's type this correctly. Made for you, and then it's gonna have these songs, and for this it'll be made for you songs, right? Then we're gonna put the title as well, so basically the same thing. Now let's go ahead and make this happen. So we are getting some errors because TypeScript says you don't really get any props here, right? So we just need to put type. I'll just say let's say type section grid type or props. And what are we expecting? A title, which is going to be string, and we are expecting some songs, which is going to be an array of songs, just like this. Let's try to import this from songs, and now we can destructure those. Now if I just get them, this will not be really happy because it says you cannot, like it cannot see it, right? So we are going to say this component will take this props. Now it actually happy with us. So here it says you are not using it. That's why we are getting an error. But if you say like console log title or songs, it should be happy. And if you delete this, press Control Space, you can get the auto suggestions. Just like this. And I think we can also add the loading state. I'll just say is loading. Let's grab it here. It's going to be Boolean. And we would like to send this with the props. Okay, it is coming from our hook above, as you can tell. And now we would like to build the actual UI in this component. So I will just say if we are loading, we're going to return a component. Let's say if is loading, let's return a component called section grid skeleton, and this is something that we'll create. Let's visit the source skeletons where we'll have this tsx file, and go ahead grab this file content from the GitHub repo under this current file. Alright, I'll just paste that and import it. So this is just UI design, that's why I'm not trying to explain this. Basically bunch of different classes, and we're getting a loading skeleton. Okay, so with this in mind, I think we can just go ahead return the actual content if we are not in the loading state. We will have a div with class name, margin bottom of 8. I think we can have, let's say, one more div where we'll have class name, flex, items would be centered. We will have justify between, margin bottom of 4. And we're going to have an h2. This will take the title that we're getting, and this will have a bunch of different classes such as text x large, smaller screens above this would be 2x large, and we will have font bold. Below the h2, we're going to have a button that says show all, so it would be this button on the right hand side. Let's import it. And we will go below to the button, below to this div. We'll have one more div with the grid layout. So we will have, let me paste that in. In smaller screens below, we will have one column, smaller screens above 2, and larger screens and above, we will have 4 different items next to each. Then we can go ahead, map 3D songs. So let's say song.map and return something for each. So we're gonna get key, which is going to be song._id, and we will have a bunch of different classes. So I think I will provide this pretty quickly. Let's go here, paste that in. There we go. And inside this div, we will have one more div with the class name of relative. We will have margin bottom of 4, and inside one more div with aspect being square. So this is another class coming from Tailwind. let's say aspect square, and you can have a video, auto. This is what we're going to be going with. Rounded medium, shadow dash LG, and overflow is going to be hidden. And I don't know why Codium crashed, but that's fine. Let's go ahead below, have an image component. For the source, we will have, let me just put this like that, song.image URL. We can put the title, and we're gonna have some classes. So I'll just say class name and provide all of them. Feel free to type this out, please. But these are the classes that we would need for this image. And below to this, I think below to the div, let's just save and just see the output, then we can continue, I believe. So made for you and trending. I'll just refresh. Every single time we're gonna get some different output. And looks like the spacing doesn't really work. Let's see if we are missing anything. Maybe it should be in the home page. So actually this div should be after this one, right? So that we can really have this padding having in the entire element. So if we save, hopefully we should get that spacing from the left and right hand side. And this is how that look. Pretty cool. Now we would like to have the, so you cannot really see it, but the title as well as the artist name. So I'll go ahead, open up my VS Code, section grid. So below to the image where we have a div, let's go above that, another div, all right. Here we'll have an h3 where we just hold the song.title. And this is gonna take the class name of font medium, let's say margin bottom of 2 and truncate. Then we're gonna have the p tag for the artist name. Let's say song.artist. Let me scroll so you can really see it clearly. Text would be small. The color will be 400 of zinc and truncate. And I think after this, maybe we can put the song album title. For now, let's just save. Okay, so this is what we have. And I think this is already enough. We don't really need to put anything else. As I said later in the video, we can put a play button here as well. So just like we have here, when we hover over any of these items, we would like to see this kind of a button so that we can really play those songs. I'll just add a to-do, maybe below to the image. I'll say to-do add play button later in the video and save this file. Alright, so now in the homepage, every time you do a refresh, we're gonna get different items because this is how we set it up in the API section. So with this, that's gonna be it for this section. In the next one, we're gonna build the functionality where we can actually play a music. So I'll see you there. Alright, so now that we have built the homepage as well as the album page, I think now we can go ahead and add this functionality where we can play musics, right? So if I click to this button, currently nothing will happen, but we would like to play the song and just go in this direction, right? Starting from the first one. Once this ends, it would go to the next one, so on and so forth. So let's see how we can build this. So the first thing you need to understand, if you want to play a music in your website, you're gonna need an HTML element, which is gonna be audio. So I will go ahead and see my main layout file, and here I would like to put that audio element. So I'll just say audio. This is gonna be a self-closed tag, right? Self-closed component. So we don't really want to just put it here because this will require a lot of different logic. So when the song ends, when you want to start it, you just need to handle everything. So instead of putting it here and making this file complicated by adding our logic here, instead what I'll be doing is to really just take this and put it into its own component. So I'll just say audio player and copy this name. Let's try to create that component under the layout. So let's say .tsx, created, exported. For now, let's just keep it boilerplate and import it here. And looks like I have a typo. It should be audio player, right? I'll copy this name and just try to fix it. I update it here and let's try to fix this name as well. Okay, so it should be working out now without any issues. So I'll just delete this and bring this back. There we go. We don't really have any issues. So before we build this component, I would like to create a store and just have my functions. So let's see what I mean. We're going to go ahead, find our stores folder, and I will create a hook called use player store.ts file. So we're going to have a bunch of different state and different functions. And they're going to be things like having a queue, right? So when you start with this one, it should go from this direction where we start with the first one and then go all the way up to the latest one, right? So when you, let's say you start playing this music in the homepage, when you say next, it should play this song, right? And when you're here, if you say previous, it should go to the previous song. So to be able to make this happen, we're going to need a queue state. And then we also need to have some functions so that the next and previous buttons work and we can pause and play the song, right? So I hope that makes sense, and we're going to put all logic here so that we can really use it in any of our components. All right, so let's go ahead. The first thing I'll get is create function from ZooStand. Then I will get this type as well, which is song from this types folder. Then let's just create our interface, and let me shrink the left hand side. I'll say player store, where we're going to have a bunch of different fields. So I would like to just put it one by one. We're going to keep track of the current song that we're playing so that we can show it here, right? And we can just have the duration information, things like that. So we need to keep the current song as our state. Then we're going to keep track of the state where if we are playing or not, which is going to be Boolean. And then we're going to have queue, as I said. This is going to be that array of songs, and we're going to need to keep track of the current index. So if I am playing this song, I need to know what is the index of this in the queue, right? That's why we say current index. Then we're going to have a function that will initialize the queue. This will take the array of songs and it will not return anything. Then we're going to have a function to play an album. So if you are here on this page, when you click to this button, it should play this album. So it's going to start with the first one, and we just need to let that know. I will get this function, and please feel free to type this out or I don't know, just copy it from this file. Then we're going to have a function to update the current song, right? So it's going to take the song. This could be song or null. Probably this would not be null, but we're going to just put it so that if you really want to reset the state, or if you like call this in a use effect, let's say without any arguments, this should be fine. And this is not going to return anything. Then we're going to have this toggle play button or function, I'm sorry. When we call this, it'll either start or stop the song, right? Then we're going to have play next and play previous functions. So I know this is a lot of stuff, but we'll just go ahead and build them step by step. Let's say export const use player store, and we're going to return this object. It is going to take the setter function, and here we'll also be using the getter function. So let's get this as the argument, and once we use it, I'll try to explain. And let's put our states now. The current song initially will be null, is playing will be false, queue will be empty, and the current index is going to be -1. And we're going to see why this is the case. Then let's try to create all these functions so that we don't really get this error. I'll just leave all of them empty, just like this. Let me just AI complete this pretty quickly. Toggle play, play next, and previous. Okay, now we don't really have any warnings other than these arguments. I'll just go into this function and try to build the logic. So we're going to be calling this function when we refresh our page, let's say. Alright, so I am in this album page. Let's say I just visit this page. I would like to initialize my queue immediately so that it would add all these in order, right? So we're going to say, let's set some state. where we'll say Q is going to be this array of songs that we are getting, right? This is our argument, and we're going to say the current song. And we can just say, just have the current song as it is. So we can just say get current song. So this is how we can use a state in a function, right? By using this getter method. All right, so let's say get.current song. If this is empty, because initially it is null, let's say in this case, we would like to get the very first song, right? Then we can get the current index as well. So this will be, again, let's say get.current index. And we're going to say if this is equal to -1, that means we can just get this as the first one, because initially we don't really have anything. And if this is not equal to -1, that means the current index existed. We are already having this. We can just use it. I know this might not make too much sense initially because we are just building it. I think once we use it, this will make sense later in the video. Then we're going to go ahead and build the play album function. So as I said, we're going to get the array of songs in the album and then the start index. So this could be, initial value could be 0. So I'll just delete the type and I'll say the start index is going to be 0 if it is not being provided. Because when you just say played album, this is the first index that it'll start. All right, let's just go here and I will say if the songs.length is less than 0, let's say, or we can just say if it doesn't exist, but I think this is just better. If it is equal to 0, we'll just return and don't do anything. This is just an edge case that we would like to have. Then I'll say const song, and let's find the current song, which is the start index, right? And I will say set, put this object, we'll say this is our queue where we get the album songs, right? We're gonna put the current song and current index, as well as if it is playing or not. So we're gonna say is playing is gonna be equal to true, because initially it was false. Now that we have clicked this button, it should start playing, right? All right, so this is our very first function. And I think if you delete this, you're gonna get some errors from TypeScript, but looks like we don't get it. Okay, that's fine. Let's go ahead and build our next function, which is to set current song. So I'll say if we don't have song, just return it, so that we don't really have any errors in our code, right? This is some boring check that we can add. Then we will just say find the song index. So I'll say const song index, get from the queue, right? Let's just say queue.find index. Let's say we just get the song and song._id if it is equal to song._id. So we just got the index and we can set our state with it. Let's say current song is going to be equal to this song, and we'll say is playing going to be equal to true because we're just setting the current song, and we will say current index is going to be equal to song index. But if song index is not equal to -1, only then this is the case, but else we're going to get the current index. Okay, so as I said, this might be a little bit overwhelming. Right now we're just writing all these functions, but I promise this will make everything super easy just in a couple of minutes once we call these functions. And once we implement that, I think it'll just make sense. So for now, just follow along with me. Basically, this is the logic that we're building for each function so that we don't really have any errors later in the video. All right, so we're going to have the toggle play button. So this is going to be like this. So when we click to this, initially, let's say it'll start playing. And then when you click to this once again, it'll stop, right? So we just need to negate the is playing state. So either like if it is true, it'll be false. And if it is false, it is going to be true. So I will say const will start playing. And in this case, we'll say get that if it is playing, we're gonna make this to be false, and if it is true, we're gonna make that I think I just said this wrong, but basically we will negate this value, as I said. All right, because we are just toggling the state in this function. And I would like to get this set function. I will say is playing gonna be equal to this variable that we have just created. So just negate the state, right? This is exactly what we are doing. Then we can build the play next function. So I will say const from the get. This is something that we can do. We can just destructure it, right? Instead of saying get.q and get.something, we can basically just get those. So I'll say current index as well as the q. And we're going to be using this just in a second. Let's say find the next index, because we'll be using it, which is going to be current index plus 1. Then I will say, like, if there is a next song to play, let's say if there is a next song to play, let's play it, right? All right, I'll say if next index is less than q dot length. Okay, let me just type this. We're gonna get the next song just like this from the queue, and we will update our state where we'll just put the current song, which is gonna be the next song because we are just playing the next one. So let's say next song, we're gonna have next index and is playing gonna be true. So what is happening? It says is playing. Okay, we should put a comma here. Okay, so this is what we have, and we should handle the else case as well. This is the end of the list. Let's say we are playing this, and if we just say next music, it'll not just do anything because there isn't a next song after this. So let's say else no next song. This is that case. We are just gonna say set is playing to be false. All right, so the same logic applies to the play previous. So let's try to do it line by line. We're gonna get the current index and the queue with the get method. So we're gonna find the previous index, which is current minus 1. And in this case, we would like to update our state just like above, right? And we need to add that if check, I believe. So I'll just go ahead and say if previous index is greater than or equal to 0, we can go back. Say const previous song is going to be equal to q previous index. And we can have this else state as well. Let's first update the state here. I'll say set, where we'll have the current song index and is playing. Then in the else case, we'll say no previous song, right? This is that case. And let's just say there's a previous song, so we can just go there, and here we'll be setting the playing state to be false. All right, so this was a little bit overwhelming to type all of them, especially if you're beginner, like if you have never worked with something like this logic. This might be a little bit confusing, but as I said, once we use it, I think this will just make sense. All right, so now that we have the player store, we can go and visit this audio player component and build this logic as well. So what is going to happen in this component? Basically, we are going to return an audio element, as I said. So let's say audio, and this is going to be a self-closed tag. And in our main layout, we are using this. So you can really just put it in any place above. Let's say you can put it here, inside, like any place. This will not be visible. It is just an audio element that we are going to have so that we can actually hear that song, right? So that we can play it. And here in this component, we're going to have an HTML ref. So let's just say const audio ref. So I think I just said HTML ref, but it should be use ref, I was going to say. Let's say we're going to have a use ref, which is going to be initially null, and we can put this reference to this audio. So let's say ref audio ref, and I'll give a little bit space. So if you want to make this type safe and happy, you can say this is an HTML audio element, and we're gonna get the previous song ref as well, right? I'll just say use ref, and this is gonna be null, and we can just say the value for this could be string or null, and I think we'll see why this is the case just in a second. So I will just use my player store and get a couple of different values. So I'll say const, we would like to get the current song as well as the is playing field or the state. Now we are going to have a use effect to handle play and pause logic, right? So let's just try to handle it. I'll just leave this comment as it is. Let's say use effect imported and just initialize it on mount. All right, just like this. We're gonna say if is playing, right? If this is true, we would like to say audio ref dot current and just play the music. And in the else case, we are going to pause it. Now here it says you should put the is playing into here so that I'm happy with you. Okay, this is the first use effect, and this will just check if we should be playing the music or if should we pause it. Then let's have another use effect, and this will handle when the song ends, right? Let's say handle song ends. Now what is gonna happen once it ends? It should play the next music, right? So let's say we are playing this music, it is right here. Once this is completed, it should go to the next music immediately without you doing anything. And this can be possible with the use effect. So I'll just go ahead and initialize this one as well. I think I'll just leave it like this. I will say give me the audio element that I have. Let's say audio, which is going to be audio ref.current, and I will say let's add an event listener, audio.add event listener. Let's just type this out. Once this is ended, this is a event type that you can listen on the audio element. Once this is the case, we can call this handle ended function. Let's go ahead and create it here. Okay, so in this case, we're going to say just call the play next function, and I think we can import this play next. There we go. Okay, and just to optimize this use effect, we can clean up this as well. Let's say return, and this is how we can clean something up with the use effect. You would just return in a function. In this case, it's an arrow function. We're going to say audio.remove event listener and just do the same thing above, right? So when it is ended, like clean up this function. And let's go ahead and add this state I was going to say, but I think we don't really need to add anything. Let's just see what this dude says. It says you should put the play next in it. Okay, so I think that's gonna be it for this use effect as well. So the very last use effect that we're gonna need is when we want to change a music. So let's say I am playing this one, right? And let's say I am in the middle of the music. When I say go to the next one, it should play this and it should start it from scratch, right? From the 0. Then let's say I am listening to this one and I am again just in the middle of the music. If I pause it and if I restart it again, it should continue from here, right? We just don't want this to start from scratch because we just paused it here and we want to play from here as well. So we're going to handle this logic in this next use effect. So I'll just go ahead and just say handle song changes, right? Let's say use effect, just grab this, have it as an empty use effect, and let me give some space. There we go. I will say again, just give me the audio element by using this audio ref.current, and it looks like I cannot type this word, but there we go, audio. Then I will just say check if this is actually a new song. right? I'll just say check if this is actually a new song. I'll just leave this comment so that you can have it in the source code. And I'll just say const is song change. And how can we check this? Well, basically we're gonna say previous song ref.current if it is not equal to, let's say if it is not equal to current song.audio URL. And can we get that? Yes, there we go, audio URL. If this is not the case, that means like song has changed. And in this case, we would like to have this if check. I will say if this is true, we're gonna just update the audio source. I'll say audio.source. This is something that we can have with this element. I'll say current song.audio URL, whatever that is coming from the database. Then we can update the time. So as I said, we would like to just reset the playback position, right? I'll go ahead, just scroll a little bit, and I will say audio.current time is going to be equal to 0. And we can just store the current song URL to check for future changes, right? I'll say previous song.current is going to be current song.audio URL. All right, so why this is not really happy with us, I think we can put this. Will it be happy? No, we cannot really put it on the left-hand side. I think we can just go above, maybe add an if check. So let's say if there is not audio ref.current, or if there is not the current song, just return. There we go, now it is happy, and we should not have this optional chaining on the left-hand side. Okay, there we go. So we have updated this URL as well. We're gonna say if this should be a comment. If we should be playing, just start the new song. And I don't really think if we need the comment, I'll say if is playing, just go ahead, play that audio. Let's go ahead, fix this dependency array as well. We're gonna need the current song and is playing. Okay, so I hope this makes sense. As I said, this would reset the playback position to 0 when you go to the next or to the previous song, right? And with this, I think that's going to be the entire component. So we can have this 3 logic that we can use in our entire application. So let's try to go into the album page and actually try to see this in action. When we click to this, we would like to start with the first music, right? So I will go into the use player store. No, not this one. I was going to say I'll go into the album page, and we'd like to implement our logic here on this component. So here I'll go ahead and import the use player store because we're going to need a couple of different values. I'll say const import the current song, get the is playing field. Let's say play album function and toggle play. We're going to use all of them just in a second. So I will have a function where I can really just play the song, right? I'll go ahead and create that. Let's say const handle play album. We can just say have this function open. I will just say play album, put the current album dot songs, and we'd like to add the index. So here you can see TypeScript tells you that you should put the start index as well, because this is what we have in that function, right? This is how we build it. All right, so we're gonna put the start index, and this is gonna be coming as an argument. So let's say index will be type of number, and now this is not really happy because this could be null. So let's say if there is not a current album, just return out of this function. And when are we gonna be calling this function? Well, basically when we click to that button. So let me just find that. I think it should be in the song list. So let me just find it. All right, so when we click to this div, so if we click here, right, we would like to play this one. If we click to this, we would like to play this, so on and so forth. So we're gonna give the index of it as an argument. So what I'll be doing is just go ahead, say, here maybe I should make this as a function. So I'll just put my curly braces here and just say return, and I would like to go find this closing and put this curly brace as well. So what we have done, basically make this a function so that we can put a variable here. I'll say const is current song. We'll say if current song dot underscore id, if it is equal to this song that we are mapping, in this case this is the current song, right? And I'll say on click handle play album with this index, and we're gonna be using this just in a second. Maybe we can just do it right now. So what I'll be doing is to delete this span for a second. So let's just do Control X, cut this. I will say if it is current song, and if we are playing, in this case, we would like to return this part where I'll be having a div. Let's say this is going to be class name of size 4 and text green, let's say 500. And then in the else case, we're gonna return this thing that we have just cut. So I'll just paste that. And here I will have this character, which is to like this music thing. You can grab this from the GitHub repo under this page and in this line. All right, so let's save, and I will also make this to be rendered conditionally. I'll cut it. I'll say if it is not the current song, only then show this actually. Okay, just like that, this should be good to go. So you're gonna see what this does basically in a second. And let's try to see what we are not using, which is to toggle play. So we're gonna get this. For now, I would like to test this out. I'll click to this one, and let me just make this to be a little bit, like turn this down so it is not really annoying for you. So here you can see it actually plays. I'm not really sure if you can hear it, but the UI has been updated. There we go. Okay, but now if I click this once again, nothing happens, right? Like I'm just clicking to this, nothing happens. Let me just refresh so that it stops. Now we need to handle this case where we can really just toggle the state, right? And for this, we're gonna have this function that we have imported already, okay, which is this one. So we're gonna call this function when we click to this button as well. So let's just try to find that button, which is gonna be this controls. Let me try to find it, which is this play button, right? I will say on click, just call a function called handle play album, and this is something that we're gonna create just in a second above. So let's try to find this. I mean, just go above, try to create that function. Const handle play album. This is not gonna take any arguments, and we can just check, like first get the variable. I'll say is current album playing. We're gonna say current album dot songs, and if any of them are playing. So this is how we can do it. Sum, right? This will return true if any of these items returns true. So let's say take a look at each song, and if song dot underscore id, if it is equal to current song, then that means the current album is playing, right? And then in this case, we're gonna say if this is the case, just go ahead, toggle the play. So if it is playing, pause it, or if it is paused, just play it. And in the else case, we're gonna just start playing the album from the beginning. So this will make sense in a second. Let me just put this as a comment. Start playing the album from the beginning. Okay, so I'll go ahead, say play album, and just put the current album songs with the 0 index, because we're just starting from scratch. And even if you don't put this, this would be happy with us, because we already said that, like, if we don't have any index, it'll start with 0. But I'll just leave it so that it is a little bit more explicit. and this is not really happy with us. I think we should have an if check. I'll say if there is not current album, we can just return out of it. And looks like we have this name called handle play album. I think I will call this as handle play song. It is because we are calling this function when we click to one of those, right? Just refresh, and we also need to update this where we have used it here, right? I'll say handle play song, and this is where we're using it under that green button. So let me just test this out if this is gonna work or not. I'll click to this start to playing. If I click to this once again, it'll pause, and if I click to this again, it'll just keep continue, right? And what I want to do, just update this UI depending on the playing state. So I have just refreshed it so you don't really hear that music. We're gonna go ahead, find that control button, which is this one that we are seeing currently. I will cut this for a second, and I will say if it is playing, and if current album dot songs dot sum, if any of them is in this album, right, we would like to have this pause icon coming from Lucid React. And in the else case, we're gonna just have the previous thing that we had. Let me give the same classes to this one as well, and let's just try this out once again. So here we can see it just updates as expected. So the reason that we put this part is that maybe we are playing, right, but it is under a different album, so this shouldn't update. So that's why we're checking if we are playing the specific album. Okay, so with this, I think this is the entire component we need for the album page. Now, I really hope you're able to see how all pieces comes together, where we build an audio player component that is going to handle a couple of different cases, where we have play and pause logic that would update it would call the play and pause functions. Then we have the song ends use effect. This would play the next song when the current music ended. And we have this case when the song changes, we would update the current time to be 0 and then play that music. Then we have this player store that we have built. Let me just open this up, and we are handling the queue, current song, current index, and is playing state. Let's just check this use effect. I will play a song and I'll wait if this would move on with the next function. So I'll go ahead, play this one, which is around 40 seconds. Once this ends, let's see if it'll go to the next one or not. So let's just wait. So here we can see I didn't do anything. Once this completed, it went and played this music. So awesome, that means our use effects are also working without any issues. So with this now, I think that's gonna be it for the entire album page, where we have built a bunch of different logics, right? We just have two different functions that will handle a couple of cases. So it'll either play the song. So when you click to this one, it would update the queue with that, right? And if you if you click to this one, it would either start from the scratch or it would play the current song. So which is this one. So I'll just play this one, and I will click to this, it'll pause, and if I click to this once again, it'll not start from scratch, but it'll continue with this one. There we go. It just works as expected. Then I think in the next section, we can build the homepage where we'll have a couple of different buttons. When we click to them, it would play and pause these songs. So I'll see you in the next section. Alright, now in the homepage, let's try to build a button here on every single component, just like this one that we have. When we clicked it, it would play the current song. So let's try to start with this featured grid section. So this is what I have open. This is where we left. we just have around 30 lines of code. And we have a to-do where we say add a play button. So I'll go ahead and just try to get that component. Let's say play button, and this is gonna take the song as the argument. So let's say song and just put it inside. And I think this is not really happy with us. Let's see. Okay, it says you should have only one parent element. So I'll just take this, put it into this div. And let's take this to do above. Let's try to create this component. This is going to be under the home, under the components. Let's just paste that in. .tsx. Create this component. So this will take the song as the prop, right? As the argument. So I'll just go ahead, say, like you can put it above, but you can also put it in line. I think we haven't seen this, so let me just show you. We're gonna say we will get this song, and let's put the type. Let's say song. It would be type of song coming from this types. I'll shrink the left hand side, so let's try to build it. We're gonna get use player store, where we'll have a bunch of different things. Let's get the current song state. We're gonna get is playing and two different functions. So set current song and toggle play. I will also just have this variable, I'll say is current song, where we can just check it like this because we are getting a song as an argument, right? Let me just import this. Okay, so for featured songs, we are mapping through this JSX for each of them, and we are passing the song into the component. So we can really check if this is the current song, just like that. So I'll say const handle play. This is the function that we have. And in this case, we'll say if it is the current song, we're going to go ahead and just toggle this, call this toggle play. But in the else case, we can just say set current song with the song. So this will make sense, I promise, just in a second. Let's say we're going to have a button component. Then this will take a couple of different classes. Let me just close this off. So I will say when we click to this, on click, just call the function above, which is handle play. And let's put a couple of different classes. And this class list is going to be dynamic. So as you can imagine, we don't really want to see that button always, right? Whenever we hover over it, we would like to see that this is what really happens. And if we are playing this music, if this is the current song, right, then we would like to see this button. So that's why this class list is going to be a little bit dynamic. And I think I can provide the entire list just like this. You can grab this from the GitHub repo. So if it is the current song, we're gonna make this to be visible, but otherwise it will not be visible. Only if when you hover over it, then it'll be visible. All right, inside this button, we'll say if it is the current song and if it is playing, we're gonna render this, else we'll render this part. And here I would like to have an icon, let's say pause, coming from Lucid React, where we'll have a bunch of different classes, let's say size of 5 and text black. There we go. Then in this case, we're going to have the play button just like above. Let's import this, save, and try to save this one as well. Let's just see this in action. What's going to happen? In our application, oops, we have this text. Let me just delete that where that is. And I think I'll just say the size of this should be icon. So it's a little bit more small, or smaller, I should say. So now whenever I hover over those, I can see that animated nicely. I'll just go ahead, click to one of them. So here we can see it plays, right? It just works for all of them. Now, what is happening here in the if and else case? So I'll just refresh. We don't really have any music, right? So it is not current song. So this is false. It will just go ahead and set the current song with this song that I will click. But then, since it is playing, when I call this function, it is the current song, it will toggle the state. I hope that makes sense. So one of them will be called in the initial case, then this would be in the next calls. So that's kind of it for the play button, and we just make this to be reusable because we'll be using it in different places. So here in this section as well, in this section as well, we'll be using those. So let's actually do so. I will go into the section grid component where we have a to-do. I'll just delete that to-do, and below this image and below this div, I'll just put my button. Let's say play button, and we can put the song as the argument because we are mapping through it. And just make sure you import it from the correct place. Now here we can see it is available in the section grid as well, and it should be working out as well. There we go. Since this is playing, this is the current song. Even if I don't hover over this, I can still see the button. But here I should hover to be able to see that. Alright, so this is looking pretty cool. So with this, that's gonna be it for this section. I think next we can build this playback controls component that we can see here. It'll have these buttons, so we can go to the previous one, we can toggle the state, and we can go to the next song as well. And we should be able to update the duration, update like the location that we are at, as well as the sound, the volume, right? And I think I'll see you there. Alright, now let's go ahead and try to build this playback controls component. I will visit my main layout, and the reason is we're gonna have this in multiple different pages. So that's why I would like to visit the main layout component. So after the resizable panel group, we're gonna put that component. I'll just say playback controls. Let's go ahead, copy the name, create it under the layout, under the components.tsx, export it, save it, close it, and let's try to import it. There we go. And let's just see the output. So this is what we have. But we would like to obviously update the logic, right? So before we try to build the UI, I really want to implement the logic so we can build the UI easily. So the first thing I'll be doing is to get my player store. Let me just try to import it and get these values. The current song is playing in 3 different functions that we're going to be using. So the play next, play previous, and toggle play, so that we can really call them in these 3 buttons, right? Alright, so after this, we're going to have a state for the volume. So initially, this is going to be at 75. Wait, I couldn't type, but this should be like 75 initially, and user should be able to take it to 100 or 0, right? But initially we're going to go with 75. Feel free to update it. This is going to be use state. Let me just import that. We're going to keep track of the current time, and again, it'll start from 0. Then we will have the duration. It'll be 0 initially, but we're going to calculate it, and we're going to have the audio reference. So just remember that we have this audio element in the player audio player, right? So this is in our main layout. So basically we are trying to find this, and we're going to assign it into this reference. So this will make sense just in a second. Let's just try to have the use effect so we can really just manipulate some stuff here in this effect. So the first thing I would like to do is just get the audio element. And as I said, we're going to assign it into this variable, right? So we're going to say find the audio element from the document and set it into this one. So let's just say now the audio, I'll be using this as a variable because I'll just need it. If this doesn't exist, let's return. You don't really need to put this technically because it'll always be there, but just to make TypeScript happy. So we're going to say whenever the time updates in this audio, so we can say audio at event listener, whenever the time updates, call this update time function, which will be basically updating our state just like that. So audio.current time, and we're going to do the same thing for the update duration. Okay, just like that. This is something that will be called whenever the song is loaded. And when the song ended, we would like to just call a function to handle it. So I will say audio add event listener when it is ended, call this handle ended function. So I'll go ahead, create that function. Let me just actually type this out pretty quickly. Say const handle ended, call this function where we'd like to basically just say update the state, which is the is playing, right? So how can we make this happen? Well, there is something that we can do a little bit differently. I'll just say use player store dot set state. And yes, this is how we can also update a state specifically. So set state, make the is playing to be false because it has just ended, right? And to optimize this use effect, we can just really add our cleanup functions just like this. Okay, that should be it. Whenever the current song changes, this should run. Okay, so that was the first thing, and we're just gonna need one more function so that we can really just update the place of the song. So right, if we are here, if I hold this, grab this, right, and if I take it to here, it should update the UI as well. So what I'll be doing is to create a function handle seek. This is going to take the value, which is going to be an array of number, let's say, and we're going to say if audio current existed, we're going to say current time is going to be the first value of that value, right? So in that array. So let's try to build the UI. I think this will make a lot of sense. This is going to be our footer element. We would like to have a bunch of different classes on this one. I'll say class name, and I think we can just copy and paste because we are like 5-6 hours in already. I think we can speed this up a little bit. I will have a div with a bunch of different classes in it. So feel free to type this out or get it from the GitHub repo. In this case, I'll just be copying and pasting to really just speed this up a little bit. And this is something that you can grab from the GitHub repo as well. Let's say the currently playing song. So what we are building now is going to be this left-hand side where we have the image, the title, artist, and that's it. So this is what I'll have. Just paste that in. You can grab this from the GitHub repo, as I said. Just a bunch of different divs, images, and classes. Then we'd like to put the player controls, which is going to be this section, right? We just have these buttons at the top and then this slider at the bottom. And there is this slider component that we can get from Chatcn. I'll just say slider. Let's try to import this. I'll say copy this, open up the terminal under the front end. Just paste that in and run that. It should be good to go just in a second. There we go. So after the currently playing song, we'd like to have those player controls. I'll say player controls, and we're gonna have those functions basically, or the buttons, my bad. Say controls. Okay, I'll have a div with a bunch of different classes. Once again, I'll copy and paste it. We don't really need to waste time on this UI stuff because we have already done really complicated stuff. This should be pretty simple at this point. So this is the UI that we have. I would like to have a button where we'll just have the shuffle button, the icon in it. Let's try to get this and get this shuffle icon from Lucid React and save. So below to this, we're gonna have another button, which is going to be playing the previous song, right? So just like that, get this icon as well. There you can see it'll be disabled if we don't have current song. And when we clicked it, we're going to call this function. Then we would like to have this button in between where we can just toggle the state. So let's say get this icon as well as the play icon. Okay, after this, we're going to have one more, which is going to go to the next call, right? Next music. Let's say skip forward, which is this icon there we can see. And finally, the repeat icon, or the button, I should say. Okay, So let's save, just see the output, what we're gonna get. Okay, it's already looking like something, but we're gonna get there. We need to build this right hand side as well. So I will just go after this button below to this div, have one more div, not dir, this should be div, sorry. Let's go here and I'll give a bunch of different classes, such as this is going to be hidden in smaller screens, but smaller screens above it is going to be visible. Then we can put the time, right? The duration, or the current time, I should say. Like we should have the current time, and we can use that format time function that we have created previously. So let's see where we have used it. It was, hey, don't we have this function? I thought we had, let's say format duration, was it? Okay, so I will say export this function from here so we can really use it. Even though we have some warnings, I think this is not important. It is coming from ESLint. So I'll just say format duration and import it. There we go. And after this, we're gonna have a slider component. So I will copy it and paste it, just walk you through it. Let's get it from the components UI slider. So this is gonna take the current time as the value and it would be updated. Then we have the maximum. So it will be either the duration or at maximum, it can be 100. And step is gonna be 1. That means it'll just go unit by unit. Then a bunch of different classes, and on value change, it'll call this function so that it would handle the logic. So you don't really need to memorize these props. You can really take a look at the documentation and just see how they are using it. And like this is the output that you would get. All right, so let me just go here, try to see what we have. Hey, what am I doing? We should be visiting the VS Code. Then we're gonna get the duration after this slider and still in this div. So just like that, we'll say format duration and put the duration in it. Let's save what we're gonna get. So this is what we just got. This is disabled for now, but it'll be active whenever the music is playing. And here you can see the cursor is updating because of this classes that we have. So after this div and then this one, we're gonna put the volume controls, basically the right hand side. So I will go ahead, have a div, which would be the parent div. And let's try to close this off by duplicating this closing tag. Then I will have a button, which will just have this microphone icon, which is looking like that, just like in the Spotify application. And then we're gonna have one more button. After this, we're gonna paste that in. Let's try to import it. Then after this one, we're gonna have a laptop as well. Okay, then I will have a div, let's say class name, and I think we can just type this out, flex item centered and gap of 2. We will have a button where we'll just be updating the button, the volume. So this is just gonna be for UI styling. Then we will have the slider component. So let's just say below to the button, this is what we'll have. Bunch of different classes. Step would be increasing one by one, maximum would be 100, get the volume as our value for the slider, and on change we will basically update the volume state, right? And this is how we can really calculate it. I hope this makes sense. Let's just save and see this in action. This is really what we have. If it is here, nothing will happen. We're not going to hear anything, but if it is here, we can just really hear the sound. All right, so let's try to run any of them. I will just make this like this so that you are not annoyed. Okay, there we go. It is working. Even though it is not as expected, we're just going to get there. So I can increment this, just watch. Okay, so I don't really want to get any copyright, etc. I'll not just put it like this, but it is working 100%. Let's just play this one. It'll update without any issues. Here we can see. And I think the problem with this is our function, Here we just add format duration. I think I will create another function in this file. Let me try to copy it and paste it. Just provide this to you above. Format time. Let's update these two with the format time. Let's see if this will fix it or not. Okay, it actually fixed it, right? And the difference here is that I think we are rounding this, where we just use math.floor. Okay. So now we don't really hear anything. Okay, it is working without any issues. Now you might be asking why this is white and here we have a green. Can't we just make that happen? Well, basically it is super simple. We can do it. By default, this is the theme that ShadCN uses. So we can go under the themes, select our customize button with the green. So this is similar to Spotify theme. So I'll just go ahead, copy the code and visit my index. Let me just find index.css. I will delete this layer base and just paste that in. So first, let me just give space. I will delete this first layer base and paste my code in. Let's save. This should update the UI. Here we go. Now our primary color is this green color, right? So here I can play without any issues. Now I don't really have sound, but wait, does that work? All right, so let's take it here. It just works really, as you can see, without any issues. Now let's try to, let me just turn this down. I will click to the next button. Nothing happens, right? And if I click the previous one, it just stops. It is because we don't really have anything in the queue. We didn't initialize it. So only we are initializing it in the album page. If I click to this, it'll play. If I say next, it'll go because we have the queue working for this, but not for the homepage. And I think we can implement this just now. So let's go ahead, visit the homepage. I will delete this because we are not using it. Let's go into the homepage component. And whenever we fetch those, let me just show this. Whenever we fetch these data, we would like to add those into our queue. And we had a function for this called initialize queue. So I will just say initialize queue coming from the player store. And we can have a use effect. And I'll just be deleting this console log. Let me say use effect and just call it whenever the initialize song changes, which is it'll never change, but let's just put it. So I will go inside and I'll say if made for you songs dot length is greater than 0, and like if all of them are greater than 0, we can just initialize our queue with all songs. So let's say all songs, where we'll be just spreading all of them. I'll say featured songs, made for you songs, and trending songs. We are going to initialize our queue with them. I'll say made for you, trending, and featured. Okay, let's save and visit the homepage. I'll refresh. Now our queue has been initialized. And if I click to this, this is where it'll start. And if I say next, it should play the next one, so on and so forth. We'll just go and we can go back as well, right? So after this, it should play to here. After this, it should play here. And at the end, if I just click to it, nothing will happen. It'll just stop playing, which is pretty cool, right? We can go backward as well. So that was the queue initialization in the homepage as well. Now in the main layout, we are also missing something, which is this is mobile variable, which we can really update it with a use effect. So I will go ahead, maybe just provide this to you around 7 lines of code or maybe 10, where we have a use effect and a state for mobile. So let's just say initially this will be false. And whenever the user tries to resize the window, we're going to call this function. which will check if the screen is less than 768 pixels. The is mobile will be true, and we are just cleaning this up, right? All right, so if it is mobile, we would like to update some stuff in the UI, which is going to be this very last group. I think I will just what should we do? I'll just cut both of these, both the handle and the resizable panel for a second. Let's cut it. I'll say if it is not mobile, only then actually run this right hand side, right? I'll say return a fragment where I'll just paste that in. So what we have done basically, we say show the friends activity only if it is not mobile screen, right? So I'll just go here, make this mobile screen, and we shouldn't be able to see that right hand side. It is just not there. All right. So with this, I think we can refresh and everything should be working without any issues. Now these buttons doesn't really do anything, or these as well. You can really implement it after completing this video, but I think these are already too much functionality that we have added. And this button also doesn't work. I think you can just make that work. When you clicked it, a dialog would happen and you would fetch more of these songs. So with this now, I think we have built most of this stuff. In the next section, we can build the admin dashboard. So I'll see you there. All right, so let's go ahead and build the admin page. So this is what we'd like to have at the end of the day. Basically, we have two different views for the admin page. One for the songs and one for the albums. Let's take a look at this one first. So we're gonna have a bunch of different analytics, the stats at the top. Then if we are in the songs tab, we should be able to see the table with all the songs that we have in the database, right? This is our songs library. And when we click to this button, a dialog will open in the middle of the screen, which will look like this, where we can upload our image file, the audio file, give the information, and just save it to the database, right? And same for the albums. Basically, we're gonna have the list, stats at the top. Then once we click to this, we're gonna have this dialog and just create the album. So this is how it works if you want to create a, let's say, album and a song. First, you will create the song, right? You'll just give the image, title, artist, and release year. Then you're gonna go into the songs section and you're gonna say, I would like to have these information about the song and it'll be related to this album. So you'll be able to actually select it from this drop down. All right, just keep that in mind. If you want to have a song in an album, then first you need to create the album, then you would add the song from this section. Okay, with all this information in mind, let's go ahead and create the admin page. Under the front end, I will go into the app.tsx, where I would like to really just create a route, and this is going to be above the main layout, because as we said, we don't really want to have this layout in the admin page. So I'll just duplicate this. I will say /admin, and then the admin page. So let's go ahead, create that folder under the source pages. I'll just say admin and admin page.tsx. So I just got the folder and then the file name, and we're gonna have a bunch of different components in this page. So I'll just create that folder as well. Let's try to import it here and just test this out. I'll click to this. There we go. We are on the admin page. So let's try to build the UI initially just to have the boilerplate code. So we would like to use this component called tag. Tabs, not tag. So it should be this one where we can really just switch the view with this beautiful tabs. Let's go ahead, copy this, paste it into our terminal under the front end. So I'll just say cd into the front end, paste that in. This should install it in a couple of seconds. Then I think we can visit the admin page and just try to build it. So the first thing I'd like to check if I am the admin or not. I'll say use, I think we had Auth store. And from here, we can get two different values, which is the isAdmin and the error state. I'll say if I am not the admin, right? And I can just put a loading state as well. So I think I'll just delete the error and instead get the is loading. If you want to, you can use the error state as well. I'll just skip this for now. Let's say if I am not the admin and if it is not loading, right? So if we are not in the loading state, that means we just check for everything and we are not the admin. So we can just say like you are not an admin, or I'll just go with unauthorized. Okay, just like this. I think wait, how do I type this? Unauthorized. I think this should be good. There we go. But if you are the admin, then we can basically return some content so that admin can see it. So I'll just give a couple of different classes. In this case, I'd like to just give the background, change the text, and just say this is going to take the entire screen. So I'll just paste that in, min height screen, background gradient to bottom from this color via this one to black, text zinc 100, and padding from all directions. Let's save and let me just give a little bit space so you can see it clearly. Then the first thing I would like to have is this header component. All right, I'll just call this as header, right? And this songs is just text. This is not going to be there. This is that header component that we're going to create. A text, a logo, and then the user button, right? So let me just try to say header component. This is something that we'll create in a second. Then below to this, we would like to have our dashboard. So I'll just say dashboard stats. As you can imagine, it is going to be these cards. Then we're going to have the actual tabs, then the tab content. So first, let's try to create these two components under the components under the admin. Header.tsx, just refc, save it, close it, and let's import it. Do the same thing for this one. All right, I've just imported them and saved those. So if you take a look at the documentation for tabs, you can see how they use it. Basically, tabs list with the trigger and then the content. So let's try to make that work in our actual code. Below to this, I'll just say tabs, where I'll be importing it from the UI folder I was going to say, but looks like it has not been installed. Okay, it just asks me to press Y. And just in a second, this should be good to go. Okay, come on. But anyways, let's just try to type this out while it is installing. So we're gonna have like tabs list. I'll say tabs list. And inside to this, we're gonna have the tabs trigger, just like in the documentation. And the first one is gonna be for the songs. And I would like to put a logo, let's say music icon coming from Lucid React. And this will have class name of margin right of 2, size of 4. And I think this should be installed so we can import it from the components UI tabs. Let's do the same thing for these. All right. So we just have this classes, the text, the icon. Let's go ahead and just say the value for this. So let's say value, this is the songs tab. Then class name. So there is something that you can update in the active state. Let me just show this. When it is active, we would like to just update this background color to be this custom color, right? So this is how we can do it. You don't really have to do this, but I just want to show you that. So I'll just say state equal to active. So if it is the active tab, go ahead and update the background color to this one, which is 700 in my case. So I'll just do the same thing, basically duplicate this. Instead, this will be albums. For this icon, I'll be using album. And for the value, I'll say albums. And for the tabs list, the default value is going to be songs. And I think in the tabs, not in the tab list. I'm sorry. So default value will be songs. By default, this tab will be selected. I would like to give some spacing. So I'll just say class name, space, Y of 6. I think this should be good to go. And in the tabs list, I will give some padding. Let's say class name, padding of 1, BG, zinc of 800 to 50 opacity. Alright, so this is going to be our tabs. Let's take a look at it, what we're going to get. I'll just refresh. Let's see if it is going to crash or not. Do we have any errors? So looks like we don't, right? Okay, so this is how we can really just switch between those tabs. And now let's try to build the actual content. So we are going to go ahead build this component after the, I think, tabs list. We'll say tabs content. And in this case, we're going to give the value for the songs. Oops, if I can type. Here we'll just say, show us this component called songs tab content. I'll just put it as string for now. And I think we need to import this from UI tabs. And let's do the same thing this time for albums. And we need to update the value. I'll say albums. All right, now this should make sense. When you click to this trigger, it should show you the tab with the value of songs, which is this one, and same for the albums. Okay, this is songs tab content, and this is the albums. All right, so let's try to build this component actually. I'll go ahead and delete this, and I'll just say songs tab content. This is something that we'll create just in a second. Let's say albums tab content, and we're going to create this as well. I'll copy the name under the components, paste that in .tsx. Let's do the same thing for this one. Save and just try to import both of them. All right, so now when we are in this page, what do we really want to do? We are in the admin page, right? The first thing I would like to do is just fetch my data, which is going to be all the stats that I have, all the songs and all the albums. So let's go ahead and create a use effect, and we're going to basically just say use effect in the initial run, which is going to be on mount. We would like to just say fetch albums. We would like to fetch songs. We would like to say fetch stats, right? So let's say stats and fetch, oops, not fetch, let's say songs. But we don't have these functions, which are going to be coming from music player, right? Music store, I should say. Let's try to go ahead into that component and try to really build those functions. So I'll start with the, let's just say fetch stats. This is going to be a, let's say, an arrow function, which will not take any arguments, but it is not going to return anything at the same time. Let's say the same thing for fetch songs, it should be, right? This will just fetch all songs, and same for the albums. Oops. And I think, do we already have? Yes, we already have the albums function, so we can basically try to skip this and instead build these two functions. All right, so let's go into here and really just try to get those. But first, I want to have some state for the stats as well. And if you take a look at this image, we have a total number of songs, albums, artists, and users. So I would like to just really create that state in my, let's say, index under the types. So I'll just go ahead, say export, maybe interface, not user, but I'll say stats. I think we can also just say stat, but I don't know, let's say total, let me just scroll, total songs will be number, albums, we're gonna have total users as well as the artists. And all of them are gonna be numbers, right? So now we can go here into the actual music store, and I would like to just say stats, which is gonna be this object with the values of being 0. So let's just get all of them, but now we didn't put the stats above. We would like to say we're gonna have stats, which are gonna be type of stats. Let's try to import it, and this should be good to go. All right, So this is complaining because we don't have these two additional functions. So let's just say fetch songs, and I'll just leave it as an empty function for now. And do the same thing for fetch stats. All right, now it is not complaining, and I think we can build these functions. I will start with fetch songs. If you really want to, you can pause the video and just try to do it yourself, because this is something that we have done multiple times. So the first thing I would like to do is just update my loading and error states, right? Then we would like to send a request to our endpoint to fetch all the songs. Then we're going to update the state with it. So we have done this multiple times. That's why I'm just skipping a little bit faster here in this at this point. I'll say error is going to be type of any. And finally, we would like to make sure that the loading state is equal to false. And we can basically do the same thing for the stats. I will go ahead, just have my try and catch. We can put the loading state as well at the top. Now I'll talk about something in a second. But first, let's complete this. We got our response, set the data with it, have the catch, and finally, we can basically just say is loading is going to be false. And in the catch, if you really want to, you can set the error as well instead of just console logging it. And this is actually what I'll be doing. Let's delete the console log. So the best approach would be, instead of having only one state for all these functions, to actually have multiple states for all of them. So what I mean, you would have a loading state for fetching stats, fetching songs. So let me just show this pretty quickly. So you would say is songs loading would be initially, let's say, false. Once you call this function, this would be true. And you would add the same thing for this function. Let's say is fetching, or let's say is stats loading, and again false. And instead of always updating this is a loading thing, you would be actually updating the related one. This would be a better option, but since we're here, I'll just try to ignore this. But just keep that in mind, which is something really easy. You can optimize this code to be like that pretty quickly and easily, just additional loading states. All right, with all that in mind, I think we can go here, just try to get all these functions, which are going to be coming from use music store, fetch albums, fetch songs, and stats. Okay, so let's just make this happy by putting all those into the dependency array. So fetch albums, songs, and stats. Alright, so once we are in the admin page, this will be triggered and we would get all those data. Let's try to build the header component pretty quickly. And this is nothing than just UI. That's why I would like to actually copy it and paste it. You can do the same thing, grab it from the GitHub repo under the header.tsx. We just have the image under this link. This would take us to the homepage, and we have like two different tags, or yeah, two different text where it says music manager and this manage your music catalog with the user button coming from clerk. Let's see, this is the output that we would like to have. If I click to this, I am in the homepage. All right, so let's try to build the dashboard stats. Now for the stats card, there is something that I just want to show you. So here you can see all of them are really similar, right? What is changing is that the, let's say, icon, the label, and the value, let's say the background color for the icon as well. I think that's it, right? We can just now go ahead, make a reusable component. So we can call one of them as stats card, right? Let's just make it to be looking like this. All right, so we're gonna create this reusable component and just map through it 4 times so we can get this output that you see on the screen. Okay, so I'll just open up my components folder and have stats card.tsx, and let's try to build it. And I think for now, just leave it like this. We're gonna go into the admin page where we have dashboard stats. All right, So now in the admin page, we already fetched these stats. We can just destructure it with the music store. Let's say const, just grab the stats. We already fetched it. Let's try to just go ahead and return something here. I'll say class name, grid columns of 1 in smaller screens and above, medium and above, smaller screens and above, this is what we're gonna have. Medium screens and above, we're gonna have a grid, columns of 2, larger screens and above, we would like to have 4 of them side by side. Gap of 4, margin bottom of 8, so that it looks a little bit better. And now I would like to give you some hard-coded data, which is around 30 lines of code. Let me just walk you through it pretty quickly. So here you can see we have 4 different objects, right? And all of them has this icon, label, value. Oops, what am I doing? Okay, I should be going a little bit slowly. We have icon, label, value, background color, and icon color, right? Here you can see these are the outputs that we have. So we are going to be mapping through those and just display it into the stat card. So I'll say import the list music, library icon. Let me just import those as well. These are the icons coming from Lucid React. All right, now I'll just say stats.map. For each stat, we would like to return this component called stats card that we have just created. And they're going to be taking a couple of different props. Let's just say, first of all, this would take the key so that React is happy with us, right? And we will just say icon, put the stat.icon, label, value, background color, and icon color. All right, let's go into the stat card and try to get those props. All right, I'll just go here, just say this will be taking some props, which is going to be this stats card props interface that we're going to create above. So we can just say interface. We have used interfaces so far. I'd like to just use a type for this. It is almost the same thing with some differences, but this is something that you will be using a lot as well. So I'll just say this would take an icon, which is going to be a React dot, I think we don't need to import the React, but this could be React.element type, which is an icon. Then we're going to have a label, which will be string. Then we'll have the value, string, bg color, string as well, and icon color, right? These are what we are passing. All of them will be string. Now you'll be able to actually grab all of them one by one. Now this is type safe. All right. So technically, you don't really need to put the background color. I don't really know if it is different here. Looks like they all the same, but I'll just leave it here if you want to change the background color of these as well with the prop. All right, so here, what are we going to return? Well, we'd like to return a card, which we have already imported from chat.cn. So I'll just give some classes to this one. Let me just get all of them so we can move forward a little bit more quickly. And this is really easy, like background color, border, and hover state, then some transition. We would like to have some card content. Let's try to import it. And again, this would take just one class name, super simple, padding of 6. Then this will take a div with class name, flex, items centered, and gap of 4. Then inside this will take a div. Let's say there will be the icon that we are getting as the argument. Now this is like lowercase, right? But this is going to be an element, a component. So I'll just say icon, rename this to be like that, and I'll be calling it like this. So this is how you can make an icon coming as the prop and use it as a component just like this. I hope this is not confusing, but basically this is the only solution, I think. Let's say class name. I'll go ahead and make this to be dynamic because we're gonna have like padding of size of 6, and we're gonna put this icon color coming as the argument. Then I will go below to this div, have one more div where we'll have two p tags. Let's say this dude will have this class name, text of small, text zinc of 400. Then inside this will have the label that we're getting as a prop. Then same thing for this one, which will be value instead. And for the classes, this is going to be text of 2x large, font of bold. And let's see if we are missing anything. I think on the div that we have above the icon, this would take the background color. So I'll just say, let's say padding of 3, rounded LG, and this, BG color that we're getting as a prop. So with this, I think this should be good to go. And we're using the background color as well. Let's just see what we're gonna get as the output. I'll save both of them. Let's go here. All right, so it is working as expected. We have songs, albums, artists, and users. So I think if we delete the background background color, let's see what's gonna happen. Oh, okay, so this is the icon color, right? Below to the icon, behind the icon, we have the BG color. So I just didn't realize this while building it. That's why I just realized it with you. I don't know, it's been a long time that I haven't taken a look at this component, so I think that's fine, right? So we just got the stats card. What do we want to get next? Is going to be the actual content. So I think we can start with the songs where we'll be listing it, then try to build this dialog where we can really just create a song. And then we should be able to add this other tab. All right, so let's start with this one. So the first thing I'd like to do is just visit my VS Code, right? Let's kill these. We don't really need those right now. Under the admin page, we would like to visit the songs tab content. So this is the first thing that we would like to build. I would like to have a card here. This is what we're gonna return. And here we would like to have a card header component coming from the same place. And this will have a div with a couple of different classes, flex, item center, and justify between. That's it. Then one more div. Inside, we're gonna have, I think, a card title. At this point, I'd like to just copy and paste so we can just move a little bit faster. There we go. Then a music icon. Then it'll just say songs library. And it has these additional styles. We can make this to be size 5, which is a lot more concise. Then a card description below to the title, just like this. Okay, after this div, we're gonna have that button. So I'll just, for now, just say add, maybe, let me just say button, import this, and I'll just use a plus icon for now, or just the text, right? And we're going to actually make this to be a component just in a second. After this div, after the card header, I would like to have my card content. Let's import it, and I'll just say songs table. Let's save what we're gonna get as the output. Okay, so this is that header component. This is that button. Currently nothing happens when we clicked it. And this is the table, which should look like this. Let me just clear this a bit. Okay, so we would like to have this title, artist, release date, and actions, and just display these data, right? Let's try to build this first. I will say, go ahead and create this component, songs table. I'll copy the name, and under the components, under the admin, I'll just say .tsx. Let's get this and try to import it. All right, so now that we have already fetched the actual data, right, in the admin page, we have fetched the songs. We would like to just display it. So I'll go here, and I just want to get these stuff from music player or music store. I always spell this wrong, but there we go. Let's say give us the songs, and if it is in the loading state, we'd like to do something different. All right, I'll just say if it is a loading, show this part, and let's just say if we have an error, I would like to show an error handler message. All right, but if we are not in this like if we don't have the error or if we are not in the loading state, we would like to see an actual table. And this is going to be coming from chat.cn. So let's take a look at that component. Okay, so which looks like this, and you can take a look at the documentation. I'll just try to build it with you. Under the front end, I will paste that in. This should install it just in a second. There we go. I'll shrink this and just say table imported. Alright, we're gonna have a table header component. Try to import this one as well. We're gonna have a table row again coming from chat.cn. Let me just close that off as well. Try to import it. And here we'll basically have our table heads. So which would be these, right? Title, artist, release date, and actions. What I really want to do, just copy this thing and paste that in. Let's try to import those. Feel free to type this out or just copy with me. So we don't really need to waste time by typing these, right? It just doesn't make any sense. Table body, there we go. Here we'll go ahead and map through our songs. Oops, I think I have imported something. No, not really. Let's say songs.map. For each song, we would like to return something, which is going to be a table row. So did I import this already? Yes. I'll just say table row, and everything will be in this component. First of all, I would like to just put the key so React is happy with us, and we can go with the ID because it is unique. And on the hover state, I would like to just say bgzinc 800 to 50 opacity, and I would like to have the image, which can go under a table cell. So just like this, give the size of 10, let's say, and import this one. Then we would like to have the title below to this. Let me just save, get this formatting, do the same thing for the artist, and same thing for the created at date. Okay, and we are using this icon coming from Lucid React. Then finally, we're gonna have another table cell. Let's just go below to this. This is the class that we just give. It'll be pushed to the right. That's why we say text should be on the right hand side. This will have a div. Let me just say class name of flex gap of 2 and justify and. I think we can put those classes to the table cell as well, but let's try to go with this button, and this will, let me just import it. All right, so this will take the variant as a ghost. There we go. Then let me try to scroll a little bit. This would be size of small. Let's say class name is going to be text red 400, and we'll just update this albed on the hover state. And the I think like hover the text. All right, I can't talk. In the hover state, the text color will change as well as the background color. And finally, on click, we'll be doing something. For now, let's just leave it as an empty function. Okay, I'll just leave it like this, but basically we would like to delete the song, right? And I'll put this trash to icon coming from Lucid React, and let's just say size is gonna be 4. Okay, I'll save. I think this should be good to go. Let's try to save it and take a look at the UI. I'll just try to refresh. All right, so initially we just got 401. It is because like when you update your code, when you save it, Clerk thinks like you are unauthenticated, which is a security like it is a security best practice that it does behind the scenes. But once you refresh, it just understands that you are the admin, right? Now we can get the albums, display it, pretty cool. And if we click to this, nothing happens for now, but I think we can implement this right now before the dialog. So what I really want to do, on click, I actually want to call a function called delete song. This is something that we're going to create. Let's say delete song, and we're going to put the current song that we'd like to delete. And as you can tell, this is going to be coming from the music store, right? So I'll just paste that in and try to visit that file and really just create that function. All right, so let's say delete song, which will take the ID, and it is not going to return anything. Let's go here, just say delete song async, it'll take the ID. If you really want to, pause the video and try to build it by yourself, but it is going to be pretty simple, so I'll just try to do it right now. Let's say try. First of all, we would like to update the state, which is the loading and error. And in the try, I'll say await Axios instance dot delete method and our endpoint, which is going to be /admin/songs and the ID of the post or ID of the song that we would like to delete. Now we have deleted it, but we would like to update the UI immediately, right? We would like to filter this out if I delete this. And for this, we can again use the set, and we can get the previous state that we have just like this, and we would like to return this new state, and we would like to update the songs. Basically, we'll just say filter out the song that we have just deleted. So this is a pretty simple JavaScript function that we have just added. And here you can show something like what we call is toast. So you can just say toast.success, song deleted successfully. But now this doesn't work, and if you don't know what that is, let me show this pretty quickly. I'll say React hot toast. Okay, so this is how that will look, right? This is the success case, like really cool notification that we can add. Let's see how we can make this work. Basically, npm install or yarn add react hot toast. Let's just do it step by step. All right, so this will go ahead and install it behind the scenes, and we can actually take this toaster component and put it into the app.tsx. So like above or below the routes, it should be outside. I'll just say toaster component, which would like to import, and this should be completed. So it looks like I cannot get the auto suggestion, but let me go ahead and try to import it manually. Toaster from React hot toast. Shadcyan also has a toaster component, but in this case, I just wanted to show you this. Just keep this package in mind. It's really cool and minimal. Now that we have the toaster being mounted on the actual application, we can get this function from React hot toast and just call this success method, right? And in the catch, we can just say toast.error, error deleting the song, and you can put really anything, but I'll just say like this message that I'd like to put, and finally loading will be false, and that's it. And looks like I have something missing. It says you should put this comma at the end, and error is going to be any. So while we are here, I think it is completely fine to add the delete album function as well. What this says, okay, it says you are never using this error variable. I'll say console log, just put this into the console, right? And I would like to create this function as well before we move on. I'll say delete album. It will be the exact same thing. So what I can do is basically just copy it and paste it. So it's the exact same thing. I don't really want to type this out. All right, what this says, like what we are doing basically, when you delete an album, you would like to delete the songs of that album as well. And we would like to update the UI here basically. And we have some error. Let's say it does not, okay, this should be album ID. All right, so let me just walk you through it. We updated our loading state and put the error as null. Sent the request. Once we get the response back successfully, we will just update the UI, where we just say delete the current album from the UI, right? Just filter this out, and then also delete the songs of that album. So this is really what is happening. If you don't understand this code, this is basic JavaScript. It means that you can take a look at this find method, how that works. And we'll show a toast for the success and error cases, then update the state, which is the loading. All right, so where were we at was under here. When we click to the delete song button, we should be able to delete it. So let's give it a go. Now it says 401, but if we refresh, it should be working out. Alright, so I'll just try to delete this one at the very top. Okay, it updated the UI and here it says song deleted successfully. And even if you refresh, you will never gonna see that again, right? And now we have 13 songs. Okay, so I think with this, we can build this component, which is gonna be next. Alright, so now let's go ahead and try to build this component, which is gonna be a dialog. So let's take a look at it, how that looks. Let's say dialog. When you click to a button, it would open up this dialog, right? So we need to just copy this and then paste it into our terminal. So I'll just visit my VS Code, open up the terminal, make sure I am under the front end and paste this in, which will create that dialog.tsx file. And instead of this button, I would like to have a component called add song dialog. And let's try to copy the name under the components, under the admin. I'll just say .tsx, export this, and delete this button import, then try to import this component. Okay, so let's visit this component and try to build the actual logic. So the first thing I'd like to do is just get my albums. And you might be asking, why do we even need it? Let's take a look at the image. So in the dialog, we would like to fetch all the albums so that we can really show them in this drop down that we call, right? And we're gonna need a couple of different states to keep track of the title, artist, duration, and the album. And also we need to upload two different files, one image file and one audio file for the song, right? So with all that in mind, let's try to add our states. Before that state, I would like to add two different ones, which is to check if song dialog is open or not. And initially it'll just be false. Let's import the use state, and I would like to keep track of the loading state as well. I'll say is loading, set is loading, it'll just be false initially. And when we submit the form, we're gonna have a loading state that we can just disable this button while it is trying to save it to the database. All right, so we're gonna have that state that we just talked about it, which is to new song, where we can have our fields. So we're gonna have a title for each song. Initially, it'll be an empty string. Artist, album. Let's say this will be undefined for now, and the duration. It's going to be 0, but we will update all of them before we submit the form. And we would like to keep track of the files as well. I'll say const files set files, which is going to be an audio file and an image file. So I'll say audio will be, it should be audio, initially null, and same for the image. So if you want to make this type safe, and if I can type, like if you want to give this the generic, you can basically do it so. So you're going to say this state will be an object where it'll have the audio field, right? Audio field, which is going to be either null or file. So initially it is null, but once we upload it, it will be type of file. Same for the image. So this is how we can make that happen. All right. So after our files, I would like to create two different input refs. So one for audio and one for the image. And I'll explain what these refs do. But for now, just keep them as null. We'll be using them in a second. Then when we submit our form, we'll have a handle submit function that we can call, which can be async for now. And let's say it is not going to do anything for now, right? We will implement this just in a second. Then we would like to return our actual UI, which will be a dialog coming from components UI folder. And we can add the open state. Let's say open, it is going to be this thing that we have, and on open change, call this function, update this state with it. Then we would like to have the trigger button. So it is this thing that is going to trigger the dialog. So I'll just import those quickly because this is just UI, no logic at all. And after the button, after the trigger, we would like to have the dialog content. Let's say content coming from components UI. All right, and this is going to be taking a couple of different classes, such as background, border color, and maximum height, as well as overflow auto class. Then we would like to have this header. Let me just show you. Looks like we cannot see it, but it would be similar to this one, where we just have an h1, h2, or whatever that is, then a p tag, right? So I'll go ahead inside the dialog content. I would like to create my dialog header component. Let's try to import this, where we have a title and the description. All right, so I'll just save to get this formatting. Then I would like to have a div below to this header. Let's say class name, and we can just say space y of 4 and padding y of 4 as well. So I would like to put two different input elements, and they're going to be type of file, and I'll explain what they do. So the first one is to select an audio file. So I'll just say this should accept only audio files, and we would like to give the ref of, let's say ref audio input ref. Then we'll say this should update the state. So on change, we are going to basically update the audio state that we have. And let's make the TypeScript happy like this. Okay. But now this looks really ugly. So let me show you what I mean. If I go here, click to this, open up the dialog, there you can see this doesn't really look nice. Instead, we could build our actual buttons, and when we click to those, we would like to click to this in the background. So I'll just make this hidden, right? They will still be on the HTML, but they will be hidden. User will not see this, but when they click to this button, we will actually behind the scenes click to this input. I hope this makes sense. This is something that you'll be using every single day if you are building with React, or maybe with different frameworks as well. So this is the logic that you would like to basically hide this ugly looking file input. And I have just added the same thing just like the above, but this will accept the image. It is taking the image input ref and updating the image state. All right, I'll save to get this formatting. Then I'll just say image upload area so that we can just have some comments in the code. And I would like to basically, for now, copy this and paste it. And I'll just walk you through it. Get this upload icon. Okay, so we have a div. When we click to this, it would behind the scenes actually click to the image input ref. And it says if there is the image selected, show this image selected text. I can't talk, sorry. Show the image selected text and the name of the file. But if image is not uploaded, then just show this text where we say upload artwork, then choose file button. So let's save and see the output. This is what we have. If we click to this, this is what we're gonna get. It basically opens up the file explorer, right? And we would like to just move on. After this image upload area, we would like to have the audio upload, and it is almost the same thing. Let me just go below to this div and paste this in. In the same way, when we select an audio file, it'll just update the name. So let me save and see the output. Let's first just select an image. Once I select it, it'll say image selected, and this is the name of the image. And same for the audio file. So I'll try to select one of them under the downloads. It should update the UI with it. There we go. Then let's move on after this audio upload. So next we'd like to upload the other field, which is going to be the title. So I will get an input element again from Shad UI. So I'll just go here, search for the input. This is how that look. Copy it and paste it into my front-end terminal. So it'll install it for a second, but basically we're just trying to update the title in our song state. And we just have class name for BG and border color. Okay, let's go ahead, import this. We're going to do the same thing for the artist, And let me just put a comment here. I'll just say other fields. So after this div, we will have for the artist name, let's just add the duration field as well. Okay. And as you can tell, like they're the exact same thing, but just updating the related fields like duration, artist. And here, since the input is going to be string, we're basically making it to be number type with the parse and function. And if this is undefined, we just return 0. Then the very last thing I think is going to be the album field. And for this, we're going to be using dropdown. So this is that thing that we're trying to build, which is going to be a select item. Okay, so you can select an item from this list. Let's try to copy this, import it into our application. Okay, behind the scenes, it will install it. And let me just walk you through this code line by line after this div. Let's try to get those, and I'll just walk you through it. So select trigger, value, content, and item. Make sure you are importing them under the components and not from the Redux. So we're going to get there just in a second. Alright, so we have a label that says album that this song is related with, right? Or related to. And this is going to be optional because a song might not have any albums related with. So we have a select that would take the value of the new song.album state, and on value change, it would update the album field. Then we have a trigger that will open up the select items. Then in the content, we are basically mapping through it. And this is the default value that you're going to see. I think, yeah, that's it. Then we have the value, which will be the ID. So I'll just save and try to see the output. This is a TypeScript error that we're going to fix just in a second. Okay, I'll click to this. This is the output, the UI. Let me just zoom out a little bit. Okay, if I click to this, this is really what we have. These are the albums in our database, and there is one value that says no album, which is a just single song, right? And this is the code for it. Now let's see why are we getting this error from TypeScript. So here it says a type string is not assignable to type undefined. Now album is type of string, right? But the value might be undefined. So it says basically you just need to add a generic to here just to make it happy, right? Because like here, this is undefined, and here we're expecting string. So I think without adding a generic, can you just make it to be like this? We'll just fix it, and looks like that fixed it, right? Okay, so we should just make this to be an empty string. With that, I think we can take a look at the UI once again. There shouldn't be any changes. All right. Now the actual logic of this file will be in this handle submit button. When we just click to this button, we would like to run something in the backend, right? And I think we forgot to add these two buttons, which we can do pretty easily under the dialog. So after all this select and divs, we're going to have a dialog footer component that I would like to just really paste this in, and I'll walk you through it. So we have a cancel button under the dialog footer, and on click to it, we just say close the dialog, and it will be disabled if we are in the loading state. And same for the other button. It'll be disabled when you click it, it will call the handle submit. And if it is loading, we're going to see this text, else this text. Let's save, take a look at the UI. And there we go. This is how that really look. Just close it. And if you click to this, currently nothing happens because we don't have anything in this function. So I think we can implement this. So the first thing I'll be doing is to update my state, which is going to be set is loading to equal to true. Then we can have a try catch block. I would like to just check if user has the files. So I'll say if there is not files.audio or if there is not files.image, I'll just return out of this function by showing a toast.error where I say please upload both audio and image files. But if he uploaded both of them, then I can just create my form data and send it to the backend. Let's say form data, new form data, call this class. Then we'll just say form data.append, where we'd like to send the title of the song, the artist, the duration, right? And then we would like to send the album as well, but for now, just first put the duration. Okay, this is really annoying, but I'll just type it out manually. Let's say duration. Okay, so we need an if check because we'll say if new song.album and if it is not equal to none. So I'll just say new song.album is not equal to none. So the reason that we just said if it is not equal to none is because here we have a value with none which says no album. And if user didn't select this one, then we would like to actually attach an album ID to the form data. So I'll just say form data dot append the album ID field, which is going to be new song dot album. And I think we can also make this to be an album ID. I think that would be a better preference, but let's just go with this. Basically, we say if there is an album with this song, then we can put that ID into the form so that it would be handled in the backend. Then finally, we can say form data dot append the audio file. I'll just say audio file and files.audio, same for the image file. The reason that we call these as audio file and image file is because this is how we accept them in the admin controller. So when we create the song, we actually just say audio file or image file, right? So this is the reason that we just give this exact name. All right, after the form data, we are ready to send our request with the Axios instance with the post method to /admin/songs, and here we would like to send form data. Let's just send our headers as well, where I'll just say the content type is gonna be multi-part form data. Okay, just like this. Once this is done successfully, we can reset our form data or the dialog data, set new song, put everything to the initial state, like the title, artist, album, and duration. Then we'd like to maybe also set the files to be resetted. And finally, show a toast that says success, song added successfully. In the error, let's say type will be any, toast.error I will say, let's say fail to add song and show the error message. Finally, the loading state will be false. Either we fail or success, doesn't really matter. And I think I have some issue here what this says. So this looks really terrifying. I think we should put a generic here. I'll just say new song and we can create this as an interface or type. I'll say interface new song, where we'd like to have these fields. All of them are going to be string and duration will be number. Now we'll just fix it. All right, so looks like in the duration place, we're doing something wrong. Okay, duration parse int. Should we delete the parse int? Really? So type is number, minimum is 0. All right, so new song.duration. I don't really know why this doesn't really work. What are we missing? Okay, so I think what I'll be doing is to just say to string, and this should be working out. Now what we have done is just reversing ourselves. I will go ahead, maybe delete this, then here we can just say delete that parse int. So this is another solution. Like, let's just say if this is undefined, let's put 0, but we are basically getting the string value. And here we can go ahead, make this to be string as well. Then we should say this is going to be string of 0 as well. Should this fix it? All right, this should also be 0 in string. So here it says string and number is not assignable to type string. All right, so this should be string as well. All right, so this is how we can really debug TypeScript. I didn't want to cut this out and show you step by step. Just read the errors, right? So we just so that we have this error that says you are trying to set the number to the type of string. So I just went ahead, make this to be string. All right, so this is how you can really just debug that. With this should be good to go to submit a song. You can take this entire function, put it into the music player store that we have, but I just wanted to have everything in this file so that it is not really confusing, because there is a lot of different things here, like form data, resetting the state, etc. So I'll just keep it here on this file, but feel free to optimize this and take this function into this use music store. All right, so I'll go ahead into the admin dashboard, refresh this, and try to add a song. So I'll just give the title as test song, artist, test artist, and I'll try to upload a file from my machine. If you don't have any files, you can try one of these that I have already provided. So let's say songs and cover images. This is what I'll be doing. Let me just try to upload those files. So I have just uploaded one of my thumbnails, and I have uploaded the first audio file that is like this one, and like this one I meant, and it is around 46 seconds. This is what I'll be doing. Let's say duration is 46 seconds and album, let's say no album, or let's just say this one, right? I'll just say add song. Here it says 401. I think this is because of the clerk where we are in the development mode. I think I'll just try to refresh and fill that form once again. So I have just refreshed it and filled the form. I'll just say add song. Hopefully we should have that loading state. It looks like we got an error. Let's see what that is. I'll open up the backend code. Probably this is where it crashed. Okay, so here it says invalid signature string to sign. Okay, what does that mean? In the Cloudinary, or maybe in the admin controller where we have this function, this is the error that we are console logging it. So it says error invalid signature. Let me shrink this. What does that mean? So I have just debugged this a bit, and looks like I have been using the wrong API key. So this is the secret that I was using, right? And for the API key, instead I have copied this, which I should be copying this one. So that's why it crashed. I don't know if you have realized it in the previous sections when we built this part, but I just realized it now. So let's save, go into any of these files, save this so that the backend restarts, and I'll try to save this file, refresh it, and just try this one last time. So I have uploaded the files, test title, test artist, duration was 46 seconds, and the album is gonna be, let's say, this one, Urban Nights. Add song, uploading. Hopefully this should be completed successfully. There we go. And let's take a look at our UI in the Urban Nights album. And there we can see the very last one has been added, and we should be able to play this as well. Alright, so there we go. It works without any issues. And it should be in the home page as well, like here we can see. So this is how that works. We're able to visit the admin dashboard, upload a song. So this is again some advanced security bug that we just get in development. If you refresh, you should be able to fetch those. There we go. And let's go into homepage, come back again. Okay, we don't have that error. And we are able to upload a song. So in the same logic, we should be able to add an album on this component. So we're gonna build this next, and I'll see you in that section. So now in this component, we would like to build same kind of structure where we have our table, but this time for albums it's gonna be, and we're gonna have a dialog where we can really create an album. So this is the component that we should focus, which is gonna be under the admin page where we really have the albums tab content. And this is gonna be looking really similar to what we have done. As you can tell, it will be the exact same thing, right? So let's just try to speed things up a little bit and try to build this component. I'll just return a card just like we have done previously and wrap everything with it. Then the first thing we would like to do, let me just give some classes to make this look a little bit clean. Okay, then we're gonna have a card header component at the top that will just say album library. So let's try to import all of them coming from the card, and this is our icon, description, and add album dialog. For now, let's put a button for this. I'll just say button and add a plus. Okay, I'll save to get this formatting. Then below to this, as the card content, we're going to have the albums table. And previously we had the songs table, right? So let's try to import this and really just try to create this component. I will go here under the components, just paste that in .tsx. And this is really the same kind of structure that we would like to have. So I will just first import it in this component. Okay, I'll shrink the left-hand side and visit the albums table component. So the first thing we would like to do, just basically fetch the albums. So I will go ahead and get my music store. This is the same thing that we have done in the previous component. So just a use effect that called the function to fetch albums. Now we can really map through it and display it on the UI. And we already implemented the delete album function. There we can see it sends a request to delete it in the database, then update the UI immediately. All right, so let's just say return. Here we'll go ahead. In the GitHub repo, you can really just copy this entire thing and paste it because we are not going to change this at all. So you should be able to find this return statement. This is what I have done. Just copied it and paste it from this file. And let's try to get our imports. Okay, and get the icons as well. And when we click to this button, basically we would like to delete the album by passing the album ID. Let's save and take a look at the UI, what we're gonna get. I'll just refresh once again. This is songs table and this is the albums. When we click to this, nothing happens for now, but we'll fix it. But we should be able to delete those. And I'll actually try to maybe just delete this one or maybe this. Okay, there we go. It has been updated. Even if I refresh, I'll just have 3 different albums. There we go. And now when we click to this, we would like to have same kind of structure where we can really just add an album. This will be a little bit more simple. So here we have the image for the album cover, right? Then 3 more fields and then the submit button. All right. So I'll just visit this component, which is going to be under here. Let's just try to first create it. I'll just say add album dialog.tsx, but it shouldn't be here, right? This should be import. We should be creating the file as .tsx at the end. All right. So I'll just save it and try to import this in this component. And let's try to just go line by line, try to understand everything in this component, and I'll delete the button import because we're not using it. And let's close all these, we don't really need them. So the first thing we would like to do, again, just keep track of the loading, the dialog open state, right? And initially it'll be false. Then we're gonna get the loading state. Again, it'll be false. Once we submit it, it'll be true. And for the file input ref. So I'll just say use ref. This is gonna be an HTML input element, and initially it'll be null. And then we would like to add some data to be able to create the new album. And this is the structure we are going to be passing: title, artist, and release year. This will be today's, like this year's year by default. Then you can really update it if you wanted to. Then we would like to store the image file. So initially it'll be null, but it could be the type of file as well. And we're going to have a function to really just submit the form, as well as when we select the image, we would like to update this state. So I'll just go ahead and get this function. This is something that we have done. That's why I'm just fast forwarding this. Basically, we can just say React.changeEvent, or you can say change event and try to import it. But I think I'll just go with React.changeEvent. And finally, we'll need a function to be able to submit this form. So again, from the GitHub repo, I'll just try to copy it. It is really the same thing with the previous component, which was add song dialog. So this is the really same thing that we're doing. That's why I don't want to waste time. Okay. Oops, I'll just try to paste it, then walk you through it. When we submit the form, we will update the loading state to be true, and user didn't select an image, we will just show a toast and return out of this function. But if they have provided the image, we can create all these data in the form data and try to send our request to our endpoint. Then we will reset the state basically for all of them, and we'll just say toast.success, album created successfully. And finally, the state for the loading will be false. And let's try to build the UI now. So everything will be wrapped with a dialog. And what I'll be doing is just really get the entire return statement as well, because this is the exact same thing that we have done. So I just don't really want to waste time. And I'll try to import everything one by one. So we'll have a dialog where we really just keep track of the open state and the function to be able to open that up and close that off. Import the button and icon. We have some classes to make it look purple. Then dialog content, header component, title, description. Then we have this hidden input just like previously. And when we click to this div, we will actually behind the scenes be clicking to this input. Let's say get this icon, and if image file is selected, we're going to show the image file, but else we'll say upload album artwork, or you can just say image. And let's try to import the input as well from chat.cn, where we update the title, the artist, and then the release year. Okay, let's say dialog footer component as well, and I think this should be good to go. I'll save, and when we submit this form, we will call the handle submit function and hopefully save it to the database. So I'll just try to do a refresh and try to create an album. So I have just selected a file from my machine, and let's try to give it a title. I'll say test album, and artist, let's just say Tyler Swift. And release year could be this year. Let's say add the album. All right, so it looks like we just got that development error. I'll try to refresh. This should be working now. I'll try to just get the same image. So I have just put the same data. Let's say add album, creating, and it should be good to go. I'll refresh. And there we go. We just have that test album. Now we can really try to create a song, and we should be able to see that in the list. So I'll try to fill some data in so that we can really create a song in this album. So I have just filled every single data. Let's try to say test album, this is belong to, and try to create that song. So hopefully this should be up and running. There we go. I'll go into the home page. We just have this album. Let's try to click to it. And we have this music that I have just uploaded. And let's try to run this. So here we can see it works without any issues. Alright, so with that, I think the entire admin dashboard should be good to go. Other than these development errors, we don't really have anything left. I mean, at least in the admin dashboard. So we can really just go ahead and build the real-time functionalities in the next section. So we should be able to have this messages page as well as the friends activity. So I'll see you in the next section. So now it is time to build real-time features in our application. At the beginning of this video, we have installed this package called Scikit.io, and this will be that package to actually implement the real-time features. And it has this event-based architecture that will help us to build it pretty easily and quickly. Let's take a look at the current state of our application. So this is what we have really, an Express server that is handling HTTP requests, right? That could be post, put, delete, patch, things like that. And this doesn't really handle real-time communication. For this, we're gonna go ahead and build a Scikit server and build it on top of it. So with the help of this, now we can both handle HTTP requests as well as real-time features. And this is the Scikit.io logo, by the way, if you have never seen this before. So, looks complicated, but it is actually pretty simple to do so. We will just build this portion because we already have this in place. And let's see how this works in a high-level overview example. So let's say we have two different users. Let me just put them a little bit more above. Once this user logs in, we would like to let this know in real time that this user just logged in, right? This user became online. So what will happen is that the first step, this user will send a request to log in. Let's say it was done successfully. And now this user will send an event to the Scikit server that this will say, hey, I am just connected. Let's say the event name for this really can be anything, but I'll just say user connected. And this user will send its ID as well. Let's just say the ID so that this Scikit server can take this event and ID and just let this user know that another user just connected. So let's say user connected. And here is the ID. Now this user knows that this user just became online. So the name could be really different. They don't have to be the same, but this is just an example to just keep that in mind. And let's say we have 3 different users, right? Not just one or 4 different users. Once this user logs in, we can even broadcast this to everyone in concurrently without any issues in real time, right? So this can handle both sending to only one client or multiple at the same time. And we will be broadcasting this when someone logs in or logs out, and we will be sending one by one if we send a message. So let's say this user sends a message to this one. We don't want to take that message and send it to every one of those, right? We just want to keep it private. And in this case, we will be just sending to this user basically. Now, this looks a little bit complicated, but it is not really. We're going to see this in action. So there is something that you just need to realize here. So server is listening for incoming events, and at the same time, client is also listening for incoming events. And also server can send events and client can also send events. All right. So we just count 4 different things. Let me just type this out. So client can send and listen for events. Here we can see this is a client, but this one sends and this one listens. And in the same way, this is the server. Let's say server can send and listen to events. Okay, so server just was listening for an event and server just sent an event as well. And for all of them, there are some methods that I have already prepared. So you can take this as a screenshot and we'll be using all of them later in the video. So if you want to listen to events on the server and on the client, you'll be using this method. It is the same thing. So socket.on will let you to listen to events in both of these places. And when you want to send events from server to client, you will be using io.emit, and from client to server, you'll be using scikit.emit. I know this might look a little bit complicated, but we have just really 3 different methods to keep in mind. And these are those functions that we'll be using in our code. All right, so with all this in mind, let's try to visit our backend and just try to build this up, right? So this is what we have really, just a to-do to implement the scikit.io, which we can delete and try to build it. So we just have an Express server, right? On top of this, we would like to build a scikit.io server, just like we have seen in this diagram, basically. So we would like to implement this section. So for this, I will create a function, maybe up here. I'll just say initialize socket, and this should be it. And I have a typo, let me just fix it. And inside this will take an argument where I would like to just put my server. And let's try to create it. I will say const http server, which will be using this create server function coming from the http module, and we're going to put this app into it. Then we will send this here as the argument. So HTTP server, that we are adding it on top of the scikit.io, and we will just create this under the lib scikit.js file. We're going to get there in a second. And here, instead of saying app.listen, we'll just say server.listen, or what we have called it. So http.listen, we'll say. HTTP server.listen, it should be, sorry. So there we go. This is the first configuration that we have done. And now we would like to build this function so we can send those events from our server and listen for events from the server as well. We're going to go ahead and visit this file, and let's try to just build it from scratch, line by line. So the first thing I'll be doing is to get server from scikit.io. And then I'll be getting my message model, and I think we don't really have this. Do we have it? All right, so we have it. So let's try to import it. And this is going to be coming from this file that we just have. And we'll be using this just in a second. Let's say export const that function name, which will be taking the server as the first argument. And it is going to be this HTTP server. All right, so the first thing we'll like to do is create this IO, which will be new socket server, right? Let's just call this, put the server into it, and this will be taking some options where we can really handle the CORS errors. So we'll just say the origin is going to be our front-end URL, which is localhost 3000, and we're going to say they can send the credentials as well in the request so that we just know they are authenticated or not. Then after this, we would like to just keep track of the online status, right? So let's say const user sockets, and this is going to be a map. And here, this is the structure. Basically, the key is going to be user ID. I'll just put this as a comment. And then the value will be this socket ID. So when a user logs in, they are going to get a socket ID automatically. And we would like to also keep track of the user activities that we can show on the right-hand side in this component. So we're going to say something like John is listening for Taylor Swift from this music, let's say, right? You just get the point. And for this, we need to have this map. I'll say user activities. It's going to be a map. And again, the same kind of structure where we'll have the user ID and then the activity, whatever that is. Okay, so we're going to listen for a connection. So everything will happen in this io.on connection, and the connected user will be this scikit object. So I'll just say, let's listen for scikit.on. As I said, in the server or in the client, we can listen for incoming events with this scikit.on. Right? So this is what we have just used. Scikit.on, this takes the event name that you're listening to, which is going to be user connected. Once a user connected, we can grab their user ID and just try to update our online users map. And I think I'll just call this as user scikits. Just make it plural. And I'll say user scikits.set. We're going to put the user ID as the key. And for the value, we're going to put the scikit.id. And just now they have logged in, they are not listening any musics, right? So we're going to say they are in the idle state. User activities.set user ID, the activity, I'll just call it as idle. Okay, then we can just let everyone know that this user is online. So just like here, I just need to show this pretty quickly. Once this user connected, we just need to let everyone know that someone has just connected. And just imagine we have a bunch of more users. Okay, so let's see how we can broadcast this. If you take a look at this table, from the server, if you want to send an event, you would be using io.emit. So after this, I'll just say io.emit, and the name of the event, I'll just say user connected. You can make this something different. It doesn't have to be the same thing, but I'll just be going with this name, which makes sense. And the ID of the user that just connected. And I think I want to add a comment here so you can have it in the code base. I'll say broadcast to all connected sockets that this user just logged in. And then once you log in, you'd like to just know who else is online, right? So we can send this list to the currently connected user with scikit.emit and the name of the event. So we can just say users online, and then the list of the online users, which are the keys of this map. So each user is online that we know if they are in this map. And you'd like to also know what they are listening to. So you can just get the activities. And we can really broadcast this. Let's say io.emit activities. If I can type activities, and this is that entries that we can send. So it'll just send both the user ID as well as the activity. So it should be here. So this is everything that we would like to do when a user connects, right? We would like to update both the maps so we know they have just became online, they are not listening to anything. And we'll just let everyone know that this user just connected. And we also will say, hey man, you just logged in. Here is the users online list for the other users, right? And these are what they are listening to. So with that in mind, we can also have a listen for another thing that we can just say update activity. So when you start listening to a music or when you pause it, you'll be calling this function, or you'll be sending this event, I should say. And as the argument, we're going to get the user ID as well as the activity. So whatever you are doing, right? So the name of the music. And we can just say user activities.set, just basically update the map, and also just broadcast this to everyone. So everyone would know what you're doing in real time. So io.emit, I'll just say activity updated. And we're going to send the user ID as well as the activity. And if you really want to, you can put a console log to really see it in the terminal. So let's say activity updated, user ID, and then the activity ID or the activity itself. Then one more thing, when we send a message, we would like to just send it in real time. I'll just go here, say socket.on, and we will say send message. So we are listening for this event, as you can tell, because we are using socket.on method. Once we got the message, we would like to basically grab that. I'll call it as data, and I'll make this to be async because we'll be saving this to the database basically. All right, so I'll just get my try and catch, and here I would like to grab 3 different things from the data. So I would like to grab the sender ID, receiver ID, as well as the message content itself. Then I would like to save the message to the database. So I'll say const message new await message dot create and add all those fields like sender ID, receiver ID, and then the content. Okay, then I'll just send to receiver if it is online. If receiver is not online, we don't really want to send it in real time. So I'll just say, maybe I'll just add a comment, send to receiver in real time if they are online. So let's say if receiver socket ID. But how can we get this receiver socket ID? Well, basically, let's create a variable for this. I'll say receiver socket ID, which will be user socket dot get the receiver ID. All right, so this is how we can make our code a little bit more readable, just reading it like an English sentence, right? If receiver socket ID existed, that means that user is online, so we can send an event to specifically to that user. And for this, we have this method io.to and the ID of the user, the socket ID, right? And the name of the event, which is, let's say, receive message, and send the message as it is. All right. So I hope this makes sense. We just listened for a message. Once we get that, we save it to the database, send it to the receiver if it is online, and we can also send it to the sender as well, so they can just update their UI. Let's say socket.emit, let's say message sent. So this would be like a success message that you have sent the message. Okay. And in the catch, we can basically just say message error. We couldn't really handle it. And you can also even send an event for the error if you really want to. I'll just leave it as an example. All right, so the very last thing that we would like to listen to is going to be when user disconnects. So these are the things that we have added. When user disconnects, we would like to just let everyone know that this user became offline, and we can delete all the activities that user had. I'll say socket.on, and for this, we can just say disconnect, just like this. And we'll go inside, just have a variable. I'll say disconnected user ID. Initially, it'll be undefined, and we can loop through each user. Let's say give us the user ID and socket ID of user sockets.entries. And if you call this, you can basically get those in order, right? User ID and socket ID. Then we'd like to go inside and try to find the disconnected user. And I have a typo here. There we go. I will say if socket ID is equal to socket.id. So we just find that user and we can update the, let's say, user sockets dot delete the user ID. And I would like to also update this variable with the user ID because we just found it. And I'll say user activities dot delete the user ID. And we'll just break out of this if check because we just find the user by mapping through the array. And outside of this for loop, we will just say if we find the disconnected user, Then we can let everyone know that, let's say io.emit user disconnected. So this will just let everyone know that this user disconnected, so we can update our UI depending on that. Okay, I hope this makes sense. This is the entire thing that we have just done. If you are new to Scikit, this might be a little bit overwhelming, but at the end of the day, we just have like events, right? We are listening for events with scikit.on. Once we get that event from the client, we basically do different things to just really make everything work. If you want to send an event to a specific user, this is the method that you're using. If you want to send it to everyone, you would be using this. Like not this one, I'm sorry. It should be io.emit, just like here that we have. So I would say just maybe pause the video, try to really just see what we have done if you didn't really get this, because I can feel this can be a little bit overwhelming if you are beginner to Scikit.io. But with that, this should be good to go. I would like to implement this in the client. And I think before that, I will add a route so that we can get all the messages between two users. Under the user route, we just have a to-do that says get all the messages. And this will be my endpoint that I would like to add. So messages, the user ID that you would like to fetch the messages from. This will be protected route. And we're going to have this function from user controllers. Let's just paste that in and let's try to save this file. This would crash the backend, but let's try to build it here. All right, so I'll just say export const, paste the name, async. This would take the request, response, and next. And I would like to have my try and catch. In the try, we would like to just first get our ID. So I'll just say my ID, request.auth.user ID. And let's say const the other user ID, which is coming from the request.prems. So we would like to find all the messages between both of us. I'll say const messages await message dot find, and let me try to import the message model from message.model.js. Okay, we would like to find some messages where we have this condition. So two different conditions basically. If I am the receiver and the other user is sender, right? So I'll just say if sender ID is equal to other user ID and I am the receiver, or else. So we would like to find all those messages which are in our conversation, and we would like to sort them. Let's say created at is gonna be 1, so that the latest message is at the very bottom, just like the WhatsApp application, right? So let's say res.status 200 and just send all the messages. In the catch, call the next function with the error. So it'll handle the errors. Okay, so with this, that's going to be the controller. And next we can build the front end part where we can really initialize the Scikit in the client. And before we build this, if you take a look at the terminal, you're going to see that our backend crashes. It is because we didn't import this in the index.js file, or at least I haven't installed it. So I will go ahead, looks like I cannot get this. Let me just do it manually, and maybe I can take this, put it above, so that it's a little bit more organized. So let's say import, what did I call this? Let me just see, initialize Scikit from the Scikit file. Okay, so this should be good to go. I'll try to save. Let's take a look at the terminal. It should be up and running. I will visit the homepage. There shouldn't be really any errors. There we go. Now in the client, we're going to be using a different package. Basically, it'll be Scikit.io, but for the client. So just notice how we call this as Scikit.io, but in the client, we're going to have Scikit.io-client. So let's open up the terminal. We can open up a new terminal. I will say cd into the front end, and let me just kill the left hand side. There we go. npm install socket.io-client. Alright, so this will install it in the background where we can go ahead and try to build the logic. So again, I will have all my logic into this store, which is chat store. So this will contain everything that is related to real-time communication. So I will have a function to initialize the socket because like in the backend, we have our code, it is up and running, right? But from the client, we should initialize it so that we can really connect to that socket server, right? Because there will be a communication between client and server. I hope that makes sense. So I think we can just build our types. Currently we have users, a function, let me just put it below, all of our states above. Then we'll have a socket. Initially, let's just say this could be any for now. And then we are going to keep track of the user state, if it is connected or not. So let's just say is connected. Let's say Boolean, and we can just take the online users array, right? I'll just say this will be a set of string. Okay, then we'd like to keep track of the user activities as well, which will be, let me just type this out. Let's say user activities. It is going to be a map of string to string, right? The key will be string, the value will also be string. There we go. And then I think we can keep track of the messages. Let's say this will be an array of messages, and we're going to create this type just in a second in our types file. Then I think this should be good to go. Then we will have some functions. For now, let's try to create the message type under my types file. And let me just take a look at my notes so we don't really have any errors. All right, I'll say export interface message type, right? This is what you'd like to have. And each message will have an ID, which is a type of string. Then sender ID, receiver ID, the content, and I think we can just add these two fields as well. So this should be good to go. Let's close this and try to import this in our chat store file. Then we're going to have our function. Let's just start with this one, which is to initialize the socket. So this will send a argument, right, which is the user ID, so that we really know which user is connecting, right? And this doesn't return anything. Then we can have another function, disconnect socket, which will let us to become offline, right? When we, let's say, when we close our browser, we will call this function so that everyone knows that we are offline. Then we can have, let's say, send message function, where we'll be taking the receiver ID, same for the sender ID, I'll say, and the content. I'll not call this as message, I'll just call it as content. There we go. Then I think we can maybe just build some of these functions. I will just put them one by one and leave it as empty so that our code is happy with us, which is TypeScript really. Let's say disconnect socket, then add the send message function and our states, which are going to be socket. Initially this could be null. Let's say it will be the is connected, online users, user activities, and messages. Now I would like to connect to that socket server that we have created. So I'll just say base URL, which will be, let's say, localhost 5000, and not API, but just localhost 5000, because it is the socket server and it is the base URL that it is running on, right? Then I'll have this variable called socket. We're going to be calling a function called IO, which will be coming from the package that we have just installed. So just go ahead and try to import this from socket.io.client. Then we will just add a couple of different arguments here. Let's say the first one will be base URL, then some options. So we don't really want to connect to this immediately, right? So I'll just say auto connect will be false, because we only want to connect it if user is authenticated, right? Only connect if user is authenticated. And another option I would like to add, which is to with credentials to equal to true. And this enables sending cookies and authentication headers with the WebSocket connection, right? So we're going to be using this socket instance a lot in our code. So the first thing we'd like to do is building this init socket function. So we want to connect if we are not already connected. So I'll just say if is connected equal to false, but this would not work because we cannot get this state by typing this out, right? We should be using this get method. This is how we can access to it. I'll say get, call this, then dot is connected, right? This is how we can use it in Zustent. If we are not connected, then we can run this part. Let's say socket.connect and call this function. So now this will actually try to connect to the socket server that we have. Then we would like to just send an event. Let's say socket.emit. Hey, we have just connected. This is what we are listening in the socket, right? I mean, in the backend, we were listening to this, and now we're just sending that event because we have just connect to it, right? Then another thing I would like to do is listen for socket. So I'll just say socket.on will be this event. Let's say user online. We'll go ahead and I think add this argument. Let's say users, which is going to be an array of strings. Let's say this is what we're going to get from the backend. Oops, it should be like this. And whatever we get back, we would like to update the online users state, right? So I'll just say online users, take those users and put it into this set. And this should be string. There we go. Then below to this, we would like to also listen for activities. If something changes, we would like to just know it immediately. And this is how I'll be doing it. Listen for activities and update the state with the data coming back from the backend. And we can listen for user connected as well, so we can really update our online users state. This is what I'll be doing. Then also listen for user disconnected. Okay, so by the way, this is the event name, as you can tell, and this is the data coming from our server. All right, so after this, I think we can listen for receive messages as well and message sent. Let's just try to do it step by step. We're gonna listen for receive message event, which will give us the message, and we can update the messages array with the very last, the message that we just got. Then we can do the same thing for the message sent event. Okay, so we are listening for that and updating the global state with it. Then we can finally listen for activity updated event. So when a different user listens a song or when they pause it, we are going to get the user ID and the activity with whatever they are doing. And depending on that, we will update our state. Okay. And finally, we'll just say set is connected to be true because user just connected. Previously, it was false. Where is it? Okay, there we go. And like we have initialized this, what I'd like to do, also add the auth object to this socket. So after we connect, or maybe even before that, I'll say socket.auth will be equal to this user ID. So this is the currently authenticated user's ID. So you'll be able to do stuff like socket.auth.user ID because this is what we have just attached. And this will be useful later in the video. Once we get there, I'll try to mention this once again. So with that, this is the entire init socket function. This is, I think, the longest one where we basically listen for every single incoming event. And we would like to call this function in the auth provider. We'll be doing this just in a second. Let's try to create this function as well, which will be pretty simple. We would like to just say socket.disconnect, and we would like to update our state. Let's say set, and this should be just one key, is connected to be false. But we don't really want to call this always. Like there might be, like what do I mean? Let me just type this out. If get is connected, only then we would like to make this work. So this would just make our code look a little bit more clean and concise, and it would get rid of the edge cases as well. Okay, so like if we are already disconnected, this would not run, right? Because it is not going to go into the if check anyways. So with this in mind, let's try to see where we can call this function, this method. And as you can tell, it is going to be in the auth provider. So whenever we log in, or I'm sorry, whenever we visit our application, the first thing is happening that this file runs, which is this use effect. We are checking for the authentication, and here we can also initialize the socket if we have authenticated, right? So under the if token check, I'll just say init socket, and let me get that function, which is going to be coming from chat store. Okay, so I will say if there is this user ID, right? And where is this user ID gonna be coming from? Well, basically it will be under the use auth. Okay. So you technically don't need to put this, but I'll just leave it so that our code looks a little bit more explicit. So if user is authenticated, only then actually initialize this socket. And we're gonna put the user ID into it, so that we know which user initializing it, right? This is the ID that we are getting as an argument, and we are setting it in the both auth and in the event. Okay, so probably you have to put this so that TypeScript is not angry with you. There we go. It says this might be undefined, but once you add the if check, it should be good to go. And when we close our browser, right, we would like to call the disconnect function. Let's try to get that as well. Disconnect socket, and we can call this under the cleanup function in the use effect. So after this, I'll just say clean up. Let's say return an empty function, an arrow function, disconnect socket. Here we go. And what this says, I think it'll just ask us to put a bunch of different things. Let's say user ID. I'll just auto accept all of them. Okay, this should be good to go. What we have done is basically after checking the auth status, we are just initializing the socket so that we know user is online. Okay, in this chat store, I would like to also build this function so that we can really have an easier time later in the video when we build that chat page. So send message will take a couple of different arguments. Let's say receiver ID. Let's say like sender ID, I was going to say, and then the content. There we go. You don't really need to put the types because we already put it above, so it knows that this is string, and same for those as well. And here you also don't need to put it, I believe, because we have it above in the init socket function in the type declaration, right? So in this function, what do we want to do? Basically, just get the socket first. I'll say const socket get call this dot socket. This is the state that we just got, and we'll say if there is not socket, just return out of it. Don't do anything. But if we have it, we would like to just send an event. Let's say send message, and what do we want to send as our arguments? Well, basically receiver ID, sender ID, and content. If you take a look at the backend for this event, let's just open up this socket.js. We are listening for send message. Once we got this in the data, we have sender ID, receiver ID, and content. We are saving it to the database and do some more stuff, right? Okay, so that's gonna be it for this function. Let's try to add one more where we can really fetch messages between two users. Let's say fetch messages, and here this could be receiver ID, but we should put it user ID. I think this is a little bit more clean and readable. This will do the following. Let's say set update the loading state to be true, error could be null, and we can have a try catch block. And let's just say finally. All right, finally the loading state will be false. In the try, we would like to get the messages. So let's say await Axios instance, I was going to say, but I think I have imported the Axios. Let me just do Control Z, Axios instance dot get method, where we would like to go under the users. First, that was our endpoint. So users slash messages slash the user ID, and this will be our response. We can go here, just set our messages with that response.data, and I think that should be good to go. Finally, in the catch, I'll just say error is going to be type of any, and set the error with it. Okay, so I think with this, that's going to be our function as well. Let's say this will be string, and I would like to put it in my interface above so it is happy with us. Let's say fetch messages. Did we add anything else? Also the sent message. All right, we already have it. There is just one more state that I would like to put, which is to check which user is selected. So when you click to this one, let's say the UI should update, and let's see. Okay, so let me just show you this actually. So it looks like we have clicked to this user. So now this user is selected. That's why we see the messages between us and her. But if we click to this, this would be the selected user. So you get the point. Let's create a state as well as the function to make this work. So I'll just say selected user, which will be type of user, right? Or this could be null. And do we have the user type? Let me just check under the types. Okay, so it looks like we don't really have it, and I would like to create it pretty quickly. This is what I'll be doing. Export interface user. Each user has these fields, and all of them are string. So let's try to import it, and then we'll have a function to set selected user state. Okay, it'll just take the user, whatever that is, and it'll not return anything, but basically it will be updating the selected user state. So let's go here, try to add those. Selected user initially will be none or null, then set selected user. This is going to take the user object and update our state with it. Okay, I'll save this file, and I think we are ready to build the chat page. Let's go under the frontend, source, pages, or maybe in the app.tsx. I would like to create one more path. Maybe I can, oh, okay, I already have it. I don't know why I said I need to, but it looks like we already have the chat page. I will click to it. Let's try to build this, and then finally we'll be able to deploy our application. So the first thing I would like to do is import my store, which is chat store, and then I'll import a bunch of different things. So I'll be getting the messages, selected user state, and two different functions. Let's try to first fetch the users so that we can really show it in this user list. I would like to do this in a use effect. Let me also get the user from use auth. We'll be using this in a second. Let's say user, I think this should be use user. So clerk gives you this hook where you can really get the user object. This is the currently authenticated user, as you can tell, and we are not using this, so I'll just delete that. And here I would like to just say have a use effect. Let me paste that in. Okay, so if user is authenticated, then try to fetch the users, call that function, and it'll update the user's state. And then what do I want to do is fetch the messages, right? So I will say if a user is selected, then go ahead, call this function. And as the argument, we are putting the user ID. You can also just send the underscore ID, but I'll just go with the clerk ID. All right, so we are only calling this if there is a selected user. It is because if we didn't select any of them, we shouldn't be fetching any data, as you can tell. There we go. Then we're gonna build the return statement. So I'll just have this main component or the tag. Let's give some classes like age full, rounded, LG, background gradient, and let me quickly get this. Okay, so just some colors. This is not really too much important. Then we would like to have this top bar component, which is this one. So we would like to see this in the chat page as well. That's where I'll go ahead and say top bar component, import it from there, and have this div with a bunch of different classes. And this will give us that grid layout where we can have something on the left and the rest of the content on the right. And I don't know if you can see it, but there is a line here, which is going to be that border. Okay. Then here we would like to have a component called users list. This will be on the left hand side, and on the right hand side we will have the chat container basically. Let's try to create this users list. I would like to copy this name, visit the chat page, the folder, create this components, and paste this in. And just try to import it in this file. So we'd like to build the users list, which will be looking pretty easy actually. I mean, pretty basic, not any complicated. So before we try to build it, I would like to just let you know that while this is loading, we're gonna have a skeleton, so like bunch of them. And let's try to create that under the components skeletons. I will call this as users list skeleton.tsx. And for the code, you can visit the GitHub repo under the source, components, skeletons, find this file and copy it completely, paste it to this file. This is what I'll be doing, just 10 lines of code with animate pulse class. All right, we'll be using this in the loading state. And in my chat store, I would like to import a couple of different fields, such as users array, selected user, is loading, this function, and online users state. So let's go and build the return statement. Here, I'll just basically delete everything. Let's say class name, border right of this color, border zinc 800 it should be. And here inside, we would like to have one more div with some classes, which is going to be flex column, and height of full. Then I'll be using scroll area component, which we have used a bunch of times at this point. Let's say this is going to be taking this class, height of this value, let's say calc 100 vh and minus 280 pixels. We can close this off just like that. Then inside we'll have a div with space y of 2, padding of 4 from all directions. Then we'll say if it is loading, if we are in the loading state, we would like to see this part, else we would like to see this part. And let's try the first one. As you can tell, this is going to be this component that we have just created, users list skeleton, and close this off. And here we would like to actually map through the users coming from the database and just really return some JSX. Let's say div, we're going to have this key. I'll just say user dot underscore ID. This is unique. You can also put clerk ID. doesn't really matter, right? But I'll go with user._id. And let's see if this is type safe. Looks like it isn't. Why this is the case? Okay, so I'll just fix the type. Here we said, let me go ahead find it. Let's say this is going to be an array of users, but not here in the interface. It should be. Okay, so if you save, now this should be type safe, where you can get _id, clerk ID, full name, image URL. Alright, then we would like to give our classes as well as the onClick function. So when we click to a user, right, from this left hand side, basically we would like to update the selected user state. So I'll just say call the setSelectedUser function with this user as the argument. Then we would like to have some classes. This is going to be a little bit dynamic. That's why I would like to just copy it and paste it, then walk you through it. Basically, we say if the current user is equal to the selected user, then make the background to be this color. So this one is selected. As you can tell, the background is a little bit different than this one. So I just want to see the output on the UI. That's why for now I'll say user.fullname, and I would like to see what we're gonna get. Probably we are not gonna get anything on the left hand side. It is because we are the only user in the database, right? So I would like to create one more user. Let me just do it. So this is a different Chrome account that I'll try to log in. This should take me to the Auth callback page, then really authenticate me and save it to the database as well. Here I can see this is my account and this is the previous account that we have. So if we visit this one, let's try to refresh, we should be able to see this user as well. And here in the name, you can see we have null, which is something that we'll fix in a second. But here we can see in the chat page, we can actually get the name of this user on the user list. And like when I hover over this, the styling works and it just looks awesome. Let's try to make it look like this so we can really have the avatar, the online indicator, and then the name, right? So let's visit VS Code, and instead of this user.fullname, I would like to return something else, a div with class name of relative, where I would like to have this avatar component coming from components. Let's say we're going to give class name of size 8 and medium screen above, the side will be 12. And we'll have the avatar image, which will be the user image, and the avatar fallback. We can really just put the first character of it, first character of the full name. Alright, let's save to get this auto formatting. Then we would like to have the online indicator. So this is going to be a self-closed div with these classes. Basically, we will position this absolutely to the bottom right with this size, with these colors, and we'll make it to be circled. Then we'll say if this user is online, show this green indicator, else this offline indicator, right? Then after this self-closed div, after this div, we would like to put the full name of the user. So I'll just say div, and I think this is 3 lines. I can copy and paste this in. We just have a span that displays the user full name. I'll try to save and take a look at our output, and I think this is gonna be it for this component, just 50 lines of code, right? Alright, let's go here, I'll refresh. Here we can see this is the exact same output that we'd like to have, but looks like we have some bugs, right? Both of these users should be online, but it works only in one of them. Let's take a look at our code base. In the chat store, not in the chat page, but chat store, we are listening for the wrong event. This should be users, because in the backend we have users online. Let me show you this, Socket.js. Okay, we are emitting this event, so it should match with this one. And we had a typo, but if we fix it, we should be able to see both of them will be working in real time without any issues. So I'll try to log out from this, or maybe even close my browser. It should be offline immediately. There we go. And I'll just log back in. Now this should be online, and here we can see it just works in real time. Okay, so with that, this user list component is working as expected. Let's talk about this null error. So it looks like this user has their last name as null, so that's why we get this value. And this is happening because this is something that you can do while creating your Google account. And since we have logged in using our Google account, this is the issue basically. Let's try to fix it under the Auth callback or Auth controller file, where we just say have the first name and last name, but this might be undefined or null. Same for this one. So let's say if they are undefined or falsy value, we can leave them as an empty string. Okay, just like this, and we're going to trim it at the end. Let's save this, and I will go ahead and try to sign up with this account once again and just see if we're going to get this null or not. So first I will delete it from my dashboard. Let me refresh, delete this user, and do the same thing from the database. And I'll just try to sign up from scratch just to check if we are going to get that issue. So I just visit that Chrome account. Let me just continue with Google. And here I will visit the other account. Let me try to refresh this. And there we go. Now it just only puts the name. The last name was null, but we don't get that error. And here we should be able to see that user as well as in the database. So here we can see Clark has it, and it should be initialized in the database as well. And we don't really have that null field. So with this, that's gonna be it for the left-hand side, where we can really fetch our users, right? Display it nicely, show the online status. So if I just click to it, like if I just close this, this would be offline in real time. In the next section, we're gonna be implementing the messages. So I'll see you there. Now let's try to build the chat page UI for the messages. I will visit the chat page component. So currently we have a warning that we're going to fix in a second. And the first component that I would like to create is this placeholder when we don't have selected a conversation. So let's try to see how we can build this. I will first have a div. This will be the container for chat messages, let's say. So this would be that container for placeholder as well. So let's say class name flex column and height of full, and we're going to be using this state that we have above, which is selected user. So I'll say if there is a selected user, render this part, and if we don't have it, then render this part. And here I will give you a component which is around 10 lines of code. You can find it under the GitHub repo in this file. So no conversation placeholder, and I would like to use it here basically. And if there's a selected user, let's say selected user existed. Let's visit the chat page, and there we go. Now no user selected, so this is the UI that we can see. And this has a class name called animate bounce. That's why it bounces, right? And if you click to this, there you can see it says selected user existed, and it is this user. So let's try to build this UI where we have the header component for chat messages, and then we're gonna build this message container, and then at the bottom we will have this input. So this UI has basically 3 different components, right? 1, 2, and the third one. All right, so I'll visit VS Code. And here we would like to basically update this part. Let's delete it. We would like to return an empty fragment because this is going to have a couple of different components, right? Different children. Let's say chat header component. Let's try to create it. I will go ahead under the components, have this file, and just try to import it here on this component. Let's save and try to build this component now. This is going to be really simple, where we'll just have the user information as well as the online status. So let's try to see how we can make this. I'll say use chat store, call this, and we're going to get two different things, which is going to be the selected user so that we can render the user information and then check if it is online or not. So we'll say if there is not selected user, just return null. Now you technically don't need to put this, because if there is not selected user, we will not see this component anyways, right? So I'll delete this if check completely. Then let's say return this part where we have a div with class name, padding of 4, border bottom, and border zinc of 800. Then I'll go inside, have one more div. This will take the avatar component. So I'll say class name, flex, item center, and gap 3. And inside, I'll just have this avatar component initialized. Let's try to import it under the UI, and I'll say avatar image. And this is gonna be self-closed. So let's try to get it like this, import it, give it a source, which is gonna be selected user.image URL. And I think we can delete this, but we're gonna get TypeScript errors. Here it says this might be null, so you cannot get the image URL. So that's why, just to make the TypeScript happy, you can add this if check. This would get rid of that. And you can also add this question mark, which is optional chaining, and it would still be happy, right? So after this, I think I will just say add the avatar fallback as well. And let's try to get this. So if we don't want to put this optional chaining in every single place, I think we can do this at the top, which is a little bit more simpler solution, right? Okay, so this is my preference. I'll be going with this. Then below the avatar, I'll have a div, which will have an h2. This will take the selected user's full name. Let's say class name is going to be font medium. Then finally, we'll have a p tag. This will hold the online and offline text. This is what I will be doing. Text small, text color, and if it is in the online users map, we'll just say online, but otherwise it'll be offline. All right, let's save and take a look at this. Okay, this is the first component that we have just built. Next, we would like to build this one, which is going to be the chat container, I believe. So we can close this and go into the chat page.tsx. So I would like to put my messages into a scroll area component. Let's say scroll area coming from components. And for the height, I'll just say class name, height, and calculate the entire screen, which is 100 VH minus 3 and 40 pixels. So feel free to update this. This is the value that I'd like to use. And let's try to see what we're gonna have inside. Basically a div with some classes where we can have padding 4 from all directions, and vertically we would like to have space 4. Then I will just say messages.map, and for each message we would like to render something. So just keep that in mind. If we send the message, we would like to see this all the way on the right hand side, but if the message is coming from the other user, we would like to see it on the left hand side. So we'll be using flex, and we will say this should be reversed, because by default the item would be on the left hand side, and if you say reverse, it'll be on the right hand side, right? So let's see how we can make this work under the chat page component. So I will have a div and give this key where I'll say message._id, and this is going to be taking a class name which will be dynamic. And let's see, flex items centered, or I think it will be start. So by default they would start on the left hand side. Then I will say gap of 3, and this is the dynamic part. So I'll say if message.senderID is equal to the current user's ID. Let's see if we have the user. Yes, this is us, right? This is the current user. And if we are the sender, then we can just say flex row reverse. But in the else case, we can just leave it like this. Then I will have an avatar component. Let's say avatar imported in this component. Then let's say class name of size 8. And if you want to, you can make this bigger in the medium, but I'll just leave it like this on all devices. And we'll have the avatar image. Then again, I'll just say if we are the current user, right, we will just see ourselves, the user.image URL, or else the selected user URL. So if message is sent from me, I will see my profile image, but messages coming from this user, I will see their profile image. Let's try to import this component. And finally, we're going to have the message content and then the created at. So after the avatar component, I will have a div. Let me scroll a little bit. Then this would be taking this class name. Again, this will be dynamic. So I'll just say like this, rounded LG. Then this will have a padding of 3 and maximum width. I would like to go with 70% of the parent component. Then this will be taking, oops, if I should go inside, we'll have this part where it'll be dynamic. So if the message sender is us, we would like to see the green background, but else it'll be this zinc color. So I'll just copy this entire thing, paste it inside. If we are the owner of the message, this is the background, but else this is the background. And here we'll have a p tag, which will have the message content. So we have not text, but content. And for the class name, we can go with text small. Then below to this p tag, I will have a span, which will take the message dot created at, and this should be like this. But if you leave it like this, this will be looking pretty ugly. And let me show you how it'll look like for now. Text x small, text zinc of 300, and then let's say margin top of 1 and block element. Okay, so I'll just try to save. And if we take a look at the UI, we are not going to see anything because we don't really have any messages. So far, we haven't sent any of them, right? So messages has 0 documents if we take a look at it. All right, so I think first we can build this component, send the message, then see the UI. I will go here after the very last div, and even below to the scroll area, I will have this component called message input. So let's try to create this one under the components, export it, and try to import it here on this one. And now let's try to build this. And this is going to be pretty simple, where we just want to call a function when we click to this button, right? We'll just call the send message function from the chat store. So the first thing we'd like to do is to keep track of the current message that we are typing. So it is going to be new message state, where we just start with an empty string. Then we would like to get the current user, which is us, right? The currently authenticated user. And finally, the send message function, as well as the selected user state, so that we know to which user we will be sending the message. And let's try to build the UI. I will have a div with class name. Let me make this to look proper. Class name, padding of 4, margin top of auto, border of top, then border color, which will be zinc 800. I will go inside, have this div with the class name being flex, gap of 2, and inside we'll have the input component coming from Shad UI. There we go. This would be taking the placeholder. Let's say it will be type a message. Then we will have the value, which will be our state. On change, we would like to update it with the current value. And class name will be, let's say, background zinc of 800, border of none. Oops, let's just say border will be none. Then we would like to also just have this function called onKeyPress or onKeyDown. And what do we want to do? So when we type into the input, we just want to see the messages. But if we press enter key, we would like to basically send the message. So this is how we can do it. We will just say take the event, and if event.key is equal to the enter key, in this case we would like to call our function, which is, for now I'll just say handle send, and this is a function that we'll create. Let's go here, let's just say const handle send, and I think I can just auto accept this. Let's see what this does. Let's just delete, okay. So when we submit the input, we would like to call this function, and we can just check if there is not selected user, or if there is not current user, or if the message that we are trying to send is empty. So I'll just say new message. If this is something like empty space, we don't really want to do anything. But in the else case, we would like to call our function where we can have 3 different arguments: the receiver ID, which is selected user.clerk ID, and the current user ID, which is the sender ID, right? So I'll just say user.id, and we can send the message. So I'll just say new message, and I'd like to even trim this so we can get rid of the empty spaces. Then we would like to reset our form, which is our input. So I'll just say this will be an empty string. Okay. So I'll save, and we would like to have the button as well. After the input, I'll just say button component, import it, and this will be taking the size as icon so that it is a little bit smaller. And on click, we would like to call handle send function, and this would be disabled if the message is empty. So let's say new message and trim this so we don't really get the spaces as well. And here we'll have an icon coming from Lucid React. Let's say send icon, class name could be size of 4. So let's see the output. Okay, so this is what we have. But if we send the message, it is not going to work. And let me just try this out. So the UI didn't update. It is because in the chat store, we just configured something wrong. So here in our state at the very top, instead of making socket to be null, we can just say this is going to be whatever the socket value that we have above. So with this now, this should be working out. I will try to refresh and just send a message to this user. I'll say hello there. And there we go. This message has been sent. It is in the database as well. So currently we had 0, but if we refresh, this should update and get that message. Sender ID, receiver ID, and content. Okay, so I'll try to log in with this account, and I have just put them side by side. Let me try to shrink this so it looks a little bit more wide. Let's click to this chat and let's say hi. There we can see it is just updating in both places in real time. So I can just really send anything. Let's say how is it going? Send it. Fine. You can either send it with enter key or this button. It just works without any issues. And this thing doesn't really look nice. As we talked about it, we would like to update it. So I will visit the chat page, I believe, where we have this message.created at. And for this, I will provide you a function so we can just make it to look a little bit more formatted. And you can find this function from the GitHub repo under this file, or you can just type this out where we just take the date and return a formatted date. So I will wrap this with this function, format time, and just call it. Okay, so here we can see it puts the time as well as the suffix, which is PM or AM. And with this now, we have the chat messaging functionality out of the way. It just works without any issues, and it is also responsive. So you can take a look at the sidebar. Here it just works for message is pretty cool, and I just called it as sidebar, but basically this is the user list, I should say, and on smaller screens it also works without any issues. So the other thing we'd like to handle is the user activities. When we start playing a music, it should update our state and our friend's state, so we just know what they are listening to. Let's go into the player store for this. And how can we use the socket in this store? Because socket is in the chat store, right? So how can we get this data from this state? Well, basically we can do this trick. So I'll just say const socket, and I will say use chat store, call the function and say get state. I think before calling it, I should say like get state, call the function and just get the socket. So when we start playing the album, we would like to update our socket. We'll say if socket is authenticated, right? If user is authenticated, then send this event socket.emit, where we'll be saying update activity. This is what we are listening in the socket.js file in the backend, and here are the information. So user ID, which is going to be socket.auth.user ID. So this is that reason that we added the user ID into the auth, so that we can really just use it. And activity, let's say playing, and we're gonna put the song title, and we'll just say by song.artist. Okay, so basically we'll be doing this in a bunch of different places. That was the first function that we have done in the play album. The next one is gonna be set current song. So once we start to playing a different song, we would like to do the same thing, which I'll be copying it and pasting it below to this, or even above. It doesn't really matter though, right? Okay, so we got the socket, sent this event with the user ID, which is the current user, and then the activity. The other function that will be doing this is to toggle the state. So first of all, I'll save this, go into the toggle play function. And this will be a little bit more different because we just need to keep track of either it is idle or if it'll just start playing, right? So what I'll be doing, basically get the current song first here. So we got the current song and we got the socket. We will just send the activity if it is starting to playing, then we'll say playing, but else it'll be idle. All right, so this is the third place. The next one is gonna be in the play next function. So let's say play next function. Let's try to find it. Not this one, but it should be here, right? So just before we do the set, we would like to have this exact same thing. We just get the socket and say we are playing the next song title and next song artist, and updating the UI. So same for the previous song. I will scroll a little bit. There we have the set. I'll paste this. Okay, it'll just start playing the previous song. But now if there is no previous song, right, we would like to just say we became idle, right? So I will basically do the same thing, but this time for the activity, we'll just say idle. And we can take this, add it into the play next function. If there is no next song, we can just say we became idle. So with this should be good to go, I believe. There is nothing else that we should add. So that's gonna be it for our functions. Let's try to visit the friends activity component and try to consume them. So in the chat store, I believe we would like to get the online users, so we can show if they are online or not, and then the user activities, so we can show that text. All right, so I'll just go ahead, delete this is playing state, which is hard-coded value. We would like to actually create it here. So what I'll be doing is wrap this with this curly braces. Let's do the same thing here before, like after this. And let's just say we are returning this JSX. Okay, so I have just done this so that I can create some variables. I'll say const like activity, which is going to be user activities dot get, and we'll say user dot underscore ID. We are getting the current user's activity, and we can say if it is playing or not. We'll say if there is activity and if it is not equal to idle. So activity, if it is not equal to idle, that means this user is playing something, right? So this will be true. And we can basically update the UI depending on that. The first thing we'll be doing is add this music icon, and if it is playing, we will show the activity itself. So instead of this thing, I will delete this. I will say activity dot replace the playing text with, let's say, playing, and give it a space. Just replace this with empty space, basically delete that, and we would like to just say split by and get the first value. This will give us the, I believe, the artist name. So if you take a look at the store, so when we have the playing, we would like to basically get this first one, which is the title. Then we're gonna get the artist. So this is the music title. Then we would like to get the artist. So I'll just go here, say activity dot split, and again by, just get the first value. If we save, this should be working out. Now you might be asking, why do we have the playing and then we are deleting it? Couldn't we just hold the title and artist? Well, we could do so, but I just wanted to show you the entire text that we have. Otherwise, if you really want to, you could have it like this, where you would get the title and then the artist from the activity. But I'll just leave it like this for all the activities that we have. So if we are not playing anything, we'll just see the idle state. Let's see above we have something, a warning. It says you are not using the online user's state at all. So I would like to visit this avatar component where we always show this offline status. What I'll be doing is to delete this color and instead just say if online users include this user. Let's say online users has this user, then we can add this indicator. Alright, so I'll save and just try to log in with this account, put them side by side and test this out. So I have just logged in both of these accounts. If we try to play a song, it should update the state, right, in real time. But if I try to play, it is not going to work. And the reason is we have just some kind of an issue, just one place, just one field. So this should be clerk ID. And now the reason is we are checking it under the user activities. And in the auth provider, when we initialize the socket, we are initializing it with the clerk ID, right? This is coming from clerk, not from the MongoDB. That's why you shouldn't be putting underscore ID. Instead, it would be clerk ID. I hope that makes sense. So let's try to test this out. I'll try to refresh on both of these pages. And let's try to play something. Here we can see it just updates in real time. And if I pause, it just goes into the idle state. Let's do the same thing for this one. It updates, I can pause, play this, go to the next song. So next, go back. Alright, just take a look at it here. Next, previous. It works. We can go and play an album as well. It would start from the first music and oh, so looks like it didn't play it. So let me just try to refresh and play the album. It started from the first music, goes to the next one and next one, so on and so forth. Alright, so with this, I think that's gonna be it for the user activities as well. it is working in real time, just like in the messages page. So with this, that's gonna be it for this section. In the next one, we're going to deploy our application. So I said we'll be deploying this application, but before we do it, there is just one more page that I'd like to build pretty quickly. So if we visit a page that does not exist, so I'll just put something random, our application will crash. But instead, I would like to see a 404 page that would look like this, where we would still have our main layout, right? And in the middle of the screen, we would see this back to home page button. Alright, so let's try to build this. This is going to be only design where we have an icon, couple of different texts, and then 2 buttons. I'll go into the front end, source, app.tsx, and under the main layout, I would like to add one more path. So I will just duplicate this, and I will say if my routes are anything, right? If it is anything other than these, that means we don't have that page. And for this, we would like to return not found. So this is like a catch-all route where we just say for anything other than these routes that we have created, just return not found page. And instead of this slash, I'll just leave it as like asterisk. Then let's say not found page. Let's go under the source pages. This should be like 404 or not found. I'll go with 404, and then I'll just say not found page.tsx. Let's try to import it. Let's take a look at the output. Okay, this page does not exist, so this is the output that we get. Let's take a look at another one. There we go. And now this is only UI related, so there is not going to be any logic at all. That's why you can visit this page under the VS Code, under the GitHub repo in the description, find this file and copy the entire content in the GitHub repo and just paste that in. So just UI entirely, and we're using this navigate function coming from React Router DOM. When we click to these buttons, that would take us either back or to the home page. So let's save and take a look at it. There we go. This is the output that we would like to have. We can click to this button, which would take us to the home page. So with that in mind, in the next section, we're going to deploy this entire application. So to be able to deploy our application for free, we're going to be using a platform called render.com. Under the pricing section, you can see they have a hobby plan that we're going to be using. And before we try to deploy our application, I just want to talk about a concept, which is the current state of our application. So we have a React application that is running on localhost 3000, and we have an API that is running on 5000. So whenever we want to send a request, we would like to first handle the coarse errors, right? Let me just type this in. We would like to keep track of this. And instead of having this coarse errors in 2 different domains, what we can do is really just make everything a lot more convenient and take this dude and serve it under the same domain. So we'll just get rid of the localhost 3000, and instead in the production, when we visit localhost 5000, we should be able to both get the React application. So we'll be able to see this exact UI, and still we'll be able to do everything related to the API section. So we should be able to handle the authorization, login, logout, create songs, etc. And let's see how we can make this work. And the primary reason that we are going to be doing this is that so that we can just deploy our entire application under one domain. And so yeah, this is basically bulk of the logic. So I will visit the VS Code that we have. Under the backend, under the source, we will have this index.js modified. And before we try to change anything here, you might notice we have this temp folder, which will be created whenever we try to upload something. So far in this tutorial, I think it has been 8 hours where we have uploaded a bunch of different files, and these are uploaded into this folder temporarily until we deploy them, until we upload them to the Cloudinary account. And this is something that we have talked about it previously, but I think we haven't seen this. But there you can see whenever we upload something, they will be created here. And you might be asking, hey, let's say 1 month later, I might have hundreds and thousands of files. How do I delete them automatically? And we're gonna get there just in a second. But first, let's try to configure this so we can deploy this application and make it ready for the production, right? So what I'll be doing, we said that this is going to be happen only in production environment, right? So let's just check for this. After all these routes, we will say if we visit a different route, we would like to see our React application. So I'll say if the process.env, not env, if it is equal to the production, we would like to run this part. And in production, under the front end, we will have a dist folder, which will be the optimized version of our React application. So we would like to make that folder to be our static assets. So let's try to see this in action. I will be using this middleware, let's say app.use, where we have express.static. And what do we really want to do? Just visit the front end folder and find a dist folder. So currently we don't really have it, but in the production we will have that once we build our application. So I'll just say path.join. We will say the current directory, so underscore their name, which we already have defined above, which is this one. Then we'll put a comma. Let's say we would like to go one up, visit the front end folder, and we will have a dist folder. This has been our static assets now. And then we'll say whenever user visits any other routes than these, right? Anything other than these routes, we would like to run something. Let's say request and response. We would like to res.send a file, which will be index.html. So it is not going to be this one. Instead, it'll be under the dist folder as well. So this is something that we're going to see just in a second. Let's say path.resolve. Again, visit the current folder, and from there go under the front end dist, and we can have this index.html file. Okay, so this is the entire configuration. If you really want to, you can separate this with comma as well. So let me show you how that would look like. So you would have your first string, let's say visit the front end, then put the dist, and then put the index.html. So this is another usage that you can keep in mind. And this is like join, this is resolve. Okay, so now we would like to build the front end application. I will kill both of those and just say cd into the front end. When we deploy our application, we're gonna run this command. Let's say npm run build, which will build our entire React application and make it to be an optimized version, right? So here it says building for production, and it'll go ahead, create this dist folder under the front end. And in that folder, we will have our static assets that would be served in the production under our server. So I hope that makes sense. Here we can see we just got that index.html file, which will be the entry point to our application. And I think I forgot to do one more thing where I'll be going into this index.html. I would like to just change the title as well as the logo. So here I will just say Spotify, but better. Feel free to change this and do anything. For the icon, I'll be doing Spotify.png. So with this in mind, whenever you do some changes, now you need to rebuild your front-end application. So I'll just say npm run build. So it'll just keep those changes that we have done, and then we'll build it from scratch. Okay, so now when we deploy our application, there is not going to be something like localhost, right? We're going to get an actual URL. So we can change those. So I'll just search for something. So import meta dot, let's say it was env. So this is how we can use our environment variables, right? And we can also use mode. Let me just show you this pretty quickly. Let's go into the axios.ts file. So base URL is localhost here in this case. But when we deploy our application, we are not going to have anything like localhost. That's why we should make this to be dynamic. I will cut this for a second and I will say import.meta.env.mode. If it is equal to, let's say, development, then we would like to have this API, this base URL that we have just copied. But if we are in the production, we will just have whatever the URL is /API. So basically we have made this part to be dynamic in development and in production. I hope that makes sense. And in the same way, we would like to visit our chat store. I'll be copying this. Let's say chat store. We just had this socket, right? Instead of this always being localhost, this should update in production. So if you are in development, it should be 5,000, but oops, so let me just delete this API part because this is connecting to the socket. All right, in production, use whatever the domain that we have, but in localhost, in development, use localhost. All right, I hope that makes sense. So with this now, we have just completed everything for production. It is ready to deploy. And let's just talk about this temp folder before we deploy this. So let's say you take this application to production and 1 month later, this folder will be giant if you don't delete them manually. So we can use a concept called cron jobs, which are automated jobs that will handle in every some interval. So let's say you would like to delete those files in every 1 hour. So for this, you can write a little bit of code, like a couple of different lines, and it'll just delete them in every single hour. You can put something like every 1 minute, every 10 minutes, right? Or maybe just every midnights, things like that. The possibilities are just endless, but I would like to show you how we can delete them in every minute. For this, we'll be getting a package, which is, let me just kill this, let's say CLS, and by the way, you can see it is ready for the production. We have some warnings, but it is completely fine. You can always optimize the code base, but here it says successfully built. So I'll open up a new terminal and install that package under the backend, which will be, let's say, npm install node-cron. All right, so this will be installed, where we can go ahead and try to import it. So here I'll just say import cron from node cron package, and it takes 5 different arguments. Let me just go after here, after the cron jobs, I'll just say cron.schedule, and we will just put that first expression, which is going to be the interval that you would like to have. In our case, we would like to run it in every single hour. So I'll just put 0 and 4 different asterisks. So I'll just leave this to you, right? So you just go ahead and do some research about cron jobs. This is a little bit more advanced concept, or maybe you would not be interested at this point. So I'll just leave this to you, which would take really 5 minutes to do some research on Google. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and just do some checks. We'll say if file existed in the temp folder, then you can delete all of them in every single hour. But first, I'd like to get the location of this temp directory. So I'll just say const temp dir path.join. I would like to say, let's say process.current working directory, and from here find the temp folder that we have. And I'll just paste this code in. So basically, it'll just try to delete all the files that are in this folder. And if there isn't anything, it'll just return out of it, I believe. No, if there are some errors, we'll just return out of it. And if there isn't any files, it'll just not do anything. And we'd like to import this fs as well, which is file system. Let's say from fs. Okay, so we can save. Now every hour, it will actually go ahead and delete everything in this temp folder. I hope that makes sense. You would like to just research this if you really want to go in deep a little bit more. Okay, so I'll save and try to deploy this application. The first thing I would like to do, just push my code to the GitHub. And I don't really want to have .env and node modules, so I will create a gitignore file here. Let's say gitignore, and it should be dot in the beginning. And I'll just say ignore all the env, like the env file and the node modules folder. And in the front end, we already have this thing, right? This file. Now what we'll be doing is to initialize a node application in the root as well, so we can build the front end and really install all the dependencies in production. Because when we deploy our application to GitHub, we are not going to have node modules folder or the node modules for the backend, right? So let's try to visit our terminal. I'll cd one up. We are in the root. I'll clear this up. I'll say npm init-y. And in the scripts, we would like to run a couple of different things so we can build the front-end application and hopefully deploy it. All right, so under the backend, I will have one more script. Currently, we just have for the development. I would like to duplicate this and have one for the production. So I'll just say start. And this would be start with node, right? Not with nodemon. That was for development. Let's save this file and go visit the package.json under the root. And in the scripts, we will have a couple of them. So let's say we will have one to be able to build our application. So what do we really want to do? First, install all the dependencies for the backend. So we'll just say run this command under the prefix. Let's just say run this under the backend folder. And to be able to make this work, you should say -- prefix. And we would like to run npm install, but this time under the frontend folder. So I'll just say -- prefix frontend. And then we would like to run this command, which is npm run build. And we would like to run this under the frontend folder. So I hope that makes sense. Once we build it, we would like to start our application, which is to really just start the Node.js application, the backend. So I'll say npm start, run this in the backend folder. So I hope this makes sense at this point. The first thing we would like to do, just build our application so that we can install all the dependencies for backend and for the front end. Then we will be building our front end application and finally just start it. So with this in mind, I will go ahead try to initialize this as a git repo. So I'll just say git init, and we have a bunch of different changes. The env files as well as node modules, dist folders have been ignored, right? So let's say git add all, and then git commit -m. I'll just say project completed and commit this. Then I will visit my GitHub account, try to create a new repo. So let me just zoom in. I'll say Spotify clone. Then here for the it is gonna be private. Once I deploy this video, once I publish this, I will make this to be public. But for now, I'll go with the private option. And I will actually make this name to be Realtime Spotify clone. Okay, so I'll just scroll and create the repo. Then I will copy this 3 commands and really just paste it into my terminal. So this will go ahead, take my local directory and paste it into the GitHub. Let's try to refresh, and looks like it is still been uploading. Okay, it is done. Let me just refresh. Okay, there we go. I will visit my render account. Let's visit the dashboard. We would like to create a new service. So I already have the demo application. Please just ignore this. We would like to just start from scratch. Let's say new web service. And I will take it from my GitHub repo, which is this one that we have just created. Let's click to it and just say connect. Okay, so I will scroll. For the build command, we would like to run this one that we have just created. So npm run build, then npm run start. So for the build, I'll just say npm run build. And for the start command, we'll just run, and I think I have a typo here. Let's just grab this, and then npm run start. We would like to go with the free plan. And before we deploy our application, we would like to add our environment variables. I will say add this from the .env file, which I will visit my application. Let me kill those, get all the env variables, paste that in, and I will delete this node.env development because render will somehow notice that we are in the production, so it'll not just take this as development. Okay, so just go ahead, delete that, put your admin email, port, MongoDB URI, and the rest. There's just one more thing we would like to add, which is this environment variable that we'd like to copy it, paste it as well. Okay, I'll delete all the spaces and then just say add variables. There we go. This is everything that we have done. Let's say deploy the web service. This will take a couple of minutes, but once this is done, I'll just be right back. Okay, so in my case, in the first run, it just worked without any issues. Let's just visit our application. This should be live on the internet. There we go. Here it says, see what friends are playing. We can click to this button and try to log in with our account. Let's say continue. Okay, there we go. We are now in. Let's try to run a music. So I don't really know if you can hear it, but it is working without any issues. I can hear it 100%. I'll just turn this down a little bit so we can take the duration, go to the next music, which should be this one, next one, go back, pause, play. Everything works in production. So let's try to, before send a message, we can really just visit the admin dashboard, see our analytics, and I'll be creating an album. So let me just refresh this page and I'll say create a new album. Let me just fill this in. So I have uploaded an image from my machine, fill this in, and let's just say add the album. There we go, it says created successfully. Let's refresh. We should be able to see this in the list, which is this one. Here we go. Let's try to add a song into that album. I'll just click to this and fill this in as well. So I just filled this in, and for the album, let's say this will be related into this one. Let's say add a song. So it is uploading, and there we go. Let's visit the homepage. We should be able to see this in action in this album. Let me just try to run this. So here we can see it works without any issues. And I'll try to log in with this account to see if the messaging would work. So here, this is that Chrome account. Let me try to log in. So this should be online right now. There we go. It just works in real time. Let's try to listen a music and it should update here. There we go. I'll try to go to the next one and just notice here, it just works without any issues. And when I pause, it became idle, and I can go back. It should also update the UI. Okay, let's just test the messaging. I will select this conversation. Let's do the same thing for this one. And here, I think I'll just put them side by side. So let's say test in production. There we go. Hey, it works in real time. And here we can see everything is as expected. And also this user is the admin, so he can see this button, but this user cannot see it. And if they visit the admin page, they should see something like unauthorized. There we go. So from here on out, whenever you want to do some changes, what you would like to do is just add a commit. So in my case, I would like to update this button, which is like continue with Google. I would like to add a like Google logo here. Let's try to see how we can make this. It is going to be under the sign in auth buttons, and I will have an image from the GitHub repo. I will try to copy it and paste it. So under the public folder, you can find this as well. Just visit the link in the description for the GitHub repo. I'll just paste this in. So google.png. And then I will visit this component. Before the text, I would like to have this image. So google.png and size is 5. Now we have two different changes, which is this image as well as this file. Let's try to add a new commit. I will clear this up. I'll say git add all git commit -m. Let's say google.png edit, and just push my changes. So this will go ahead, push our changes to our GitHub account. Here we can see it has been updated, and then render will notice it immediately, and it'll try to redeploy this. Here we can see our application is being deployed. So let's wait for this to complete. Once this is done, I'll just be right back. So it looks like it has been deployed without any issues. I'll visit our application and close the previous version. And there we go. It just worked. It has added that logo to the button. So with this, I think we have completed the entire application. We can even run songs even if we are unauthenticated, because this is how we set this up in the API part. But if we are not logged in, we cannot visit the messages part, or we cannot fetch users and their activities. So with this, that's gonna be it for the entire application. I hope you enjoyed it. We have built basically millions of different features, from the REST API to the socket to the React and to the deployment basically. So thank you so much for watching this tutorial, and I will see you in the next one.